The tale kicks off in the kingdom of Desal, where you can see bustling city streets down below and the castle towering high in the distance. Decked in full armor, Thane strides into the room and locks eyes with his friend right away, like he's found exactly what he came for. Leto jolts in surprise at seeing Thane this early, completely buzzing with energy as he grips a letter in his hand and throws his fist up, yelling that he's finally made it to S rank. Leto plows right through whatever he was doing before because he's got big news. He flashes his brand new guild card and grins as he announces the Adventurers Guild just officially stamped him as an S-ranker. Thane tries to interrupt by calling his name, but Leto barrels on, unstoppable. Thane muscles through the chaos, grabs Leto's attention, and tells him straight to his face that he has news too, then points and declares, "You're fired." The room drops dead silent. Leto just stands by the table, gripping his promotion letter like it's burning in his hands, then blurts out a confused little sound, totally thrown off. Thane keeps a stone-cold face while a party member in the back stares in shock. Then Leto's voice cuts through the chaos in full panic. He blares, "Wait, did I really get fired?" and demands to know exactly what Thane means. Leto's palms start to sweat as he tries to laugh it off. He looks at Thane and blurts that he has to be kidding, because this is definitely not some clever joke. Thane snaps his eyes shut and spills the whole situation. He tells Leto the king sent a messenger with a decree that names him a hero, and the moment the words hit, Thane looks down as the truth weighs on him. That title means one thing: he's about to battle the Demon Lord. Then Thane locks eyes with Leto, dead serious, and apologizes for the timing, admitting Leto just hit S-rank before he drops the hammer. Leto gets fired. Thane jerks his thumb over his shoulder, explaining that the Holy Wolf Dragon Party is getting a new replacement, and this guy is stepping right into Leto's spot. A massive armored giant, all steel plates and a bucket helmet, strides up to the front, then bellows his name like thunder itself as a gust of night whips past. Leto, sweating bullets, totally lost and stammering through his words, he begs Thane to wait, then blurts out, "What are you even talking about?" Thane blurts out his reasons with zero restraint, then fires off a brutal comparison. Leto isn't on Alina's level as a healer because his recovery magic is just second-rate, and that means he can't support the party nearly as well. He keeps pressing on, calling out their mage Dill. Thane shoots back that Leto's offensive magic isn't even close to Dill's, and then adds the final blow. Leto's no better in melee combat than Thane is. Back at the table, Thane drops the brutal truth. He tells Leto that all he's ever doing is bark orders from the back line, dragging the team down, and then he says it straight. He doesn't need that dead weight if he's going to stand up and challenge the Demon Lord. Thane locks in the decision and tells everyone why he's adding Gustav to the roster. And yeah, this isn't some random pickup. Gustav is a former knight of the kingdom with real, proven skills. Leto starts panicking. He tries to stop Thane, insisting that this isn't right and that Thane is wrong, bringing up his new S-rank status again as a defense. Leto is desperate, now clutching his book. He starts bargaining, promising that he'll be more strategic when he gives out orders and trying to list other things he can do, but he's scrambling. Thane snaps he's done with this and he yells at Leto to shut up, slamming his heavy metal gauntlet onto the table with a thunderous clank to drive the point home. He barrels straight into Leto's space, glaring like pure fire. Then Thane lunges in and barks at him to shut his mouth already. Thane rants even harder, leaning in like he's about to bite, and fires the question at Leto. How long has he really been stuck fighting on the front lines? While Leto stays sprawled back and barks orders from safety, Leto panics and tries to fight back, insisting he'd have been out there too if Thane had just told him to. Then desperation takes over. He whips around, calling Alina and Dill for backup before he gets drowned in Thane's fury. He stares at his teammates like they're begging, then snaps that they have to speak up because he's not letting Thane go through with it. But the reply hits like ice. Alina shuts her eyes and turns her head away, refusing to meet Leto's gaze, and right in the panel below, Dill mirrors her move, completely ignoring Leto's desperate plea for help. Thane snaps his back to the conversation and snarls at Leto to get the hell out of there, then spits that he never wants to lay eyes on Leto's face again. Leto refuses to swallow it. He freezes in place with his hands out, begging Thane to admit it's a joke or a lie, and then he spirals into a frantic rant, yelling that maybe Thane is hiding something wrong, like he messed up the party funds or something worse. That accusation is the last drop. Thane yanks his sword out with a sharp metallic asterisk clang, thrusts the blade straight at Leto's face, and roars that this annoying stunt is exactly what he warned about, promising to slice Leto down on the spot unless he backs off. Leto just stares at the blade, shattered inside, tears spilling as he chokes out, "Why are you doing this to me?" insisting he's given everything to keep his role going the entire time. Leto made one last desperate plea, begging Alina and Dill to say anything that could save him, but they wouldn't even glance his way, just awkwardly turned their heads and refused to get involved. Thane's face twisted into something terrifyingly dark. He straight up admits he even thought about killing Leto on the spot, because the truth is Leto knows too much about the party, and that makes him nothing but a dangerous liability. Thane keeps hammering the threat, telling Leto he should thank Alina and Dill, because they're the only reason he didn't slice him down right there, and now Leto should count himself lucky that Thane is merciful enough to let his pathetic life crawl on. That last threat still blasting through the air, Thane turns his back and strides off, leaving Leto kneeling there, crushed, broken, and utterly alone in the silence. Before they part ways, Gustav, the new guy rocking a bucket helmet, grins and drops some twisted encouragement, cheerfully telling Leto not to get discouraged, because the second he hears about all the heroic exploits still coming, he'll be comforted for sure. Hold up, smash that like button, then hit subscribe. For more secret manga gems, now I dare you to comment. Drop a comment, I'm loving this, I bet most of you. If you're not doing it, then fine, alright, let's keep going. Defeated, Leto walks through the town streets alone while bystanders watch him pass. And just like that, Leto gets kicked out of the hero's party for good, and after it happens, the story says he vanishes from the city without a trace. Next, the story cuts to a noisy tavern. Leto sits alone at a table, slumped over his mug while other adventurers laugh and feast around him. Then a worried waitress strides over, calls out his name, and warns him that if he keeps drowning himself like this every single day, his body is going to give out for good. Leto wants none of it. He slams his head onto the table, cheeks burning from the alcohol, and tells her to shut up. Under his breath, he says he straight up doesn't care anymore. Out of nowhere, a guy in the bar yells that you can't drink water here, then Leto snaps. He whacks the counter with his fist and roars that he wants another beer, but Emmy shuts him down instantly, telling him they're officially out, especially for a drunk like him. Right then, a customer clad in armor snaps his hand up and yells for Emmy's beer, then her whole vibe flips instantly, a bright grin bursting onto her face as she barrels over to serve him. Leto face-planted hard onto the wooden table, then groaned for everyone to shut up, only to declare that he's done with being an adventurer. Emmy strides off to handle other customers and Leto slumps alone at the counter, hanging there in silence. But she freezes in place, shoots a worried look over her shoulder and calls out to Toledo, telling him, straight up, that he needs to start taking guild requests and get back to work. Next, the story whips to another table, where a short-haired girl with a headband sits teetering on the edge, eyes wide, and her heart thumping so loud it feels like everyone can hear it. She whips her head left, then right, heart pounding, trying to find the nerve to finally speak. As Emmy strides by with a tray, the girl blurts out in a stammer to get her attention, and Emmy halts, then asks what she needs. The girl can't stop staring at Emmy's chest, her cheeks flare red and she fidgets like crazy. Then she finally manages to blurt out an order for a beer and Emmy chirps that it's 350, then the girl's jaw hits the floor as panic explodes, completely stunned by the price. The nervous girl stammers out a shaky yes to the price, clearly drowning in nerves, while Emmy screams for her to hold on for a second, so Leto just slumps in the background, barely holding it together. Leto stays face down on the counter, cracks one eye open, and finally decides to see what's really going on with this new girl. He clocks her from a distance, studying her every move, and it's instantly obvious she's got zero combat experience. Still, he swallows his judgment and admits privately that he doesn't know enough women to call himself an expert. He can't stop watching her, clocking that she's way slimmer than Emmy, and it's impossible not to notice. But when he looks closer, he realizes there's way more to her. Her legs don't just look strong, they're packed with solid muscle and a strong core, and her arms are just as powerful. It makes him wonder if she used to be a farmer or had some tough job before she came here. Right out of nowhere, the girl starts talking to someone, answers their question with a clear "I came here from Merca village." Two guys stride up to her table, the bigger one rocking a headband and a scar, leans in and asks if she's a newbie adventurer. He presses, asking if she's already registered with the guild, yet the girl shrinks under their presence and in a barely audible voice admits she hasn't done it. Not yet. He stepped up, introduced himself and his partner, and declared they were the Quicksand Hawk, then confessed they were hunting for fresh members right now. When he locked eyes with her, he told her she looked like she had real potential, so he was recruiting her on the spot, and the nervous girl blurted that he couldn't possibly mean her, until the headband warrior grinned and said, "Yeah, I am," offering that if she wanted, they could even be friends. Leto stayed planted at the counter, eyes locked on everything, chin propped on his hand as he quietly took in the whole scene. Right in front of him, a wooden mug slams onto the table, and Emmy jabs his drink down with serious force, so hard it startles him. She just stood there, arms crossed, staring him down like he owed her answers. Leto looked totally lost and asked what was going on, saying he thought she said they were sold out, but Emmy brushed past it and hit him with real advice. Staying on the sidelines can make you just as guilty as the culprit, and she was sure he knew exactly what she meant. Then she turned and walked off, saying she hoped he got it, leaving Leto to sit there, sipping his drink in dead silence. Next to the table, the headband warrior snaps that it's time to move and orders his crew to clear out. His partner immediately starts walking, but the nervous girl loses it, begging them to wait. Leto finally breaks the silence. He calls out to them and confirms it. The girl isn't registered with the guild yet, so she can't officially accept a single request until that registration is done. The headband warrior spins around, seething, and barks, "Who the hell are you?" at the old man. Then Leto's face twitches at the insult. Leto stays calm and finishes his point, saying what he said is just basic knowledge, but the warrior won't hear it. He snarls for the old man to shut up, stop butting into other people's business, and backs him off with a brutal warning. Next thing you know, he escalates. He yanks out a knife and tells Leto that if he's not backing down, then he'll get a taste of his blade. Leto locks eyes with the guy and snaps, "It's that simple, just get the girl registered." Then he leans in and asks if the guy was seriously thinking about pulling some other move instead. His face turns deadly serious as he questions the headband warrior, "Are you really ready to die just to dodge a simple run to the guild registry?" The headband warrior snapped in two, and he goes berserk, screaming at Leto to shut up and die as he hurls his knife with everything he's got. Leto doesn't dodge at all. He raises his wooden beer mug and snaps the knife blade against the wood, stopping it dead as the mug cracks from the impact. Knife still jammed in his mug, Leto calmly starts chanting and a fireball erupts. A colossal explosion erupts at the impact site, slamming the headband warrior backward through a choking swirl of smoke and shattered debris. Leto's gone in a flash before the smoke even clears. His sword is already out, pinning the ponytail guy's gut with the blade and stopping the second man cold, while their leader finally scrambles back after the blast. The nervous girl clutches the sidelines, stunned by how insanely fast he moves, while the headband warrior on the floor panics and screams that this guy's a high-level swordsman, only for Leto to shut him down, saying that isn't the right label at all. Leto lounges with his sword hooked over his shoulder, grinning like he's got everything covered, then makes it crystal clear he's a former adventurer. That nervous girl is completely starstruck now. Her eyes are sparkling as she blurts to Uncle Leto that what he just did was seriously, insanely cool. The girl blurts out ex-adventurer uncle, but Leto cuts that off instantly. He shuts down the title, tells her he's not her uncle, then drills her for her name, and just like that he turns serious, warns her to never, ever jump in on someone's request unless she's officially registered as an adventurer. Back to the introductions, the girl dips into a polite bow and says she's Sheath from Merca Village, and Leto decides to play it safe. He slips in an alias and tells her to just remember him as Red. As Leto lays it all out, she starts to break down the system step by step, saying the guild is basically an agency handling things like safety insurance for adventurers, and Sheath just sits there confused, then blurts out why any of that even matters. Leto drops a brutal what if she ever kicks the bucket, and he prays that day is far away. The guild will dig into whether foul play is at work, because they're the guild's shield, guarding members from getting betrayed. Reality hits Sheath hard. If she's not registered and gets killed, the guild won't even lift a finger to investigate, and Leto wastes no time confirming she's basically dead on. He lays out the brutal logic. If someone dies on a quest and they aren't registered, the guild has to assume the worst. Maybe they're a criminal, so it's not worth it to chase outsiders. This cold rule saves their resources, so they don't burn time on random crimes that have nothing to do with their real work. She's still trembling from how close she came to disaster, blurting that she had no idea what was going on, then thanking him again and again for saving her life. Leto lights up like it's nothing and tells the kid she's got the wrong guy, pointing across the room at a red-headed girl and saying, "You should be thanking her." Leto shrugs off the gratitude on the spot. He jabs a thumb over his shoulder and tells Sheath the waitress is the real reason he saved her, then orders the kid to make sure she thanks that waitress properly, not him. The info slips in one ear and vanishes out the other, then Sheath's eyes flare. She blurts out his alias, Mr. Red, and right on the heels of it, she slaps on the upgrade, Master. Right there, without a pause, Sheath drops to the floor and slams into a full dramatic doja, begging Leto to take her as his apprentice. She's desperate, practically yelling that she's quick, she can learn fast, and he should teach her how to live as an adventurer. Panic hits Leto like a wave. He blurts out that she needs to wait. No way is he signing up for apprentices. He yanks at her arm, trying to haul her up, insisting he was only helping and she needs to keep her head on straight. But it's already too late. Everyone in the tavern starts whispering, trading shocked looks as they wonder if they really just heard apprentice. Leto catches the chatter growing and instantly knows he's in big trouble. The room's vibe flips on him in seconds. People start side-eyeing him, whispering that he won't even lift a finger for a girl begging on her knees. Leto glances over and catches Emmy, the waitress, staring at him with ice-cold judgment. His stomach drops as his mind panics. Why is she just watching him spiral instead of helping? Leto tries again to yank Sheath upright, barking for her to lift her head, but she refuses with teeth bared, slamming her head back onto the floorboards and screaming that she won't move even an inch until Master Red agrees to take her as his apprentice. Unable to take the public humiliation any longer, Leto snaps. He blurts that he's got this, he'll handle it, and then he's desperately begging her to stop because the whole tavern is staring right at them. Sheath is glowing with pride right now, and she cheerfully thanks her brand new master like she can't believe he finally gave in. Meanwhile, Leto's spiraling. He's questioning his whole existence, cradling his head in his hand as he blurts out how any of this even happened. At the table, Emmy just winks at him like she's proud because she totally baited him into it. Leto mutters under his breath about that woman, while Emmy cheerfully dumps a plate of sausages down and whistles as she strolls away, leaving him stuck cleaning up the mess she just stirred. Time to get real. Leto corners Sheath and demands to know exactly how much she's got, and she chokes out between bites that it's just a little over 1,000 dims. Leto snaps into the numbers, says the guild will grab a 500 dim registration fee on the spot, and does the math until it leaves her staring at only 500 dims. And he pushes harder. What equipment is she using right now? She slams one weapon down on the table, apologizing to her master as she whispers that this dagger is the only thing she's got. Leto demands to see it, snatches the weapon, and tells her to just dig in while he studies the dagger, because he needs a quick moment to focus. He yanks the blade free and stares hard at it. Those engravings look like a flying dragon, and that shocks his curiosity until his breath catches because the steel might actually be mithril. She starts spilling the backstory. Back in her village, a hunter taught her self-defense and handed her that knife as a goodbye gift, and then she adds, dead serious, that if anything's wrong with it, she'll sell it on the spot as long as she gets a replacement weapon back. Leto goes stone-cold serious and tells Sheath to lean in and actually listen, because the item has to stay on her at all times, no exceptions. He slams down the rules. Never hand it to anyone, not even him, and don't flash it around strangers. Then he hits the most important warning of all, don't even think about selling it. Sheath obeys fast, calling him master, but she can't stop herself from asking, is it really that big of a deal? Leto leans in and says just the engravings alone shout that this weapon is top tier, because only a true master craftsman could carve detail like that into steel. She acknowledges the info, but she has a follow-up question. She asks if a dagger like this can actually be used to kill demons or similar monsters. Leto hesitates, grimacing as he admits he doesn't know if a plain dagger can truly bring down a demon, because daggers are meant for self-defense, especially for folks who can't swing big swords around. Before he dives any deeper, he hits the brakes, then asks Sheath what kind of work her family used to do back home. Back in the room, she's still processing his words when he snaps the moment into focus and tells her straight up, this dagger isn't normal, it's made to bite so deep that she could punch through top-tier armor with one clean thrust. Sheath fires back on his earlier question, lighting up with excitement. Turns out her dad was a lumberjack, and he taught her to swing an axe so she could help him out in the woods. Hearing that gives Leto the perfect opening. He locks eyes on his new student and declares it's time for advice number 1. Leto lays down her most important advice first. Choose a weapon that makes you feel completely at ease the moment your hands wrap around it. Sheath looks totally thrown off and asks if he really means picking the right weapon just by instinct, and Leto nods, saying everyone has their own battle comfort. Then he drops the truth. Almost nobody ever swears a dagger is their real main weapon. He smashes the lesson down for her, saying short blades like daggers are mostly for self-defense since they can't reach far unless you're a trained assassin. She finally gets it and starts thinking a longsword would be the smarter choice, but the thought scares her. What if a beginner like her can't handle something that big? Still not convinced, she looks Leto straight in the eye and asks him what weapon he thinks would actually fit someone like her. Instead of blurting out an answer, Leto freezes for a second and digs through his memories. Then he asks Sheath if, back home, she used to help her dad on the regular, and Sheath nods, saying her father always brought her along to work. Leto stops him and demands, "Wait, what did my dad do again?" Because she knows she mentioned it before, and Sheath beams as he says her dad's a lumberjack. That seals it for Leto. He snaps to his feet and declares it's decided. She's starting with an axe. Now that the weapon's locked in, he pushes her straight to the Adventurers Guild to get her registered. Sheath is all in, pumping her fists and yelling her agreement at the top of her lungs. The two of them burst out into the harbor chaos, dodging docked ships and everyday hustle as they cut straight through the market streets, Leto marching like he already knows the finish line, while Sheath trails a few steps back, weaving past loud merchants and crowded stalls. After a while, Sheath starts to look lost and blurts out where they're even headed, but Leto doesn't turn a single inch. He snaps at her to quit firing so many questions and just keep quiet and follow. They finally hit the industrial heart of town, where thick smoke blasts from towering chimneys into the sky, and Leto tells Leto this is Curragain Street, plus he knows a blacksmith around here. Sheath swallows the info, murmuring under her breath about going to a smithy. Leto blurts out that this blacksmith has helped him before with special orders, and Sheath's eyes light up instantly. She demands to know if it's the same person who forged his gear, because the moment it clicks, she can barely contain her excitement. Leto stays cool, tells her it's not that impressive, and basically says it's only a basic requirement once you're an adventurer. As he keeps moving, he tells you once you climb the ranks, stuff like this, custom gear included, starts showing up everywhere like it's no big deal. Finally, Leto points ahead and announces they've arrived. In the background, Sheath is pouting and making grumpy noises, probably annoyed by his earlier dismissal or the long walk. Leto storms up to the workshop door, yells inside at the top of her lungs, and demands to know if Kirka is still alive and kicking in there. Kirka pops her head out, but the second she spots Sheath, she's completely thrown off, ignores Leto's question, and fires back asking when he got a daughter. Sheath just freezes, awkward as can be, and stammers out a shaky hello. Kirka finally clocks Leto's greeting, grins through the moment as she grips her hammer and tells him she's definitely still kicking. Leto shuts down the daughter rumor on the spot, snapping at Kirka that she's not his kid, she's actually his brand new apprentice. Then he moves on and lays out why they're here. They came specifically so Sheath could test a few weapons. Kirk whips around and shouts for Louge to come over, then a younger girl in an apron pops in from the back, answers the call fast, spots their visitor and goes, "Oh no, it's Red." Louge immediately starts making wild assumptions, blurting to Leto that she never knew he had such a cute daughter, only for Leto to look utterly done with it, snapping that the mother and daughter act way too alike. He has to drag the truth out again. Her name's Sheath and she's not his kid, she's just his apprentice. Louge shrugs it off, grinning at Sheath, and she welcomes the moment like, "Nice to finally meet you," before teasing that they're both in the same mess. Then she points them straight to the back room. They step into a huge storage room packed wall-to-wall with weapons, shelves stacked with swords, spears, and axes everywhere, and Sheath gapes around, stunned. Sheath crouches down, eyeballs the gear on the floor, and asks Louge if she made every single piece herself. Louge beams and says yes, proudly admitting she just can't resist showing off her handiwork. Luke and Sheath instantly click right there on the floor. They're kneeling shoulder to shoulder, completely lost in their own excited chatter, while Leto just sits back and watches from the sidelines. Leto decides it's time to fix this mess. He snaps back at Sheath and asks if she really uncovered anything worth her attention after all that non-stop talk. Sheath snaps rigid and blurts out frantic apologies for getting distracted, while Leto cuts in with straight-up advice. Since she's already used to swinging axes and machetes back home, she should grab something that feels the same. So Louge nods, runs with it, and immediately yanks out a massive, terrifying hand axe, calling it the hyper-enchanted dragon-slaying hand axe. It's a little too over the top for comfort, and Leto and Sheath just freeze with blank faces, then let out the exact same confused, in sync. Louge won't back down. She figures they didn't like the first move, so she's got one more on deck, something even more unhinged, the extreme flaming murder hatchet. Sheath is shaking with pure terror, blurting out, "What is happening?" Meanwhile, Leto just stands in the corner, sweating like he can't even breathe. As Luge reaches for a world-ending guillotine, Leto snaps into action step for step and scans the room until his eyes lock onto something leaning against the wall. He points at it and grills Luz about that weapon, asking if she made that one too. It's a beast of a weapon, an all-black, silver axe with a wild, almost mechanical design, built to look way more practical than some cheap murder hatchet. Leto snatches the axe, shoves it into his apprentice's hands, and tells Sheath to go ahead, hold onto this one for a while. She fires up the new axe for a quick test run, and the second it swings, she's blown away by how smoothly it moves. Because even with all that heavy, tough-looking bulk, it chops and handles just like the lumberjack axes she's used to back home. This isn't some plain old axe. The second she grips it, a hidden mechanism snaps into action, and the weapon twists its own shape with a brutal, sharp swish. Luge keeps her eyes on them, pointing out that this weapon can do way more than just swinging. Then she smirks and says it has a secret function she's dying to show them. She slams the mechanism and the weapons rocket out with a crazy boost in reach. Sheath freezes, totally stunned, and blurts out that it's the coolest thing she's ever seen. With that, it's overdone. Sheath whirls to Leto, eyes blazing with literal sparkles, and blurts out, "This is the one, I have to have it." Then Leto drops the brutal truth of economics. He figures a weapon with mechanisms like that would run about 200,000 dimes, and Sheath's face freezes, stammering in total disbelief at the insane price. The spark dies in her eyes the second she admits she's got only 500 dimes to her name, but Leto cuts in fast, telling her to snap out of it because he'll lend her the money she needs. However, Luge throws them a curveball. She cheerfully announces that 500 dimes is actually fine by her, explaining that she considers this specific product a failure. Leto is momentarily stunned, wondering if she's serious, but he quickly clears his throat and accepts the deal before she can reconsider. Right then, Kirka, Luge's mom and the shop owner, shows up out of nowhere after catching every word of their argument. Kirka tells her that dumping the weapon for cheap is straight up part of Luz's training, so she can grow her own clientele. Then she has her daughter do one last bit of maintenance on the axe before the handoff, and Luz snaps to attention, agreeing without hesitation. She squints at her brand new gear, testing the fit with a sharp look, then points out the armor like, "Yep, this is it," and decides she's good for now, as long as her lower half is armored properly. Kirka shoots her a giant thumbs up, urging her to come back for the top half once she's actually raked in some more money. Then Sheath beams and thanks her for the help, like it just made her whole day. As they step out of the shop, Sheath's packed with raw energy, blazing that Leto needs to start right now, while Leto, already walking ahead, shrugs it off with a dismissive, "It's useless." He raises two fingers to grab her attention and blurts out, "Advice number 2, party up with people right on your level." But Sheath slams the brakes on his reality and tumbles into wild daydreams, screaming about friends, beating death, building trust, and chasing love. Leto jumps in instantly, warning her not to buy any weird illusions about how this works. Then he holds up 4 fingers and lays it down. The party is 4 people, period. He hits the number 4 again, stressing it's a standard guild rule, just in case she still needed convincing. Leto snaps that they've got to track down the other 3 members, and Sheath freezes, brow furrowed. "Wait, do you mean me and Master too?" she asks, assuming Leto's counting himself in the group. Leto tells her to repeat the old advice, form a party with others at the same level, and then Sheath finally snaps into focus. Because their levels don't match, he can't join her party. Leto draws out the logic with a diagram and tells them straight up, when party members bring mismatched skills or levels, trouble's cooking for the future. The diagram shows a level 40 warrior lugging 2 terrified newbie trainees, and Leto laughs at the "you'd just want one experienced person carrying you" mindset. Because in the end, the high-level one is stuck doing all the work. Sheath locks onto the back of Leto's head with a brutal stare, and Leto jerks his gaze away, feeling the heat of that pressure but pretending he doesn't. Leto keeps shutting her down, explaining why he can't join her, saying he'd rather have a clean, clueless newbie than some veteran who's already done it all, and reminding her that veterans are arrogant and usually a nightmare to handle. Sheath fully swallows his logic, smiling so hard it could light the room as she admits she's convinced, and that she's thrilled she asked. Then her eyes sharpen with renewed fire. It's time to hit the ground running and track down their new friends. They keep moving, and the 2 of them stride through the city streets. Then they spot a crowd piling up ahead, and you just know something huge is about to go down. Sheath clocks a full-on commotion in the crowd, and before it can drag her in, Leto snaps at her to mind her own business, grumbling that in a city this big, chaos is just a daily routine. Sheath ignores him completely, screams that she's checking it out, and sprints straight into the crowd. Leto only manages a quick "hey," but she's already gone. Right at the center, the pavement is blown open into a massive, perfectly round hole. A worried bystander asks if a distressed woman's okay, and someone else mutters that whoever fell in went alone. The onlookers whisper like they're scared to breathe. One guy swears there are demons living in the sewer ruins, while another insists you've got to be some kind of adventurer to get in danger like this. Sheath hurries up to the man staring into the hole and blurts, "What's wrong?" He snaps his arms across his chest and growls that the ground just caved in out of nowhere. Right beside them, a woman sobs like her heart is breaking. Then it all clicks. Someone stumbled straight into that hole. Through choking tears, the distressed woman tries to blurt out what happened, shaking as she brings up the sisters who promised they'd help, yet everything's a mess and the words keep slipping away. She clutches her mouth and breaks down in tears because he won't answer her anymore, so she screams, "Pharaoh," loud enough to make it clear. Her child is trapped down there and he's gone silent. Leto snaps out of his slacker act, steps up, and locks eyes with the woman. Then he flat-out tells her, "We're adventurers and we're going to rescue your child." He snaps into professional mode and asks if the guild's temporary request system actually works for her, while the mother freezes with terror and finally admits she can't pay for adventurers. Leto doesn't miss a beat. He slides into a smooth lie, telling her that as a fresh team, this deal will set her back under 2,000 dimes, a laughably dirt-cheap price. The mother stares at him, completely stunned. Then Leto whips around to Sheath and barks, "Pull out your guild card." Sheath snaps to attention and snatches it on the spot. Leto thrusts the card at the mother, telling her to slam her finger on it to seal the contract and that she can cough up the fee later. She nods, shaking hard, and authorizes his request. Once the formalities were out of the way, Leto declared they were cleared to roll on their very first job. Then he told Sheath he was making a one-time exception just to help her, and she threw her fist up like, "Finally, let's go." Leto whips his gaze to the crowd, roars at everyone to back off the unstable ground, and demands a volunteer sprint to the water department to get help. No hesitation, he dives headfirst into the dark hole. While he drops, he snaps at Sheath to hurry up and follow him. Sheath gets it instantly, steels herself, and prepares to jump down after him. The story plunges into the sewer's dark, damp guts, brick tunnels breathing as water crashes and rushes through. Sheath clamps her hand over her mouth and nose, fighting back the stench, and Leto leans in like it's no big deal. She'll get used to it, eventually. But right now she's got to stay sharp, because he snaps at her to yank out her axe sword in case sewer rats or even goblins pop out of the dark. As she draws her weapon, Leto coaches her on how to handle the fight. He instructs her to listen, aim for the head, and never hesitate. He adds that the only way to truly learn is to get used to it out in the field. Leto throws out his light floating ball spell, and a glowing orb blooms in midair to blast the darkness back. With the light cutting through the darkness, Leto flashes the signal they're out, and the two of them dive deeper into the sewer. They push deeper into the long, shadowy tunnels, dodging pipes that dump wastewater straight into the main channel. Leto snaps to Sheath, asking if she can hear anything at all. She steadies herself, then confirms it. There's a distant metallic clank, and right behind it, the splashing water is rushing closer. Leto tells her she passed the test, then enemy forces start closing in. The splashing footsteps roar closer, and he snaps, "Get ready," because he can't wait to see exactly what she's capable of. Two goblins crashed into the scene. One snapped a short sword in hand, and the other hefted a nasty, crude club. Leto scans the danger in a flash, barking that they're packing swords and long-handled weapons, then tells Sheath she's got this, only for her to snap back a confident shout, ready to jump into the fight. The training wheels are finally off, then two goblins burst into the tunnel, screeching when they spot the intruders. Leto is barking orders at her on the spot, yelling that she can't just rush in blind. She has to dodge the hit first, then strike back. He pushes the point, take the opening only when she truly sees it, and Sheath shoots back a loud, clear "got it." The goblin slashes and Sheath snaps her axe sword up just in time to stop the blow. Then she lets out a hard, shaky breath, grateful she didn't get dropped. She follows up with a brutal kick that hurls the creature back, and just when you think she's got it, she clutches her head and absolutely loses it. She slams her weapon down with a brutal swing and crushes the goblin. Sheath starts cheering right away, but Leto snaps in fast, warning her to keep her guard up because the fight isn't finished. Sheath snaps, spinning in circles with swirly eyes, yelling nonstop in pure confusion, and Leto just facepalms like, "Yep, this is exactly how I knew it would go." The second goblin bursts forward with a spear thrust, and while Sheath is still scrambling to stay upright, she barely hooks the attack aside using the edge of her weapon, gritting through the crushing pressure as she does it. She's wobbling on her feet, completely rattled, and Leto slides in right behind her to brutally bark that she needs to get her head out of her ass. He leans in, steadies his voice, and tells her straight up, if she actually watches the movement, she can dodge the thrust, she just has to keep her eyes open and read it before it hits. It hits her like a jolt, snapping her back to reality. Sheath yells that she understands, clenches her weapon until her knuckles go white, and glares down the last goblin still standing. The training slam stops the moment the goblin crumples to the floor, defeated. Sheath stands there, gasping so hard she can barely breathe, totally wrecked by the fight, but Leto won't let her rest. He snaps at her that they've got to keep moving right now. They burst into a sprint through the damp dungeon tunnels, their boots slapping through puddles as water splashes up, and right away Sheath yells that she caught a sound nearby. Leto snaps back that he hears it too, and tells her the source is right up ahead. They barrel around the corner and slam straight into a nightmare. This place is packed wall-to-wall with goblins, and it's not some tiny pack. It's a full-on horde, swarming the ruins like they own the damn place. In the middle of all that chaos, she spots a figure and jabs her finger at her, yelling it to Leto, and there, standing amid the wreckage, is a woman gripping a staff like she's hanging on, looking like a healer or a mage and completely drained. Leto rushes to her and calls out, making sure she's still alive and safe. The healer woman forces a brave smile, tells him it's fine, then snaps the mask off and admits the truth. Too many enemies are closing in for her to face this alone, and everything's already spiraled way past control. Leto takes control the second it starts. He bellows for Sheath to clear out, then drills her with exact orders to drop the enemies one by one and keep them down for good. Sheath snaps back a confirmed yes, no hesitation at all. Leto doesn't hang back for a second. He rockets into the chaos, blade swinging, smashing right through the first goblin that dares block his way as he carves a path forward. He yanks his weapon back into position, eyes locked on the swarm, and decides he's done playing it slow. This is a one-shot, wipe-the-board moment. Leto raises his weapon and roars out an incantation, summoning many flowing rain. Then his rain arrow skill crashes down, dozens of blazing energy shots rain from above and slam into the goblin horde. The goblins instantly crumble, dropping left and right as the magic arrows pierce through them. The healer woman spots the shift and screams for them to strike now, while Sheath just stares at the chaos, visibly stunned by how brutal the firepower is. Once the horde was wiped out, Leto took in the room and knew they'd seized full control. Then his eyes snapped to the healer woman by the wall, and he saw she wasn't hurt at all. He decides to keep it simple, introduces himself with his alias, Red, then gestures to his companion and calls her Sheath, before turning to the woman and asking her for her story. The healer nods like she understands everything, then smiles and introduces herself as Reed, thanking them from the bottom of her heart for saving her life. Reed grabs the lead and hustles them out of the dungeon, yelling for everyone to follow her. Then, right at her heels, a white cat shows up and trots along like it owns the place. Sheath loses her focus instantly, staring at it and blurting, "Cat," to her master. Leto snaps her out of it and tells her they're heading back. Later, the story jumps to a tavern where the crew slams huge wooden mugs together and raises a toast. She's got her fingers flying, crunching the numbers like her life depends on it. One goblin nets 550 dims, and 27 goblins adds up to a whopping 14,850 dims. Leto slaps a stack of bills on the table, lays out every detail, including the commission cut, and then dumps roughly 15,000 dimes right into their hands. The table is stacked to the brim with roast chicken, fish, soup, and warm bread, and Leto leans over the whole feast and yells at everyone, "Dig in." Reed stares at the food and the money, completely overwhelmed. Tears flood her eyes as she blurts out, "Is this really okay?" She looks totally stunned, like, "Why am I getting treated this well when I'm the one who needed saving?" She lifts her mug to the sky, grinning like she just won, and tells everyone Reed said the feast is totally fine, because they nailed the request together as a team. Leto takes a big swig, admits Sheath's right, then tells Reed he'd better use the temporary request system, otherwise nothing stays official. Reed quietly frets and apologizes, but Leto snaps. He bonks Sheath right on the head and roars that helping people is exactly what adventurers are meant to do, and Sheath screams in pain from the hit. Leto snaps at Sheath, calling her a dumbass while she rubs her aching head. Then he snaps back to the scroll, gets dead serious, and tells her the adventurer dispatch system is the guild's backbone, so if she's an adventurer too, she can't keep pretending she doesn't belong in it. Reed drops her gaze and admits Mr. Leto is right. She wants to take responsibility for her own work, but with no way to pay him back, this whole mess feels impossible. Then it hits her, boom, she snaps her head up and demands to know how he ever figured out she was tied to the Golden Church. At the church, Leto clocks it right away. Just like he predicted, the Golden Church's sisters aren't like regular people at all. He broke it down fast, zeroing in on the exact embroidery on her dress, spotting the sickle etched into the wheat, and realizing it was the state religion's mark from the Cirrus festival out in the west. When her home gets mentioned, Reed's face melts into a warm, gentle smile, and she nods, saying it's a lovely place, peaceful and calm, with a cheerful vibe. She confirms his guess, yeah, she's really from Syracuse. Meanwhile, Sheath is too busy shoveling food into her mouth to care, and she blurts that she's never even been to Sirith. Leto pauses to grill Reed on why she chose to become an adventurer in this country, while Sheath happily keeps munching her food right beside him. Reed says becoming an adventurer is the smartest move. Traveling gets smoother, she hunts down crucial intel, and she can even rake in money while doing it. She finally spills the real reason behind all this. She's not chasing trouble, she's hunting for someone, and she bets the busiest part of the city is the perfect place to begin. Reed blurts out that she's crazy lucky to have a knack for light magic, especially the golden kind, and then casually admits she's been swinging a scythe every single day. Leto throws the match at the old suicide on the table, and it hits hard. No matter how skilled she is, that was the first time she's ever faced real combat. She confirms it's true, and then she tells you once she realized she could just slice off the enemy's legs, everything got easier, though she admits it was still a damn close call overall. Sheath leans in, gets all curious, and asks if the golden formula for light magic is really different from the regular one. Reed just tells her it's basically the same thing, just with a different shine. Leto gets straight to it and asks if she can take over support and recovery without stumbling. Reed fires back with a confident, solid yes. The second she hears about magic, excitement sparks in her like lightning. She says she loves how witchcraft sounds and immediately blurts out to Leto, asking if she can use it too. Leto shrugs off all that for a heartbeat, locks his eyes on Reed's crisis, and snaps into a serious tone, asking if she's rushing to find the person she just mentioned. Leto whirls back to Sheath and answers her earlier magic question straight up. He has no idea whether she's got the aptitude or not. For now, she's gotta lock in and sharpen her close combat skills. Reed bursts into the conversation with a heavy, grim look and admits her worst fear, dying before she can ever do anything that truly matters. She lays it out plain: if you're not trained, panic slams you mid-fight and losing your composure ends in death, no mercy. Then she shuts down the idea fast, saying trying to pull off complex witchcraft under that kind of pressure just won't work. The second she locks eyes with Leto, her mood lights up. She tells him that's exactly what left her speechless, watching him swing a sword and use magic with total precision at the same time. Leto keeps it humble, shrugs it off like it's just his years talking, then leans in, all curious, and asks how long they've been partying together. She throws her hands up, grinning wide, and yells that they started today. Leto's instantly drenched in sweat, realizing he's been pulled into something completely new, so he blurts out, panicked, that this isn't a party, this is just temporary, and right now he's only here to educate. Sheath shrugs off his panic, slams back a gulp from her mug, and because she's gearing up for a party, she quizzes Leto for advice on what kind of people she should go hunting for. She blurts out ideas on the spot, pacing and thinking, should I grab a magician or maybe a clergyman to tie everything together? Leto tosses out some solid advice: pick someone who can hold their own at arm's length. He says frontline fighters boost the whole party's survival odds. Sheath nods like, yeah, that checks out. Leto breaks down the perfect synergy and basically describes himself to a T. He's a fighter who can crush in melee and still sling magic. Then he turns to Reed and says, if you back him up with recovery magic, you're the missing piece and the job is yours. Sheath glares at Leto, completely baffled. Then, after he lays out his perfect hybrid fighter, she demands to know how she's even supposed to track down someone like that in the real world. Reed suddenly pipes up from the side, smiling that awkward little smile, and admits she's been thinking about making or joining a party too. She just had no idea how to even start. Reed chimes in that she's stuck with the same teammate problem, and right as she's speaking, Leto snaps. He decides Sheath is being painfully slow and shoots a sharp kick into her shins under the table, forcing a quick, painful yelp. Leto glares with a Sheath still on his side, annoyed at how oblivious she's being, and he tells her straight up that her best party member is standing right in front of her. Sheath snaps the pieces together. Leto already shut down joining the party, so he's obviously talking about the girl parked right beside him. Then it clicks, he means Reed. Reed grins, and it all confirms what Sheath was thinking. She watches the logic line up. If Leto can already juggle magic and close quarters fighting by himself, then Reed's specific skills are exactly what the group needs. Sheath stands there, cheeks puffed in a pout, glaring like the world did her dirty, or maybe she's just mortified she needed the hint. Reed's face lights up with a real smile and she laughs it off. Yeah, she can be a little wild, but then she admits she's genuinely excited to team up and get to work with them. Sheath's mood whips around in a blink and she snatches Reed's hand like it's fate, begging him to come to the party. She pushes the real hook hard. If Reed joins, he'll get training from her master too. Leto, stuck listening from the side, snaps at Sheath to quit treating him like some free bonus item you just throw in. She just brushes off the complaint, lifts her mug, and toasts Leto like this means 2 more members are in the bag. Then Leto snaps her back to reality, flat out warning her she won't find anyone else as good as Reed, and the joy drains right out of her as she turns and asks, "So what am I supposed to do then?" Answering her question about teammates, Leto flashes 3 fingers and slams down his third tip. They've got to start taking joint requests, because the real trick is learning to work with every kind of party. Then the story pivots and we see adventurers bunch up around the quest board, hunting for jobs together. Leto lets the catch land first. When the commission gets split between the parties, they'll take a hit to the reward, but he swears the upside makes the pay cut totally worth it. He breaks it down even more, saying a joint commission is basically a lifeline for missing teammates. One request gets accepted by multiple groups at once so they can team up and combine forces. Reed gets it instantly. When she links up like this, she can suddenly tackle way tougher requests than she'd ever survive alone. Leto jabs a finger upward and she nods like, got it. Then he leans in and agrees, yeah, having 4 people ready on the spot to hit a request as one team is way more efficient. Just when they think that's the end, he flips the script and asks straight up why nobody does that from the very beginning. A shocked gasp escapes her as the truth snaps into place, so she asks, is this because you're checking the members just like you are right now? Now Leto steps in and confirms she's right, saying only the truly tested can earn a permanent spot, and you learn exactly what someone can do by fighting side by side with temporary allies. Then rinse and repeat the joint request until the strongest performers finally lock into a real party. Sheath is all in, praising her master for the genius clenched fist dreamed up, and before anyone can slow down, she declares they've got to rush to the joint request proposals right now. Leto finishes his lesson on joint requests and tells Reed to team up with a bunch of different parties so they can spot their own side's weak spots and the gaps they keep missing. Then Reed nods along, totally buying the logic. Theory's done. Now the whole crew heads straight to the quest board to put it to the test, crowding around that chaotic wall of papers as they hunt, hum, and comb through it for the perfect match. Sheath locks onto the first real lead, points at a group called Yumehari Nizuki, the moon of bowstring, and reads their request, wipe out undead in a forgotten, abandoned cemetery. She snaps to a second option and fires off the question to her master. This time it's Oracle Beads, a party that's recruiting help to hunt down giant mushrooms deep in the woods. Leto weighs his choices and straight up clocks the details. The Moon Group is a rank Idu crew way low level, while Oracle is rank C, and the second he thinks about sneaking in as a newbie, he grimaces because rank C parties don't treat imposters kindly, so he decides to dodge that whole mess. At the reception counter, they choose the Moon of Bowstring, and the staff cheerfully tells them the other side will show up tomorrow at 10 a.m., then she happily locks in that time. The second the logistics are locked in, Sheath's bright smile drops off a cliff. She goes rigid, sweat pouring down her face as a brutal truth crashes into her. She storms away from the counter looking absolutely crushed, whispering that she knew this would happen. Leto slides in to comfort her, saying even the cheapest adventure hotels won't wreck you if she uses them often, but she's clearly flat out broke. Reed catches the conversation and freezes in pure shock, blurting out that they're really planning to sleep out in the fields. Leto instantly clocks the gap between them. Reed's got money and can stay at the inn, but Sheath is basically on her own. Leto isn't letting his apprentice freeze on the streets by herself. He jabs a thumb at his chest and tells Sheath he'll stay out there with her for now. Sheath's whole brain short-circuits, stammering that he's really saying he'll sleep right there with her. Reed goes red with embarrassment and, in total disbelief, covers Sheath's mouth like the whole idea is scandalous. Leto misreads the vibe and snaps into defense, demanding what their problem is and why they're acting like they don't want him around. Sheath immediately panics, flailing her hands and blurting out that's not what she meant at all. Rin takes a breath, then goes and makes her move. She tells the others she's in too, and once she realizes Leto's there, she knows Sheath is safe, so she turns to him and thanks him for protecting her. Leto keeps staring like, "Are you really cool with sleeping in the dirt?" But the healer just smirks and says she's used to it. He shrugs it off, claps out, and leads the whole crew to a spot under a bridge along the canal. The second Leto slips them under the stone archway, he turns it into a full-on lesson, explaining that this exact spot keeps them safe from attacks creeping in from behind or dropping in from above, and Sheath snaps right into student mode, soaking up every tactical detail. Leto rips out a huge sheet and slams it open to make a quick resting spot on the pavement, while Sheath watches, stunned. Leto offers to stand guard first so the girls can finally crash, but both of them cut him off on the spot, snapping that this is training too and refusing to take the easy way out. Leto drops to the ground as Sheath's voice turns mushy. She confesses it feels like she's living in a dream, because just yesterday she didn't even know if she had what it takes to be an adventurer, and now, thanks to her mentor, everything has flipped. She rattles off everything that happened today, buying her own weapons, following Leto's orders to the letter, and finally meeting Reed, like, wow, her brain overloaded all at once. She grins, clutching her staff like it's lifeline, then nods along, couldn't stop herself from blurting out if she's trapped in a dream too. Leto can't sleep, he just lies there under the bridge, staring up, and then his mind starts spiraling into philosophy. Sure, anyone can become an adventurer, but staying one, that's where the real hell begins. He snaps his eyes to the student passed out in sleep, and in his head he admits it, this job runs on luck and fate, and Sheath, yeah, he's convinced she got every bit of it. Then his face darkens as memories of that old party crash back in, Thane and the others, reminding him that luck isn't everything. Sometimes the outcome just refuses to go your way no matter what you do. He tilts his head to the moon, lost in thought about what really makes a path, like something out there always shifts the moment and shapes it into what it becomes. And honestly, it could be a person, a place, or some object, anything at all. Sheath is slumped nearby, fighting to stay awake, and right as her eyelids start to fall, she mutters about meeting the masters, straight up syncing with Leto's own thoughts about the destined run-ins. And with that, the crew finally chills for good, night settles heavy, and the girls drop off to sleep right there on the pavement, leaving the whole street hushed. Time drifts by and Leto jolts awake even though the whole city is still dead quiet. He hums to himself, stares out at the canal, and can't stop wondering what in the world he's doing with his life. Morning breaks and Sheath stumbles outside like a walking zombie, hair a mess, barely dressed. She mumbles a sleepy good morning, but Leto doesn't even spare her a glance as he snaps at her to wash up and throw on real clothes right now. While Sheath gets ready, Leto shoots the breeze with Reed, who's already wide awake, fully dressed and ready to go. Reed asks about Sheath's sleep, and when she says she couldn't shut her eyes, she admits it was because Reed, her cat, apparently was bouncing with way too much excitement and wouldn't stop, keeping her up all night. Then the Sheath snaps back into place, fully transformed, blazing with energy, and right as Leto lets out a defeated sigh, she whips around, waving like crazy, yelling at her master, "What are you doing here this early?" Leto spread the morning plan in front of the girls and told them they'd be training and hunting for items until 10, then they'd finally slow down over breakfast to figure out what matters most, while Sheath kept echoing the words, burning with curiosity about what that most important thing could be. Leto smirks with a cigarette dangling from his fingers and drops the answer like a bomb, then straight up tells everyone it's time to pick a party name. That same morning, Leto is posted at a table inside the tavern, and the girls burst in to announce they've made it back from the procurement mission. Sheath slams her haul on the table first, firing off potions, antidotes, and holy water like trophies, bragging that the grand total lands at 32 dimes, and Leto barely reacts before snapping back to ask how Reed did with the shopping list. The moment the results came in, she stared them down and then crushed it, racking up a total of 2,950 dimes, with a magic potion thrown in for free as a bonus. The results are crystal clear. Leto boldly declares the winner of the challenge, and when he gets called out, Reed grins shyly at the praise while his Sheath slumps as he mutters that he lost. Leto seizes the moment to drill Sheath with a hard lecture on adventurer economics, telling her straight up that in this line of work, nothing matters more than money, so learning how to buy goods cheaper is a skill she'd better master. She lays out her winning strategy and admits she skipped the busy main shops, then hunted the smaller side stores off the main street, the ones run by men. Leto smiles like, that's exactly playing to your strengths. She's still confused, so she presses him, what's the real difference between those places and a normal store? Leto breaks it down fast. Main street shops stay packed with customers, so they never feel pressured to drop prices. At the backstreet private shops, they get barely any foot traffic, so they'll bargain like crazy just to land the sale. Sheath face-planted the table, utterly crushed, and kept apologizing for bombing the challenge, while Leto swooped in to lift her spirits, insisting she shouldn't stay in that funk because 32 dimes is a fair market price for this city. She raises her head, still trying to wrap her mind around what she just heard. She drills the details on the men part of the strategy, but the word icon has her totally lost. Leto keeps it cool as he lays out his first point, saying guys are basically helpless for pretty girls. Then he ends with a loose maybe, and Reed just smiles in the background. The proof is sitting right in front of you. Reed is young, gorgeous, and that irresistible charm is exactly what made the whole strategy hit like a perfect shot. Leto snaps his eyes to Sheath, staring her down like he's judging whether she's got that pretty girl spark. Then silence drags on and he finally looks away and mutters, I guess she's a 2. Reed's eyes light up as she blurts out that they'll use every weapon they've got, and Sheath snaps that Leto's hesitation earlier was horrible, but Leto just shrugs it off and barrels straight into the second thing Sheath wanted to know. The icon. Leto breaks down what those symbols really mean, because you don't slap a religious icon on a storefront for no reason. If a shop shows one, the owner is almost always deeply, unmistakably religious. He keeps talking, saying that because of this piety, folks like Reed, especially the clergy, get spoiled with special treatment and way better prices, and Reed nods, admitting it's real, because back home her own father used to sell firewood to priests at a discount. Home, Leto flashes her a lazy salute and tells her she absolutely crushed it, using that advantage like a pro. Praise hits Reed like a wave and she instantly blushes and clutches her chest as if her heart might escape. Then she admits she only knows all this because she was taught similar tricks before, and she begs Leto earnestly to keep teaching her. Emmy slams down a mountain of food, barking that the Guild Tavern's special breakfast plate and beer are here, then grins and tells everyone to dig in, eat up fast so they can grow big and strong. Nope, she flashes them a wink, pushes them to keep leveling up, then cracks a self-roast while pointing to her own chest and bragging that she got big on this tavern's milk. Sheath gets the moment going the second she snags it, eyes blazing as she declares she's gonna down a ton. Reed nods politely, saying they might need that extra fuel, while Leto just exhales and tells Emmy to quit acting dumb. Breakfast's handled and now Leto says it's time to get serious. They need a party name. Sheath throws her fist up and screams the name should be shouted with pride, but Reed hesitates and asks if they really have to make a big deal out of it. Sheath recoils like that's crazy, yelling that of course they do, and adventurer's honor demands a good name. Reed squirms and admits the truth, being known as an adventurer actually matters. Then Leto lays it out, this party name is the only choice they get to make themselves. After you climb higher ranks, everyone starts slapping nicknames and titles on you without even asking. Sheath's totally zoned out, shoving bread in her mouth and chewing like she owns the place, while Reed stares off in deep thought, asking how they're even going to decide on a name. Leto says loads of groups tack dragon onto their names for good luck, and he explains it's a leftover habit from the days when people actually worshipped dragons. She gulps her food, then fires off an example, Party Ruicaris, the Holy Wolf Dragon, the group's most famous name, before dropping that the leader, Thane, was just recently certified as a hero. Leto nods and points out a wild theory. Those adventurers might have been steered by the Church of the Holy Wolf's war teacher, and he's pretty sure that's exactly where Thane's gotten the name from. She zeroes in on the dragon topic and drops a bombshell. The Holy Wolf Dragon is the real power behind her church. Then she leans in and asks if the hero she mentioned earlier is one of their followers. She glances at Leto with real respect and tells him straight up that only someone with real knowledge could figure out connections like these. Leto quickly looks away, feeling weirdly awkward about the praise, then shrugs and admits he didn't figure it out on his own, he only got that info from someone else. They dive right back into brainstorming and Sheath pitches Hakuryu, the white dragon, then she throws out Ibuki, linking it to breath. Reed lights up at the idea and says in her order, priests treat breath like a sacred blessing. Leto nods and goes with Reed's take, then he starts piecing it together in his mind like it's clicking into place as breath of the dragon. As they talk, she suddenly zones out and her mind snaps back to the past, Kun, the one who cooked up that holy wolf dragon name plus the name Alina, and now she can't stop wondering what they're doing right this second. The choice snaps into place at the table with a loud exclamation like, "This is exactly why we're picking it." Sheath is practically glowing, she flashes a peace sign and declares the party name is finally locked in, and Hakuryu Ibuki, White Dragon's Breath, she's absolutely thrilled with how badass it sounds. She rips the logic apart and rebuilds it into something flawless, Reed's breath concept fused with the legend of the White Dragon from Sheath's home village. With the name locked in, Leto pops up and heads out, telling the girls to go find Yumabaratsuki, while Sheath stares from the bench, totally thrown, and asks if her master really isn't coming with them. Leto takes a hard drag from his cigarette, locks in, and tells them things spiral the second someone who isn't a real party member starts poking their way in, then he reminds the crew he's already run every necessary precaution with them. With the briefing wrapped up, the whole vibe flips on a dime. She shoots her hand up, flashes a huge grin, and tells everyone she's out, then points it out to Leto. She's taking off. But right as they're handling the request, another duo crashes in. One male warrior stares at the paperwork, clocking the joint request, while the woman beside him, bikini armor and all, reads their party name, Breath of the White Dragon, with zero trust in her eyes, then wastes no time roasting them, basically saying, "Let's hope this new group doesn't drag us down." The armored woman Irene keeps firing insults. She rants that she got stuck with a spineless brat and a bitter nun, while the spineless guy in the background sweats and panics, eyes spinning, crying out to Leto that this vicious hostility is nothing like what he ever expected. Reed just stares at the insults with a sharp, annoyed calm, muttering that somehow she always ends up in the wrong place at the wrong time, even in her own head. Meanwhile, Sheath stays in the background, absolutely losing it over the confrontation. Leto watches from the sidelines and clocks the emblem on the new duo's gear, the Moon of Boasting. He freezes, realizing they're valets, and that fact feels wildly out of place for this area. The argument ignites in a heartbeat. Jade whips her head around, livid that anyone would call her vulgar. Then she lashes out at Reed with a cruel personal jab, snapping that the healer should stay just as modest as her tiny chest. Reed refuses to fold, cool as ice. She fires back that breast size doesn't mean a thing, then straight up calls out Irene for having zero decency, and the insult lands so hard Irene erupts into a furious scream, demanding she shut up. Right before fists even hit the air, the male warrior steps in, crosses his arms, and snaps at his partner, calling her Irene, "Let it go. End this argument right here." The tension hangs there like a blade. Reed whips around to Sheath, eyes deadly serious, and says Irene types are their natural enemy, so they're going to collect what they planted. Then off-screen, Irene cuts in with a cold scoff. She's not losing to some backwoods hick like Sheath. The verbal clash keeps raging. Reed won't take those insults lying down, so she fires back and asks if Irene is really the one from that sandy nowhere. It lands hard, and Irene snaps back in a defensive fury, screaming that her homeland isn't just some random country. Right before things turn physical, the male warrior plants himself and barks at Irene to stop, while Sheath, drenched in sweat, clutches Reed and panics, begging them to back off before it all explodes. The tension snaps barely. Irene crosses her arms, turns her face away, and grumbles that she'll let it go, only because her brother told her to. Meanwhile, Reed flips into full victim mode, eyes shut tight, insisting she's completely shaken by the whole mess. Trying to snap everyone out of the awkward tension, Sheath strides in and tells them her alias is *cease****. Then she introduces Reed like it matters, because it does. She admits neither of them has much experience, but she makes one thing crystal clear, that Reed can wield light magic *, and that's a huge deal for this kind of job. The male warrior steps up and says he's a Leo, then straight up confirms that the loud girl, Irene, is his sister. Irene jumps in, saying she's a spear user from Vale, and for once her swagger cracks as she admits, yeah, she doesn't really have much real-world fighting experience. The truce barely holds and Irene instantly scoffs. What's so great about some little light magic? Sheath answers politely, nice to meet you, and Leo follows suit, but Reed hangs in the back, muttering that Irene's seriously just a kid. Next comes the real job. Someone wants the undead wiped out of a busted cemetery deep in the eastern forest. Pure, classic zombie cleanup chaos. Alios points out his plan as they stare across the infested graveyard. He's done with brute force and says the quickest way is to build a real party with a clergyman or healer who can put the undead down for good. Inside the structure, Sheath snaps her head to Reed, worry creeping into her voice as she asks if she can really pull this off. Reed stays completely calm, telling her it'll work as long as she gets enough time to chant her spells. Irene isn't buying the caution for 1 second. She snaps that her magic archery is strong enough to handle it all by itself, and she keeps grumbling that her brother is being way too careful. Leo strides in and calls out his sister's attitude, telling Irene to stop talking like that and laying down the brutal truth. They can't heal themselves, only potions can, and betting a whole dungeon run on a tiny stash is pure suicide. Leo kicks off an inventory check, declares he's loaded with holy water and antidotes, then quizzes the new recruits on what they've got. When they confirm they've got both, he nods once and calls it. They're heading out right now. Sheet tries to whip the group into a happier mood, grinning and yelling that they need to move, but it doesn't land. Leo's stress shows in his face, and in the background Irene and Reed keep glaring at each other like daggers. Clutching her courage together, Sheath tells herself to go for it, then flashes back to Leto, imagining his thumbs up, and that little spark rips fear out of her chest and drives her forward. They hit the forest path and someone whispers that it feels creepy, and Irene snaps back right away, sneering that if anyone's scared, they can turn back and go home. Reed won't let that slide, firing back instantly that she isn't afraid. While Ilios tunes out the whole argument and locks in on the mission, saying the info he has puts the main gate keys in a shed off to the side, so he's grabbing them first, and Sheath nods, agreeing. Iron takes charge and locks in the formation, dead serious. If fighting erupts, she and Ilios slam into the vanguard while Sheath and Reed get pushed back to hold the rearguard. Ilio throws out a sharp caveat about his role. He tells Sheath, think of me as your shield. Then straight up admits he's only built for true one-on-one fights, and Sheath blurts a worried yikes like he's instantly clocked the danger of that limit. Suddenly, Irene's toughness crumbles. She hits the ground, screaming like her life depends on it, panicked beyond words because a tiny rabbit just hopped right up beside her leg and she completely loses it. Reed stared down at her like a verdict, demanding to know how she planned to beat undead monsters when she couldn't even handle a harmless little animal, and Irene, still shaking with fear but desperate to save face, snapped back with a totally useless rant about how she wasn't scared of magic users. As they stroll, Sheath clocks Ilio staring a little too hard right in her face, so she snaps, am I imagining it, or are you really staring? Ilio freezes on the spot, panics and blurts out some shaky, meaningless excuse just to dodge the truth. The whole vibe snaps into something dangerous as Reed yanks the lid off, warning everyone to move with caution, while Irene trudges right beside her, drenched and visibly rattled, like she can't stand a single second of this expedition. They finally reach their stop, the Gravekeeper's house, and the moment they step in, that grim, gated place screams, abandoned at every turn. Irene gapes at the creepy building and blurts out what kind of monster would live here, but Reed snaps at her for being rude. Then Sheath barrels straight for the gate, rattling it hard just to prove it's locked tight. With the main path slammed shut, Alio snaps, then we hunt a key. They creep onto the wooden porch of a nearby shed and start searching. Irene's agitation spikes with every passing second. She snaps that nobody's home, there's not a soul anywhere in sight, and she can't spot a single key. Ilio tries to talk himself out of the emptiness. Maybe the owner just lives somewhere else. Then a sharp clacking snaps through the silence, and Ilio whips his head around on instinct, shouting, what was that? Reed spots something on a nearby table and points it out to the others, pulling everyone's eyes to one specific spot on the wood. A key sits on the table like it owns the place. Then Irene snaps into full panic, stumbling back in terror because she knows key wasn't there a second ago. Even Reed's face twists, horrified like he just confirmed it too. This thing literally appeared out of nowhere. Ilio's shaking like a leaf, totally rattled by the paranormal chaos, but Sheath is focused on one thing, time, because the ghosts can wait. She tells the group to just follow the instructions and wrap the job up fast since she has to be home before nightfall. The crew huddles outside, weapons already in hand, and Ilio steps forward like a leader, nailing down the plan they all swore to follow. Reed steps up, clears her throat with a little ahem to steady herself, then bursts straight into a chant, summoning inner light to pour a pure body blessing into place. As the magic kicks in, Reed breaks down the whole trick to Sheath. She gets a special blessing that purges the undead, so when she strikes while it's active, those monsters can't crawl back to life. Leo's face lit up with relief, saying a cleric really is a must for work like this, and even Irene, who's normally grumbling nonstop, has no choice but to grudgingly admit that having the healer close by isn't so bad. Suddenly, Sheath's eyes snapped wide as she sensed something coming her way. With a snap, the Sheath flips into war mode and she yells at Leo's that the enemies are coming. Leo's doesn't waste a second, instantly hears her warning and braces like he's ready to collide. The threat finally shows its teeth. An armed squad of skeletons surges up to slam down in their path. Reed kicks off another chant, but this one feels off. She starts speaking in poetic riddles about golden waves and swaying scents, then declares she's the harvester of gold, the plunderer of riches. Irene steps in, bow in hand, grinning with confidence. She tells everyone she's taking out the 3 skeletons in the back, and she won't let anyone touch those targets but her. The skeletons shrieked like nightmares made flesh and stormed straight into the party. Irene storms forward to cash in on her promise, yanks her brag back into her grip, and starts chanting, begging the lonely moon to shape itself into savage scales that eat fire alive. And then, as she lets it loose, she unleashes her technique. Flame Lizard. The attack streaks in perfectly, rips through the graveyard, and slams the ground with a surge of magic, shattering the earth and blasting debris flying around the tombstones. It's a clean, brutal hit. Those skeletons get caught in the explosion and obliterated as the black energy slashes rip them apart, leaving them to fall with silent screams. She stares at the screen with eyes blazing, blurting out that it was incredible, totally stunned by that raw, overwhelming power. Leo stays sharp as he fills them in, saying Irene's magic bow hits like a truck with insane range, but every shot guzzles magical energy, so she can't just fire off arrows nonstop. With the danger crushed for the moment, Reed finally exhales and checks the area herself, confirming they've purified the space around them for now. She keeps pouring out her holy power, standing in the radiant glow of her magic as she roars a prayer to burn away corruption and bring the pure land back to life. As the lights dim, Reed blurts out a quick status update, thinking she's only got a few more spots left to finish the job when the Leos swivel toward her and ask, "Can you purify the whole area at once? Save us the time." Irene glances at Reed, her whole mood flipping in an instant, and she straight up admits the healer is seriously skilled. The beams shoot straight back at her and she blurts to Irene that she's incredible too, because she's never seen anyone launch magic from a bow like that. Seeing Sheath lay there next, power and all, makes Sheath feel totally useless. With nerves screaming in her chest, she asks if she and Leo's are even needed. Leo's instantly shuts it down, telling her, "No, don't say that." Reed lunges in to calm her down too. She snaps at Sheath, asking what she means, and then explains it plain. She only managed that spell because Sheath gave her the time to chant in the first place. Irene isn't buying any pity party. She waves everyone forward, yells that they're going deeper inside, and pushes hard to get this request cleared ASAP. As they regroup, Reed lays out the plan fast. She admits she can't keep purifying and blessing like that nonstop, so after this, she's jumping into the physical fight. Irene nods and chimes in too, saying she can't keep firing that many magic arrows back to back either. The moment she hears they really need her, her spirits shoot up, and she nods, fully locked in, telling them to take the enemies out one by one and never let their guard drop. They push deeper into the graveyard and Irene spots danger instantly. She yells that enemies are still lurking deep inside and Reed backs her up, saying he sees them just as clearly. Irene locks eyes straight ahead, face set in seriousness. She tries to bring up something else, then abruptly cuts herself off. Meanwhile, back in the tavern, Emmy strides up and plunks down 2 fresh mugs of beer, then smirks and points out the kids are gone, teasing Leto about whether he's feeling lonely now. Leto swats the comment away, muttering that he's not some kid, then asks about her shift, only for Emmy to grin, plop onto the bench beside him, and declare, right then and there, that her break starts now. Leto snatches his drink, admits Emmy totally played him this time, and when she bats her eyes and acts clueless, he spells it out. He's talking about the whole trap she just set. Emmy flashes a grin at Leto and points it out. Yeah, he's been grumbling, but it was him who actually stepped up and decided to take a disciple in the first place. She demands to know where he got his intel, and Leto finally cracks. He didn't guess at all. He poked around and investigated last night. Leto's face tightens and his eyes narrow, then he dodges the topic. grimly pointing out that the death rate for rookie adventurers has been climbing lately. Emmy straight up agrees he's right, then casually drops this. Every guy who confesses to her all the time seems to vanish the very next day. And somehow, it's not even vague, it's way too specific to ignore. Leto shuts down the confession and keeps his eyes forward. He sinks onto the bench, stewing as he realizes the whole adventurer management situation has been getting sloppy and careless lately. Emily refuses to let him sink into his brooding. She pokes him in the back while she swings her legs, laughing that he's secretly freaking out about the kids, even though he keeps pretending it's not the guild bothering him. Leto flicks a cigarette to life and plays it cool, but inside he's spiraling, wondering if Sheath and the others are really okay, while he calmly tells everyone the mission's all on their skills now. He sprints through every detail in his head, like if this is only undead hunting in the town's abandoned cemetery and they've got that solid party line with a vanguard and rearguard, then surely their current skills should steamroll it until Emmy freezes, brows knit in confusion. She bluntly asks if this is really the exact request they signed up for. Leto catches the change in her voice and snaps, "What's happening?" Emmy rattles off the listing details, and then she's talking about undead hunting in that abandoned cemetery. She says it was supposed to be a routine rookie mission, but her tone makes it feel like that place is hiding something far worse than anyone's letting on. Emmy snaps and shuts him down on the spot, saying his info is ancient, like over 10 years old, and then she reveals the truth. Every cemetery in town was purified just 2 years ago under the former mayor's policy. That slam hits Leto like a brick. If the town cemeteries are spotless, then the spot where Sheath and the others vanished wasn't the one they believed. Now he's panicking, trying to figure out which abandoned cemetery the whole crew raced into. Right then, Emmy snaps back and blurts, "Ah," then tells him she's heard there's an old cemetery deep in the southern forest. Leto shoots the question right away, "Any residents living around here?" And Emmy immediately shakes her head, dead sure nobody's out there. Leto squints, smoke curling from his cigarette, and the math just doesn't work, so he blurts out the obvious question. If nobody lives there, who the hell ordered an undead hunt at a totally abandoned cemetery? He tries to talk himself down with guild rules, telling himself the guild usually digs into every detail before they slap a rank on a quest, so it has to be correct, right? Not yet. Emmy folds her arms, leans in, and asks if he's heard the latest news, like she's about to unload the biggest rumors of all on him. She leans in and tells him the rumors spreading fast. New adventurers are suddenly in demand in the underworld, and then she adds that demons have been popping up all over town lately. Leto's face hardens as the meaning hits him, 2 pieces of intel and both are pure trouble. Then it clicks in his head. If the underworld demand is rising, rookie adventurers get snapped up and sold for a crazy high price. M.E. notices Leto going silent and asks what's wrong, and Leto finally admits he's been thinking about a fake request, straight-up bait meant to yank rookies into a trap, and the idea lands like a nightmare. It's horrifyingly real. Leto slumped at the table, totally spiraling, grabbing his forehead and snapping curses like, "I should have checked the details, I should have seen this sooner." He starts snapping the pieces together and it hits him. If that request is fake, someone's hiding a real goal behind it. Then he studies the surge of adventurers flocking to the underworld and the fresh wave of demon sightings. Then it clicks. Leto's eyes snap sharp as he realizes they're hunting rookies, wiping out new adventurers before they can ever get strong. He figures the real fear isn't the body count, it's the freaks who can actually butcher monsters, and that's why the deadliest threat to them is the adventurers, so they're cutting them down before they ever get started. Emmy clings to his logic, linking it to the deadly spike among fresh adventurers, and then she blurts out, "So you're saying it's really the demon's fault?" Leto jabs her finger in the air and declares, "You've got it." Then she spells it out, if a human who worships the Demon King slips a fake request into the system, the guild can't sniff out the lie. Out there in that abandoned cemetery deep in the forest, Leto grins like she's found the perfect ambush. Leto jolts up from the table, startling Emmy to her feet, and she stares at him, demanding, "So what are you gonna do next?" He turns to go, tells her he doesn't care what they call him, overprotective, fine, and then he storms after them. The story snaps to the ambush spot, an eerie graveyard on a hill, dead silent except for crows perched on crooked crosses. A horned male demon steps up with a swagger, and as he locks eyes with his partner, Grim, he growls that he can smell humans nearby, no doubt about it. Grim, a horned female demon, stays icy calm and says she just felt a surge of cleansing light earlier, so she's sure there's a solid priest in the mix, even if the rest is a total blur of. The group's guard looks totally lost, demanding why no one actually filed a newbie request, while Grim stares down at the graveyard, realizing these humans don't look like rookies at all, so this is the perfect chance to dig in and investigate. She taps her chin like she's sizing up the squad, and you can tell she thinks they're bored. Zipping through weak zombies and skeletons has to get old fast. With a sly grin, she decides it's time to spice things up, and she pushes for a tougher target just to see how they'll react. Her eyes go razor sharp as she stresses they've got to size up these intruders for real, how strong they actually are. Down on the ground, the party keeps the line with everything they've got. Leo roars that he'll take the zombies head-on, shield first, holding the front steady. Sheath slips in behind him, smirking that she's stepping into the chaos too because her attacks can reach targets from safety. The zombie darts in with a brutal lunge, claws flaring, but Leo's already set. He slams his shield up and smashes the strike aside with a bone-jarring impact. He doesn't waste a second. Right from the opening, Leo drives his weapon forward and spears the zombie through the chest in one ruthless, clean thrust. Back in the graveyard, Reed digs in and won't budge as the undead horde barrels toward her. While the fighters clash nearby, she studies their advance with a weirdly calm, unshakable stare. She's not just watching. Reed lunges forward and drives her staff straight into the zombie's face, blasting it with a burst of magic that erupts black gore and keeps it flying. Meanwhile, Sheath and Irene are going at it, screaming about who gets to kill what. Sheath yells that the skeletons are hers, but Irene fires back instantly, ordering her to stay out of the way and stop trying to hold her back. With pride on the line, Sheath barrels straight at the cloaked skeleton, gripping her heavy sword tight as she winds up for a crushing hit. She swings for the strike but misses clean. Her blade slams into the rocky ground instead of the enemy, gets jammed, and leaves her guard totally exposed. The skeleton pounces on that opening, and Irene realizes the disaster unfolding right beside her. Irene bursts in screaming at Sheath to get her head in the game, calling her an idiot for messing up so badly, and Sheath turns betrayed, stammering out a frantic apology as she scrambles to fix it. Irene storms in and slashes the skeleton's ribcage, but her blade skitters off like it's hitting stone. She realizes she barely scratched it, and her teeth grind with fury at how these just bones are somehow this tough. The skeleton hurls a monstrous overhead swing with Irene right in its path, and before she can even brace, Irene clocks the danger, screaming her name as the world feels like it's about to crush her. In the last heartbeat, Sheath rockets back into the fight and slams her heavy weapon in front of the skeleton's strike. Blam! Sparks scream into the air as she holds the line, and Irene exhales in relief, thanking her for the save. They snap back into formation fast, and Irene checks on Sheath before pointing out there's only one enemy left. Then Irene declares she'll lock down the defense to pull the skeleton's focus, setting Sheath up to finish it. She doesn't waste time. Rapid parries crash down on every skeleton hit, carving out the opening Sheath needs. With the danger cut down right then and there, Leo regroups with Sheath and shouts that they've wiped out their foes on this side too. He fires up the team, barking orders to keep their eyes sharp, just in case. Then he swings around and tells her to run another purification on the spot. She nods immediately and starts. Just as she's about to cast, both Freeze, Reed, and Sheath snap into place, their eyes exploding with shock as they feel the atmosphere twist into something colossal. The earth erupts beneath their feet, shaking the whole party to the bone and catching everyone off guard as they scramble, panicking, to figure out what just slammed into them. Irene instantly spirals into panic, blurting again and again that this is nightmare fuel, and she spots the quake for what it is, an actual magical tremor, while Reed just stands there ghost white, muttering that something like this can't possibly be real. Reed starts unraveling the logic, saying that the tremor-looking quake is born from a spell dumping way too much magic power at once, and that for a human, generating that kind of energy is basically impossible. She adds that among the undead, only a wraith can even tap into magic. Even then, she swears that no wraith should ever shake things this hard, because the magic behind this is way beyond anything she's seen, off the charts. She doesn't sit around for some boring academic debate. She snaps, screams at everyone to clear out right now, and throws out her master's advice like a command, reciting Leto's golden rule on the spot. When something unexpected hits, you don't fight, you bolt. A wall of black energy explodes around them, snapping off their getaway. Someone yells for the whole group to stay locked together as the darkness swallows everything. The four adventurers get shoved into a crushing circle, with no way out, caught dead inside the eye of a raging dark magic vortex. Leos is sweating buckets, spinning around like crazy, yelling, "What the hell is going on?" Irene shrieks that she has no clue until a voice blasts out a warning that something is charging straight for them. From the choking dark smoke, a towering skeleton warrior lunges into view. Every inch of it roars with raging flames, wrapped in brutal, heavy armor like a walking apocalypse. The whole group locks up for a heartbeat. Leo's eyes snap to the monster as his mind scrambles to understand it. He blurts that it looks undead, but he's clearly lost. Reed stares right back, even more shaken, because she's never heard of an undead that's literally blazing with fire. Irene snaps out first. She screams that she doesn't care what it is, then whips out her sword and declares the truth. They're trapped with no way out, so they either cut it down or they're done. Leo strides up to the front line, clamps his shield tight, and snaps a warning to the others. He doesn't know the enemy's full power, but that flaming sword in its grip is pure danger. Reed clocks the plan right away. She tells the team she's got it, but warns that her usual defensive blessings won't hold much weight here, so she pivots on the spot and blasts the monster head-on with light magic. Sheath snaps into the realization that she's outmatched, then tells Reed, "Don't worry, we'll buy me the time to cast." She knows her magical bow won't scratch that blazing skeleton, so she swears they need a real distraction. Irene fires up the squad, screaming for everyone to move because there's no retreat now. They have to win this fight to live. While the others crash into the enemy, Reed starts a high-level incantation, and Sheath begins her own chant, pouring out the fallen heaven's chalice and blending the golden moon with silver stars. Magic whips around her as the verse surges, and she declares herself the Golden Reaper, the arbitrator of sin. That flaming skeleton warrior won't back down for a second. It lets out a silent roar as the fire around its body surges hotter and hotter. It smashes straight into Leo, and the hit lands like a punch to the gut. He groans through the strain as his shield finally splinters from the impact. The monster hits back at once with a brutal horizontal swing, its blades screaming through the air, blasting heat and force straight toward Sheath and Leo. Sheath snaps that the enemy's reach is absurdly long, and Leo fires back that the heat blasting off that thing is turning into a full-blown problem. Even Irene can't find a crack in his defense. She leaps back to dodge his strike, beads of sweat flying as she admits, through gritted teeth, that this guy is brutally tough. Leo steps up with his battered shield, fires off a promise to the team, and declares he'll somehow take the front line from here. But Sheath is starting to panic. She stands in the back, trembling with terror, convinced they're all going to die if this keeps going, and all she can think about is running for her life to escape the suffocating heat. She clamps her eyes shut and forces the fear back by zeroing in on one sharp memory of her master. In a flashback, Leto casually puffs on a cigarette as he teaches her, telling her to stop obsessing over that one weapon. It's only a tool to cut down enemies, nothing more. He urges her to think, and if it won't work on a particular foe, she better be ready to toss it aside without hesitation. Even though it's over, Leto's voice still haunts her. He's telling her to find a way out and keep her view wide while she watches the chaos explode from the backline. She stares at the terrain and it clicks instantly. Then she yells that she's found the perfect way to pull this off with what's right there nearby. Irene clocks Sheath fiddling with her weapon handle, then her temper detonates. She screams at Sheath and demands to know what she thinks she's doing in the middle of the fight. She mutes the shouting with a cold glare, snatches a heavy rock off the ground in a flash, cinches it tight to the end of her wire, and declares her prep is finally finished. Done. Meanwhile, Irene is losing it, panicking while she snaps at Sheath that this is absolutely not the moment to mess around with rocks when they're trying to survive. She ignores every word of criticism, then blasts out a battle cry and whips her modified flail right into the flaming skeleton's face, smashing hard enough to make the monster stumble back. Sheath stares at her masterpiece and explodes with joy because she nailed it, and Irene's jaw drops. She's shocked by the wild improv and even admits Sheath is seriously impressive. Using the opening the Sheath gave him, Leo surged forward, roaring at the skeleton to lock its gaze on him and yank the aggro right back onto the tank. Then he backed up the taunt by smashing the shield's edge into the distracted skeleton's body. Suddenly, beams of light tear through the skeleton's armor and Leo's eyes flare as she realizes the tide's turning. Then she screams that they can actually pull this off. Her reeds blaze with light. She yanks her side staff up high and screams an incantation about rings of shining light that crush evil, then unleashes her magic, the funeral spear. That spell lands with a thunderclap. Reed screams for the team to move now as her funeral spear drives straight into the armored skeleton, blasting it apart with pure light. The blast hits like a hammer. Elios slams his shield forward, screams as the shockwave pounds him, and he fights tooth and nail just to stay standing. She doesn't waste a second. She barrels forward, launches into the air screaming her battle cry, and slams her improvised weapon down for the final, finishing strike. She hurls her whole weight into the strike, screaming like her life depends on it. Then the axe slams through the armor, and the skeleton's final groan cuts off as it crumbles into dust. The dust finally drifts away, and the crew snaps to it. They actually won. Irene erupts, throwing her hands up and screaming in pure joy, while Elios fires up too, pumping the team with, "That was incredible because you pulled it off." Reed isn't celebrating yet. Her smile drops the second she feels something lurking nearby, and she snaps that there's still someone out there and asks if someone's fighting. Reading fires a question at Sheath, begging to know what's got her reacting like this, but Sheath wastes no time. She bolts from the group straight for the new threat, and poor Reed is left shouting her name, totally baffled. Sheath storms up to the scene and just stops dead in her tracks, stunned. She blurts, "Master," like the word might shatter. Right there, it's Leto, locked in a brutal blade clash with the female demon, Grim. Sheath can barely even speak. Her words tumble and stammer as her mind finally catches up to what she's seeing. We cut back to moments before Sheath arrived. Grim stood between the grave markers, silently watching his flaming night puppet work its magic from afar. Grim's one-horned demon guard partner bursts in with a warning, snapping that they're coming, making it clear her spot is no longer safe. The fight between Leto and the demons is heating up fast. One-horned demon guard winds up and slams a massive swing that forces Leto to skid back on his feet, and when he regains his stance, he snaps his tongue in irritation, fully realizing this is going to be a brutal fight. Grim, the female demon, whips her gaze toward where Sheath and Reed are hiding. Clearly stunned, she swears she didn't spot a single ally nearby until right now, while Guard keeps staring at the clash and snaps at her to never drop her guard. Grim starts digging into what's happening, and she's sure it's concealment magic that kept everyone hidden, because getting a spell like that to work is tough even for humans. Guard locks onto Leto, stares him down, and snaps, "Are you really alone, or is there another twist hiding in the shadows?" Leto knows he has to keep the heat off Sheath and Reed, so he flashes a cocky smirk and flat-out lies to the demon, claiming he has 0 allies. Grim doesn't even blink. She waves like it's no big deal and tells Guard, "I'm handing Leto to you." Then she decides she'd rather go play with the cute ones she just spotted. Before Leto can even raise her guard, the massive demon hammers his sword down with brutal force, and she has to throw herself into a desperate dive to the side or get completely flattened. Leto snaps back in an instant, grips his blade, and slams a white pillar forward to bite down as he fires off a spell called Frostbite. Then he jams his sword into the ground, and jagged ice spikes burst out, charging straight for the demons at full speed. Grim stares at the attack rolling in, and her eyes blaze with thrill. She calls it amazing, looks fully wowed, then she just thrusts out her hand and breathes, "Extinguish," and the massive ice magic disappears into nothing like it never even existed. Leto doesn't let the failure of his ice magic slow him down. He immediately shifts gears, closing the distance with his sword drawn, ready to strike Grim directly while she's still reacting. Grim's eyes flare wide as she clocks where he's staring, because he isn't just hacking at the air, he's hunting with purpose, targeting the jewel lodged in her chest. Leto clamps down on the attack, lunging his blade forward with a move he calls the last nail, aiming to punch straight through her core in a single, decisive shot. But he doesn't even get the chance. Guard barrels in with a savage grunt, swinging his giant stone sword to slam into Leto and crush him. Leto barely slips back in time to dodge the hit, and instead of swinging again, Grim breaks into excited applause. "Nice, nice," shouting that Leto is seriously amazing, like she's cheering at a sports match instead of a death battle. Guard rips his weapon free from the shattered ground as Leto touches down safely from afar, then whips his gaze back to those two demons. Leto clicks his tongue, sweat pouring down his face, and admits to himself that the gap in their moves and raw power is just too brutal to close. Grim spots something wild. She yells that Leto clearly cares a lot about the kids crouched nearby, then she snaps at Guard to stop pulling his punches and unleash everything. But Guard shoots back that the body he's using can't survive that kind of power. Grim doesn't care about the consequences. She leans forward, flashes a dark smile, points ahead and tells him it's fine, shrugging off their life-or-death fight like it's nothing but a game. Guard clicks his tongue and gets ready to jump in, then Leto watches their exchange and a sudden shock slams into him. He freezes, stares in disbelief, and blurts out, "Wait, are you the smoldering vanguard?" Grim doesn't even look bothered when Leto pins down her real identity. She just stares at him, eyes bright with curiosity, and asks how he knows that exact term. Leto won't stop talking. He keeps laying out everything he knows to lock in his suspicions, saying he's figured out who they really are. The hardline faction among the demon kin, the so-called firebrands everyone's always talking about. He digs deeper into the hierarchy and reveals that inside that faction there's a special ops unit built for one mission, protecting humanity, called the Smoldering Vanguard. Leto watches their faces, grins like he nailed it, and figures he hit the bullseye. Only a crew as high-level as theirs would haul themselves out to some remote place like this. The big guy's vibe flips fast. Guard whips his head to his partner and warns Grim that this man knows too much to let live. Leto snaps the last pieces together, realizing their faces line up with the witness reports he dug up. Then he points the finger and calls them the ones who cooked up the fake request to bait adventurers straight into a trap. Grim sizes him up with sharp interest, then barks, "Old man," and demands to know who he really is. Like, is he some kind of hero or what? She leans in and tells him his fighting style is nothing like a regular human. Then she points out that mixing magic with swordsmanship makes him move like a full-on demon. Leto keeps teasing her little comparison between heroes and demons with a smug grin, and then he shuts it down quick. He just says he's only the mentor. The demons are baffled at how little intel they're getting, so Grim starts grilling himself about what the Arachne unit is even up to, while Guard swears he's never heard a damn thing about a human who fights like this. Grim then asks if Arachne is the intelligence unit Leto mentioned, and Leto admits this is his first time meeting demons head-on, but since they're talking, he pushes, asking Arachne to tell him their objective. Grim makes Koi repeat "objective" over and over, and she plays dumb like she can't possibly know what he's talking about. She launches into their plan, saying experienced adventurers are the real nightmare, and when you clash with their parties, demons end up paying the price, casualties and all. And she decides if we cut down the rookies first, we'll take way less damage on our side. Grim confirms the Smoldering Vanguard is going for that exact goal, and she claps with a bright grin, praising it as cost-effective, because she wants to snuff the threat early before it ever has a chance to grow. Leto isn't buying her logic for a second. He scoffs, then shuts her down straight. He's not letting them do that. Grim shoots him a smirk while she stands beside the guard, then asks if he truly believes he can pull off a win in a 2-on-1 fight against both of them. Leto rips his sword free and barks his own question. He wants to know if they finally understood why he'd been chatting so slow and easy. Then Leto suddenly snaps at his team, shouting for them to stay locked in and focus on giving support. Grim and Guard stared in stunned silence as they finally clocked it. He wasn't fighting at all. He was buying time for his allies to get ready, and they'd missed it. Leto bursts into attack mode, yanking the white pillar into a perfect opening so his blade can rip a clean arc through the air. Then he unleashes a technique he calls Full Moon. Leto rockets out of the sky, finishing the attack he'd been charging, then drives his sword straight into the ground with a monstrous slam. Grim clocks the attack the second it starts. She jabs a finger and screams for the guards that it's a bluff, and that giant demon snaps to it right away. Leto drops down and hits the ground on his feet, locked onto them, and the guard doesn't even blink. He lunges in and swings that massive sword across with a thunderous roar, aiming to carve Leto's head off. But Leto stays razor-focused and slams a skill called **attract**, yanking the demon's attention so they can only fixate on him. Steel screams as the weapons smash together with a brutal thud. Leto snaps his smaller sword up to block the giant blade, and the monster's guard gets thrown off in the worst way. Guard braces himself, holding the monster's weapon back with sheer force, while Leto grips the fight, standing his ground like he'll break before he budges. Guard gapes at the human and admits it's downright terrifying. Grim watches from the sidelines and all the pieces finally click. She tells Leto he had to know the flame core was the weak spot from the very beginning. She doesn't just stare, she blasts him with a giant black spike, and Leto whips out of the way at the last second, watching it slam into the ground where he stood. With the demons clinging to his trail, Leto snarls over his shoulder at the party, "Hurry up, finish this fight," while he throws himself into the fray to hold the enemy's attention. Grim looks downright thrilled as she rises in the air, then turns the heat up. She announces she'll pull out 4 spikes this time and slams a technique called ***nail** into place. Grim isn't backing down, she fixes them with a stare and cuts in fast, saying she's not falling for that same trick twice. Irene lunges with a ranged arrow to catch him off guard, but Grim just nonchalantly swats the projectile out of the air with her hand, leaving Irene utterly stunned that it was that easy to deflect, while Sheath panics and screams for her master. Grim won't back down, she hurls a colossal black construct at them and someone blurts out a stammering "what?" because the attack is just too huge to process. Leto steps up to tank the hit, gritting his teeth and yelling that he'll block it. But Grim just smiles and decides to pile on the pressure, announcing that she's sending one more shot his way. That's when Reed steps in. She strides forward with a fierce, determined stare and declares, "No, you don't get to do whatever you want." Grim actually freezes for a second, eyes wide. She looks genuinely impressed as she says she never believed they could beat Flame Iron, and then she admits this party is honestly pretty damn good. Irene's still on her feet, battered and furious, snapping at the enemy as she rages that they're the reason she's covered in burns now. Reed proves she's the real deal by snapping up a magical barrier that slams back the dark spikes, shielding the whole team from the next follow-up attack. Leto locks onto the opening he's been waiting for, and he screams over to Sheath that it's the finale, aims straight at the gem on the enemy's chest. Grim clocks the writing on the wall, or maybe her heart just checks out, then lets out a weary sigh, says she wanted to play a bit longer, and finally pulls back, deciding that's all for now. She doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat. Following Leto's command, she hoists her axe overhead and slams it down with a brutal yell, aiming right for the gem on Grim's chest. The strike slices through pure air right as the blade is about to connect. Grim smirks, slips out of sight, and the axe whips straight through her vanishing form. Grim's face crumbles into a swirl of black mist, and with one last message, "I want to meet you again," she vanishes for good, leaving Sheath alone as the dust finally settles. Sheath snaps around, screaming "Master," in full panic, but Leto just freezes and glares at the empty spot where the demon vanished. Then he demands what in the world just happened, completely thrown off by its bizarre escape. The fight's finally done, and the whole crew, Leto, Sheath, Reed, Irene, and Elio, stands frozen in the aftermath, their silhouettes cut against the sky. Meanwhile, in a whole different place, Guard returned to a library-looking room, replaying that battle in his head and muttering that he can't believe mere humans brought him down, even if they fought with astral forms. He even admits he'd love to face them head-on one day. Staring into those black void portals, they ask if they truly went silent, then Grim slams him with the truth. They didn't lose it all, it was a massive harvest. Grim's practically glowing, telling the guard, "See, I've been saying it all along, humans are incredible." Her thoughts slam right back into that fight, and she can't stop thinking about Leto, watching him fire off magic that tore into demons without a shred of hesitation. She keeps praising him, saying his sword skills are sharp enough to block blows from both her and Guard at once, and then she seals it with one truth: the human is the real deal, genuinely strong. Back in the demon library, Guard's panic is starting to boil over. He's asking what the firebrands are going to say when they learn the mission failed, muttering that if he keeps his mouth shut he might skate by, but the whole time he can't shake one fear. It happens to his father. Pressure crushes him, sweat erupts as he blurts out that if the Demon King asks him straight up what happened, he won't even be able to lie physically. Grim, though, totally unbothered, she casually flips a page in her book and tells him the whole trick is making sure they're never questioned in the first place. Then she shuts down his worries flat and snaps him to stop messing around so much. Back in the city, Leto came flying through the streets, moving like this was no ordinary run, it was a serious mission. The truth about the battle finally explodes, and it's brutal. The whole mission was a fake trap cooked up by demons just to hunt down rookie adventurers. The shock hits the entire Adventurers Guild, and everyone in Gadiz goes completely numb. Even with fear gripping the city, the party's name rockets to the top. Sheath's crew, made up of Irene, Elio's Reed, and Sheath herself, blasts into the spotlight fast because they were the ones who crushed the demon attack so brilliantly. You can't even step outside without someone blabbering about them. One adventurer raves about their wild weapons, another can't stop obsessing over the Moonbow girls and how they flash the Veil tribe outfits, and a third guy just openly admits he's jealous of the shield user for landing an entire squad of cute girls. Meanwhile, Leto, playing the Shadow Master, scrambles to keep everything from spiraling after he reports the mess to the guild, barking strict orders. Lay low, don't take a single request, stay locked together as a four-man pack, and above all, don't draw a single eye. But Irene isn't the kind to take orders. She snaps back, shouting that she won't obey some old man she doesn't even know, and with Leto's warnings ignored, she charges ahead and does things her own way. The real reason she snaps is crystal clear. She's done with the stares and the whispers wherever she goes, sick to death of being the alleyway gossip everyone can't stop talking about. Even after Irene's huge dramatic exit earlier, she didn't stay gone for long. Before a day is even over, she swallows her pride and slips right back into Sheath's group. Later on, the entire squad crowds around a tavern table, all of them absolutely wrecked, while Irene faceplants the wood, completely fried and done. From her slumped position, Iron groans that the second they finally group up, people won't stop shoving invites in their faces, and Reed, just as exhausted, backs her up. I've been hit with requests from other parties at least 10 times today alone. Sheath can't shake something nagging at her, so she lets out a heavy sigh and tells the table the truth. This huge win wasn't really theirs at all, because Leto did the hard work and carried everything. Elios hammers morale back into the group, then leans in and tells Sheath not to trash herself, because she's the one who landed the final blow on one of those demons. She snaps, admitting he's right, then her thoughts dart off like a runaway fire and she cranes her neck and blurts, "Where the heck did my master go?" Reed tells her Leto is probably handling something crucial, so they're stuck trusting him and waiting it out. Sheath nods like she gets it, but impatience is eating her alive because she just wants to jump in and take that request. Suddenly, Irene jerks back to life and shoots upright from the table, then blazes out that they've finally got real money now, so they're booking a nice place to crash tonight because she's dying to sleep in an actual bed for once. No one hesitates. Reed and Elios shoot back an aggressive nod like they've just struck gold. Sheath snaps into it, remembering their bridge camping training that went horribly wrong. Creepy stalker trailed them and nearly attacked the girls while they slept. So yeah, she's done risking it. They're trading plans when a guild staffer in crisp uniform and glasses slides up to their table, addresses both sides with their official registered titles, Breath of the White Dragon and Moonbow, and asks for a moment with them. Sheath snapped her gaze up, startled by the sudden interruption, and demanded to know what they wanted. Then the woman cut right to it. The Adventurers Guild branch manager himself requested them, and she'd been sent to escort the whole party straight to his office. Her sword sheath locks up for a second and she blurts out the branch manager's title again with a baffled stare, like, "Wait, who is he?" From the boonies, Sheath honestly has no idea who that is, so she asks if he's a big deal. One of the others has to step in and explain that he's basically the top boss of the guild right here in town. The moment it clicks that this is serious, Sheath leans in and demands to know what's going on. The staffer dodged the question with a polite smile, saying the best move is to hear the details straight from the man himself, then waved them over like, "Come on, follow me." Still, the group clocks the truth fast. They don't really get a choice. Someone blurts out that you can't just dodge a summons like this, and even Leo nods along. Then the staff member fires off one more rule: she'll make them keep their weapons on hand for the whole meeting. No point arguing, they all stand and fall in line behind her. They get herded out of the tavern area and straight into the guild's admin wing, where a room packed with filing cabinets and non-stop clerks greets them. Rounding the corridor, Sheath's eyes light up. This is her first peek at the guild's inner workings, and she can't stop staring at the stacks of files until someone blurts out how insane the paperwork is just to keep the place running, and the guide steers them straight toward the stairs. At the end of the hall, the staff member slams to a stop before a massive wooden door like, "We've arrived." The guild secretary swings it open, waves the whole group inside, and tells them the branch manager is already waiting. The whole crew nods along with her orders, then one of them grabs the knob, twists it, and bursts into the office announcing who they are. As they stride inside, Reed suddenly snaps back to some advice she once got: trust her master. The second she peeks inside, her eyes bulge with shock. The office is insanely fancy, but that's not even the real shock. Right there on the center sofa, the man sits like he's glowing with pure sparkles, and the whole room feels like it's about to explode. Reed's completely stunned. She can barely squeeze out a greeting, and right beside her, Sheath rubs her eyes and groans that the guy is so insanely shiny she can't even stare at him. The man doesn't even flinch at their reaction. He beams a massive, friendly grin and blurts out, "Hero-kun," right away, then waves them over to sit and introduces himself as Henry Arnaud, the boss of the Gaddis Branch Adventurers Guild. Getting down to business, Sheath steps up first and launches right into it. She introduces herself as Sheath from the Breath of the White Dragon Party, then proudly reveals Reed as her fellow member. Reed flashes Henry a respectful bow, then a Leo steps up, introduces himself as a Moonbow member, and gestures to the woman at his side, revealing her as his sister, Irene. Henry's eyes snap straight to Irene the second he sees her. He takes in her daring outfit and exposed skin, lets out a quiet wow, and immediately knows she has to be from the Vale tribe. Sheath drops the small talk immediately, squares up to Henry, and asks him straight out what he came here to talk about. Henry just laughs it off, waving it away like it's nothing, and tells her they don't need to rush into business. Then he leans in with a welcoming gesture and pushes them to spill the story, starting with their recent heroics. She realizes she can't afford to refuse, so she nods and plays along with his request, and the whole crew crowds onto the sofa across from him, braced to deliver their report. The group relived the fight, saying they smacked down a fiery skeleton that just appeared out of nowhere, then landed the final blow on a demon, and Henry couldn't hide it, praising their insane martial skill after only 2 days together. They party hard, but they keep their feet on the ground, insisting it was pure luck, like if that one guy hadn't shown up by chance, they'd all be done for. Then they finally admit the truth. He was the only one left standing, while everyone else got wiped out. Henry's mind flashes back to the rumor, some mystery helper. He whips around to his secretary, calls her Diaz, and demands the man's name. Diaz scans her notes and tells him she heard it straight from others. Guy used to be an adventurer, and his name was John Doe. John Doe. Henry scoffs on the spot, snaps that it's clearly a fake name, and pushes for what happened next. Diaz readjusts her glasses, shoots out a quick apology, and admits she had her people trailing the man until he slipped away and shook them off, leaving her with no trail. Henry clicks his tongue in pure annoyance, leans back, and grumbles that this is exactly why he can't trust anyone from headquarters. Then he snaps at Diaz, saying that after all that fanfare, he expects her to finally do her job right. Henry snaps his attention back from scolding his assistant and locks onto the adventurers, especially Sheath, checking that she's really who she says she is. Sheath gives a clear reply, she's listening. Henry leans in, presses hard, and asks the group point-blank if anyone has the faintest idea where John could have gone. She stays stone-cold with a straight face and just shrugs, saying she has no idea. Henry isn't buying it yet. Slumping back on the sofa, he flips through reports claiming the two of them were spotted talking to John right before they went for the request. Leto cuts in to clear the air, saying they actually met that guy 2 days ago, and yesterday was just a weird coincidence when they ran into him again, nothing more than that. Leo backs it up, saying their first run-in happened right at the graveyard, while Irene shoots back with a defensive shout that she knows nothing at all. Henry pauses for a beat, then his eyes sharpen. Everything clicks because their story matches the tavern server's testimony. He nods and buys their alibi. Then he snaps the focus back, shifting gears fast. It's time to hit the real reason for this meeting, how the guild plans to deal with them from here on out. Sheath freezes, thrown off by how he words it, and blurts out, "Deal with us how?" Henry's face hardens as he lays out the stakes. This is a real nightmare, because not even the guild's headquarters, the national military, or the dark factions have a clue what's needed to even craft the demon engraving mark. He looks wrecked even mid-sentence, saying all this confusion left them with zero answers, so they've been digging non-stop and it's wrecked everyone. Henry cut right to the point, telling the whole group he couldn't keep treating them like E-rank adventurers anymore, especially not with everything that's going on. Leos doesn't blink once, then he leans in and demands what Henry is really planning to do with them. Henry slams the offer down on the table, saying he might promote every one of them to C-rank as a special exception, but only if they agree to become guild knights. She repeats the title again, totally baffled, like, wait, what even is a guild knight? Henry breaks it down like this. Being a guild adventurer is basically like getting hired straight by the guild itself, and the only real twist is you've got to drop everything else and prioritize the guild's own requests first. He keeps going, saying the guild's got tons of jobs to hand out, but the really delicate missions, those only go to adventurers he personally trusts. Irene plows right through the formal talk and bluntly asks if he's saying they have to be his dogs, and before the silence can even hit, Reed blurts from the side that Irene is being rude. Diaz steps in and shuts the whole thing down, pointing out that dog is a painfully bad choice of words, and then she calmly asks if they've got any other questions, because if not, she's ready to slam the paperwork shut right now. Sheath screams at them to wait, but Henry snaps, asks what's wrong, then barrels straight over her, saying there's zero reason or advantage for them to turn him down, so they'd better swallow it and accept his offer without a peep. His face hardens into pure threat as he spells out the stakes. If they refuse his offer right here, he'll assume they don't care about advancing at all, and then they'll be stuck struggling to climb past E rank forever. Leo snaps back, "What are you even saying?" The moment it clicks, he calls Henry out on it because the real truth is brutal. The manager never planned to let them say no from the very beginning. Henry doesn't even bother denying it. He just growls about how annoying adventurers are, then starts snapping that meeting E-rank nobodies in person is already some huge exception to the rules. He shuts them down with a hard order: "Stop talking, do exactly what I say." She just freezes on the spot, trembling and drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. Reed tries to play it diplomatic, telling Henry this is all happening way too fast. She demands he slow down, admits they can't decide right this second, and begs for just a little time to think it through. Henry shuts her down in an instant, fists ready as he demands an answer right now, and he hammers home his threat: "Refuse him here and you can kiss any future as adventurers goodbye." It pushes Sheath over the edge. She freezes for a heartbeat, then slams both hands on the desk and blurts out that he's asking for way too much. Henry doesn't even flinch. He fires back at her outburst and reminds her he's the branch chief of the whole guild, then coldly spells out the truth: rookies like them can get crushed by him anytime he wants. Sheath lunges to speak up again, but Diaz barrels in and shuts her down. Then the secretary snaps, "That's it," and shoves the paperwork across, demanding they sign right now. Diaz drops a terrifying twist on the deal. She says the paper is packed with contract magic, so they can't weasel out with lies, and if they ever break a single term, the punishment is death. Sheath stands there shaking, pen clutched in her hand, and she just can't force herself to sign. Then the whole party holds its breath in dead silence. Right as the tension explodes, the door swings open and a voice slices through the room, sighing, "Good grief." The whole room snaps into silence as the door bursts open. Leto strides in with a confident smirk and throws out advice number 4: never sign a contract you don't fully understand. She freaks out the second she sees him, blurts "master" by pure instinct, then catches herself fast and screams "stranger" instead. Leto doesn't even pause, snaps that the whole clumsy act is done with. Reaching out, Sheath lets the axe dip and charges straight at him, begging her master, right there, to hear what's going on. Leto doesn't look the least bit worried. He zips her a quick, confident wink that says, "Relax, I've got this." Henry erupts with fury over the interruption. He jabs a pointing finger at the intruder, stammering as he snarls, "Who the hell are you, and who do you think you're dealing with?" Leto swings in casually and lines right back, greeting Henry like the old branch manager, like a calculated little jab, then grins that it's nice to finally meet him, introduces himself as Rito, and flat out tells Henry he doesn't even need to bother remembering him. That's the last straw for Henry. He slams back on his sofa, erupts into a scream, and orders his secretary, "Diaz, get this guy out right now." Diaz tightens her grip, then calmly nudges her glasses up as she fires a question at Henry. "Are you really sure? Because this guy is technically a John Doe, a complete nobody, and Henry just can't figure out why she's pausing." While they're still talking, Leto crashes the scene like he owns it. He struts right past everyone and plops himself on the couch between Sheath and Reed, totally hogging the space as the rest of the party just stares in stunned silence. Leto snatches the contract and starts reading, then hums in pure disgust, blasting it as terrible and awful, until he looks up and exposes the truth. Henry wasn't trying to help at all. He was setting them up as pawns, praising them as heroes who wiped out the demon kin just to rocket his own political career. Leto scans the document in his hand and grimaces. "Seriously, that fake name is awful." Then he waves it off and locks in on the real contract. Every eye in the room locks onto him. Sheath, Reed, Elios, and Irene crowd and close, holding their breath as they wait to see exactly where this interrogation leads. Leto snaps the book shut, glares up with disgust, and tells Henry his plan is pure trash. So this whole time he just wanted those adventurers as pawns, huh? Then Leto lays bare the scheme. Henry doesn't just want them remembered as heroes who crushed the demon kin. He wants their fame to power his own rise in politics. Henry finally snaps, no shame, no silence. He blurts out that once adventurers stop being useful, the guild disposes of them, and he roars that this is exactly what a guild knight is meant to be. Convenient pawn for the guild's interests. Leto slams his hand down on the papers to cut him off, then faces Henry-san straight on and snaps that blurting that quiet part out loud right here was a huge mistake. Leto doesn't even blink. He slams his magic to life and his hand erupts in flames, scorching the contract in his grip the second it's burning. Henry snaps, he jerks back and screams at Leto, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing, tearing the document apart. Leto stays razor calm as the ashes drift, then he clocks it instantly. Counter magic isn't triggering at all, proving his hunch. The contract's binding magic, total fake, and it doesn't work. With the fake contract finally locked away, Leto whips a scroll tube across the room and tosses it like a curveball, saying it's the real order from the scary lady. Daya snatches it out of the air with one hand, all business as she promises she'll report this straight to Murai's Asama. Leto feels the whole mood snap, panic breaks out on his face, and he blurts that he was just kidding about the scary comment. Then Diaz drops the secretary mask in an instant, eyes icy and voice cutting, telling Henry he better watch it because he's been talking way too much. Henry tries to yank control back, yelling for everyone to stop making choices without hearing him first. Then he suddenly freezes mid-sentence, the name Leto hitting him like a punch, and he blurts, shaky and broken, Muraizel. Terror grips Henry's face as he blurts out, "Wait, do you mean Muraizel too?" The blood rose, the head of the information department. Diaz brushes off Henry's panic, swivels to Leto and addresses him with icy formality. Rita McLaughlin then tells him flat out that the warrant is in her hands. She straightens her glasses, locks eyes, and declares the operation is starting now. Henry spots the end coming and bolts for freedom, yelling curses as he scrambles away. Leto snaps control of the whole room at once, barking that everyone else better not move a single muscle under any circumstances. Henry sprints for the exit, drenched in sweat, panicking as he yells into the air, gaping at how his plan fell apart while he grunts in pure frustration. But just as he thinks he's getting away, a squad of masked assassins in sharp black suits drops into his path out of nowhere, silent, deadly, and locking him down with weapons already raised. Ready just like that, the whole room snaps into an ambush, every inch suddenly closed in. Henry freezes mid-step, eyes darting as he spots them, and he blurts out that it can't be real because he has no clue how they even got there. Henry crumples to his knees, staring down the squad leader as panic chokes his words. Why is the Black Blade unit here? And before he can get a clearer breath, Diaz steps in right behind him and calls his name with iron certainty. She straightens up, clicks her glasses into place, and fully steps into her power. Then she introduces herself like a warning. Diaz Elwright, head of the Information Collection Strategy Department, before staring Henry down and declaring his arrest is being ordered because she suspects he's been making deals with demons. Diaz towers over Henry and lands the final punch that crushes his career. Then she tells him right there, in that exact moment, his branch manager title gets stripped and every ounce of his authority is officially wiped clean. Henry starts sweating bullets, stammers that it has to be a lie, and refuses to believe it until it finally clicks and he accuses her of being a spy Muraizel sent. Diaz doesn't so much as blink. She tells him she's got zero plans to hear a word, then snaps to her team to grab him right away. Henry lunges to yell at them to stop, but a blade whips through the air and slices right beside his face. Instant silence. The Black Blade assassin suddenly phases into existence right in front of him, their face hidden behind a mask stamped with a rose symbol. Diaz snapped to the rest of the shadow unit, barking that the investigation needed to keep rolling. Then every other assassin instantly blurred out of sight and vanished from the room. Henry's on his knees, shattered and blurting nonsense, while an assassin presses a dagger into his back. Diaz doesn't even flinch, he just snaps an order to march Henry straight to headquarters. Right before she slips away, the female assassin freezes, locks eyes with Sheath and says nothing, just stares. Sheath catches it and stands there utterly baffled, wondering what's going on and why this masked woman is staring like she's studying him. Now that the adrenaline dies down, Leto slumps back, leans in, and chats with Diaz as she strolls by. Then he points to where Henry was and fires off the question. They really need a whole assassin squad on standby for a weak guy like that. Diaz doesn't slow down for a second. She snaps back at him, ice in her voice, saying that if Rita McLaughlin really did betray them, then the backup she brought was nowhere near enough. Leto just watches the chaos finally calm down, stunned that he's actually witnessing something he never thought he'd see. Then he shifts his focus to the woman in charge and nonchalantly tells her it's been ages since they last ran into each other. Diaz just nods with a simple yes, then studies him up and down, because even with everything so serious, she can tell he's actually enjoying every second of this chaos. The rest of the crew is totally stranded, and Reed blurts out in shaky nerves, calling Leto her master, confessing she has zero clue what's happening and begging him to explain. Leo's tries to chime in too, starting with "I'm grateful," but he's just as lost as everyone else. Irene has zero patience for small talk. She barrels in, interrupts everyone, and demands to know exactly what's going to happen to them in the end. Leto stays ice cold and tells them, "Not yet, we're not done," promising he'll lay it all out soon, so they should just hang on for a little longer. Diaz clocks what's happening, watching Leto wrangle his confused people, and a quiet, knowing smile tugs at her lips. Next, the crew shifts over to the seating area and Leto sprawls onto the couch like he owns the place, then wastes no time firing a straight question at Diaz. What's going to happen to this place now that they hauled that scoundrel Henry away? Dea sits across from him like it's crunch time and she cuts through the silence. This isn't a stop-the-machine situation. For now, she's taking command of the branch. Leto shoots a question, so is she officially the branch chief now? Diaz just smirks and answers with one word. Her eyes flash, she leans in close and orders him to start talking. Because first, she wants to hear his story, and she wants every detail on how he somehow pulled off a deal with Murazel at the Royal Capital headquarters in just 3 insane days. Leto kicks off the plan and lays out the travel math. Standard routes won't work in that timeline. Even if they hitch a fast dragon carriage straight from this town, the one-way ride alone burns through half a month. He pauses, realizing they probably have no clue about his techniques. Then he points out that normal people would never pull this off before dropping the real secret. He used a portal. Diaz instantly snaps into disbelief and fires off. "Wait, did you really go into that ruined flame temple?" While Leto just shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal to slip through, even if getting all the way to the deepest part still takes around half a day. He yanks out a map and lays it all out fast, point by point, saying that from the ruined flame temple you can leap straight to the giant's prison sphere, where a transfer circle sits right beside the royal capital. Then he just pops up there, fills Murazel in on the whole mess, gets the order signed, and sprints back the exact same way. Diaz just nods at the explanation, but the moment it's over, her eyes lock on him. She demands to know, straight up, how he even figured out Henry was tied to the demons. Leto reclined with pure confidence, bragging that his travel method only ate up 3 days, and the moment he saw Murazel's stunned face, he knew it was worth every second. Meanwhile, Diaz just brushed it off, muttering that leaving Ratomic Laughlin unchecked is truly dangerous. Leto brushes off the compliment or threat and answers her question about Henry. He admits he didn't have it all figured out beforehand. He only managed to deduce the connection on the actual day of the incident. He keeps going, saying the whole "who's really pulling the strings behind the curtain" thing is a different story, and then he shrugs it off. He flat out admits he doesn't care about it. Diaz watches him give up and fall back into that same attitude, and she can't help but say it. He's always been the kind of guy who's just like this. Reed jolted and started trembling because Leto admitted he didn't jump in to battle demons. He did it because Reed and the others were seconds away from being dragged into something terrifying. Leto lays out his plan, saying the key is catching the Black Blade unit the moment they make their move. Then he tosses out a bundle of fake intel around the area just to twist everything until Murazel signs off on the paperwork. He tells them how he played it, shrugging like it wasn't shocking to spot a crew like theirs in the middle of nowhere. Then he nails it. He knows they've been sent to look into a scandal tied to the branch manager. Diaz stares at him with pure exasperation and tells him, straight up, that he's literally the only person with the nerve to try a negotiation stunt like that against Murazel. Leto shuts down his own bragging, says it doesn't matter, and fires a question at Diaz. What's she planning for the rest of the group? Diaz answers fast. Anyone tangled in a demon case gets taken into custody immediately. She admits she can barely believe a bunch of rookies could actually take down a demon, but she still gives them a deal. If they swear they just saw it happen, she'll treat them with respect like witnesses, not suspects. Leto shuts it down on the spot, roaring that being just witnesses won't cut it. No, the official tale has to be that they drove the demon away, or else with all those past reports, the new guys are going to look like frauds. He argues that Diaz shares the blame too, since she let that info spill that the demon was already wiped out. Diaz nods and agrees, then immediately demands payback, the combat data from the fight. She presses, "Did you even fight?" And Leto answers by slamming a bag onto the table like, "Wanna call that a yes?" She spots the bag in an instant and realizes it's the ash Leto was hunting earlier. Then Leto nods and says, "Yeah," before snapping his focus back to Diaz, daring her to make the next move. Diaz snaps to the truth, she's been played. She crosses her arms and challenges him to just spit out his wish. Leto scans the group and drops his terms like a hammer. he just needs to be sure these guys can keep powering through as real adventurers. Leto locks eyes with Diaz and makes his stance crystal clear. He doesn't care how the deal gets stitched together, as long as the rookies don't get pulled into her demon-fueled disaster. Diaz rattles off the upgrades he's brushing aside, rank ups, rewards, better treatment, and she just watches like, "You're sitting on all that," because he still acts completely indifferent. She keeps talking, pushing her thoughts forward, talks of ranks and rewards beyond what's sensible usually spirals straight into a downfall. Still, she argues, even boosting their notoriety can earn them a reward that makes every bit of effort actually pay off. She whips her focus to the rookie crew and asks if that setup works for all of them. Rita says she's good with it too, and Irene snaps back that she wants everything, while Sheath swears she's fine as long as it's what her master demanded. Aaliyah shuts his sister down on the spot, telling Irene to know her place and firing back that they, of all people, should understand the danger of unearned status. Then he shrugs that it's fine to let things play out just like that old man says, pointing straight at Leto. Leto hears the insult, snaps back that he's not some old man, then grits his teeth and lets it go, because he decides the deal is done. Diaz nods and confirms they'll go with those terms, and when she calls him Ratomic Laughlin, she presses, "So this deal really doesn't include a single reward for you." Leto waves it off, saying he doesn't need a reward. Racking up a debt to someone like her is terrifying. Then he explains he's decided to stick with this group for a while, and he won't let her get in the way of that. So yeah, he's good. Diaz lets out a playful chuckle at the thought of an S-rank adventurer personally training a whole crop of rookies, winks at him and promises, "I'll cooperate." Diaz's casual jab sends the rookies spiraling. Sheath, Elio, and Irene all go stone still as the shock hits, their minds frying the moment S-rank booms through the air. They lock eyes on Leto's back as he turns and strides off, and someone can't help but whisper, "Wait, was that really an S-rank?" While Sheath shakes in place, her mind reels because the scariest thought hits her. Her master might be at the absolute top of the food chain. Back to the serious stuff, Leto and Diaz sink into a seat and hash out what just happened. Leto swears the enemy crumbled into ashes and vanished after the fight, but Diaz cuts in that those weren't their real bodies. She warns that if she'd faced their true forms, even she wouldn't have survived. Leto slams the alarm in her mind, telling her those were absolutely top-tier demons, and warning her to stay on guard because this whole situation reeks of something sinister. Diaz rises up, snapping to attention at the warning, and she tells him she's got it, promising they'll handle those ashes themselves at their facility. She snatches up the little pouch sitting on the table, and when she sees how much is left, she scoffs, there's barely anything in it. With the pouch in his hands, Diaz says he's going to run magical analysis on the remains, but she snaps that the sample is tiny, so he shouldn't get his hopes soaring for any big breakthrough. Once the strategy session ends, the talk winds down beneath that fancy chandelier. Diaz shuts it all down, says, "That's it," and thanks him for the hard work. Her face tightens, her eyes clamp shut in razor-sharp focus, then she vows they'll wipe out every demon, no matter the cost. Just before they split up, Diaz flips into full formal mode, lays a hand over her chest, and apologizes for the earlier chaos, this time as the Adventurers Guild's representative, then makes it clear she genuinely appreciates his help. Diaz pushes through her own thoughts, and the air feels heavier with every word. Demons are the absolute worst enemy, not just for adventurers but for humanity itself, and cutting down their plans is a massive win. Her face hardens as she rockets toward the danger, and those ice-cold eyes lock on like a promise. She swears she'll wipe out every last demon, no matter the cost. Diaz snaps back into a professional mode, presses a hand to her chest, and as the Adventurers Guild rep, she bows and apologizes for the mess from earlier, then thanks you for stepping in. The scene keeps rolling, and this panel hammers home what Diaz already warned us. This demon threat is real, and it's not going away. The scene keeps rolling, and this panel hammers home her vow. She's going to wipe out the enemy no matter what. Once the meeting finally ends, Leto wheels on his crew and tells them, "All right, let's move." Because the rest of them, especially the confused folks like Elios and Irene, are going to demand answers for everything that just exploded in front of them. The moment he backs down, Sheath bolts right on board and tosses him a bright, cheerful reply, while Reed grins beside her. The whole squad snaps into motion and heads out. Leto takes the lead with Sheath and Reed right on his heels, while Ilios stays quiet and Irene casually stretches her arms over her head, looking weirdly relaxed after that brutal meeting. Right before they can leave, Diaz snaps in one last time. She whips her head around, calls out to double-check the rookie's name, and asks if it's Sheath. Sheath halts, turns back, and tells the guild secretary, "Yep, that's my name." Dia stares as Sheath walks away, grumbling under her breath about the girl's mentor, then admits he's a hopeless, useless wreck, but her tone screams that there's something bigger going on. She pulls the rookie aside and leaves her with one last piece of advice. If she wants a true master of adventuring, she'll find the best in the world, but don't lean on him like a crutch. She tells her to roll up her sleeves, put in the work, and climb up on her own. She doesn't look even a little worried. She flashes a massive grin, says yes right away, and hypes her master up like he's the absolute best. The story slams the brakes on the city and rips into the rugged Darrow's Mine Mountain range. The mine's entrance yawns dark and chilling, pulling everything deep into the earth like a dare. Earth inside the hero's party, tensions snap and crackle. Thane is going off on Gustav, the huge armored knight, while Alina just watches in silence as the fight heats up. Gustav's not buying it. He grits his teeth, clenches his fist, and demands to know why they're blocking him from using his war hammer. Thane snaps back immediately, telling him it's way too dangerous. He reminds Gustav about the incident earlier where he almost took Thane's head off while trying to attack a pricked turtle. Gustav flinches hard and blurts out some weak excuse, saying it only happened because the hero kept crowding him during the fight. Thane cuts through the excuses and slams his decision down, telling Gustav to stop swinging that ridiculously oversized weapon right now. Then he flicks out his own secondary blade, a dagger, and orders the knight to use it, promising he'll lend it as a special favor. Gustav snatches the tiny thing and instantly looks absurd as he grips a little dagger in those giant armored gauntlets. He instantly snaps that there's no way he can use a dagger, and Thane's temper erupts. He screams at the knight to get right up close and stab whatever's in front of him. Alina, the party's healer, stands off to the side, sweating like crazy, while the two men roar at each other in the background. She whips around to Dill, the mage, and demands if he's finally going to stop them. Dill shrugs it off and tells her to let the muscle-brained idiot smash it out, claiming his magic can fix everything no matter what. Alina just stares at the ground, swallows the truth, and quietly admits it. She's on her own with these guys from here. Right in the middle of the argument, Thane slams down his trump card. He tells Gustav these are direct orders from the hero, orders him to keep using the dagger until they get out of the dungeon, and warns him that if he can't do it, he's getting fired. With his job on the chopping block, Gustav slumps hard, breathes out defeat, and sadly gives in to that outrageous demand. Thane scrambles to justify his weapon choice, insisting that it's a blessed silver dagger made to cut through dark wraiths, even as he admits he's not sure any of them are actually lurking in this dungeon, so he grabs Dill and demands confirmation. Dill doesn't even try to help. He shuts his eyes tight and deadpans that he has no idea. No, Thane clenches his teeth and snaps his tongue, clearly fuming that his party can't even move in sync. Thane's not about to let Dill off the hook. He's barking orders to dig into the enemy situation, and Dill slams back, refusing, saying scouting is Rato's job. Thane explodes that he can't treat the thief's absence like it's a free pass, and Alina just stands there, sweating through every second as the fight keeps flying over her head. Thane roars that Dill is supposed to cover for the missing member. Dill answers ice cold that he's never heard of any deal like that, and he'll only do his own job. Gustav mutters, grumbling that sorcerers are always like this, then whips around to Thane and pushes, telling that brave hero to charge ahead and get moving. The mage's head snaps back as rage hits. What did that musclehead idiot just say? And Gustav refuses to fold, swinging his hammer and threatening to crush him. Alina finally barges in, shrieking that this is no time for a fight, then warns them she feels something lurking nearby. Heavy footsteps thunder across the dungeon floor, and 3 armed warriors from the Tortoise tribe suddenly burst into view, cutting off their path. Thane smacks his tongue, totally thrown by the surprise, then admits he had no idea the Tortoise tribe members were even in this dungeon. Engine roaring, he snaps orders for the party to move now into the enemy's face. Dill strides forward with arrogant swagger, declaring he'll cast magic and wipe them all out in one shot. Go, those Tortoise warriors don't waste a second. They roar like thunder and sprint straight into the party, weapons up and ready to strike. Thane doesn't wait around for Dill's magic. He bursts forward and cleaves the first enemy in one brutal sword strike. The fight has barely even started, and Gustav is already crumbling, standing there, trembling like crazy, whining that his giant weapon is so heavy he can't even use it. While he wrestles with his own gear, the Tortoise warrior won't hesitate. Then the enemy crashes in with an attack, and Gustav barely scrambles up a defense, wiping out control of the front line. With the tank failing, the enemies surged past him. Then Alina spotted the threat and shrieked at Dill to dodge, but the mage was too busy barking at the others to rush and deal with the enemy, so he never saw the blade closing in. The formation shatters, tortoise warriors lunge in and start smashing their heavy weapons straight at the healer and mage, and the support team scrambles to survive. It all goes sideways in seconds. Alina can't escape in time, and as the chaos crashes down on her, she bursts into a scream while getting knocked flat. He snaps his head toward the screen, and when he sees his healer crumpled, panic hits. He blurts her name like it's breaking his throat. Rage explodes in the hero's chest. He screams curses at the top of his lungs, yelling, "What the hell is Gustav doing?" while the backline gets wiped out. Turns out Gustav is in way worse shape than anyone thought. He's boxed in by the turtle warriors, clutching a tiny dagger that does absolutely nothing against their heavy armor, so he can't even fight back properly. Thane snaps his focus to his own assault. Desperate to turn the tide, he roars at Dill to rush his magic and blast the enemies away. Enemies close in, but Dill snaps back, standing wide open in the middle of them, screaming that this is exactly why they're in trouble, because he can't cast a single spell with foes practically breathing down his neck. Gustav is still trying to fight, but it's brutal to watch. He grits through every painful move, snarling that his attacks are way too slow to land, and the enemy doesn't let up either. Tortoise warrior winds up and buries a massive punch straight into him, knocking the knight sideways. Thane stares as his tank collapses in brutal defeat, and the rage snaps. He screams, "Gustav, you idiot," while the knight reels from the hit. Things go critical in a blink. Dill screams to Thane that the enemy tide isn't stopping. A whole army of turtle warriors keeps marching at them, totally unchecked. Thane's body locks up as sweat pours off his face, staring from that crushing force to his bucket-helmeted knights like, this formation is done. The truth slams into him, teeth clenched, pure frustration raging. His face contorts with fury as he realizes they've got zero options left. Thane grits his teeth in pure frustration, his face twisting with anger as he realizes they have no options left. Alina is finished. She crumpled to the cave floor, backsliding down the stone wall, and her strength just ran out. The only move left is to bolt. Dill snatches Alina into his arms, and the whole crew scrambles out fast, with Gustav's clanking footsteps chasing them as they make a totally shameless escape. Thane is totally losing control. He erupts in a brutal curse, screaming at the sky like, why did it have to turn out like this? As they stumble away from the dungeon in defeat, Thane's fists clench. He's furious. The thought hits him hard. Retreating in disgrace like this is absolutely unthinkable. Later on, back in the safety of the city walls, the party has regrouped, though the mood is anything but calm. The moment the dungeon plan blows up, it turns into instant chaos. Gustav snaps his stance into place and screams that he's out. Thane jerks his gaze upward, stunned, and blurts, "What did you just say?" But Gustav won't fold. He comes roaring at the hero, screaming not to mess with him, especially after all the chaos Thane caused back there. Gustav tears into him, snaps that Thane's party management and orders are way too immature for someone who claims to be S-rank, and tells him to sit down and seriously reflect on why they got wrecked so badly in a dungeon this minor. The engine roars on because the night isn't finished yet. He leans toward Thane and declares his hero title and S-rank status are total fraud, then slams the door on the whole thing with his final verdict. That snaps something in Thane. He yanks the hilt of his weapon, drags Gustav's attention to a duel, and orders him to draw his sword, flat out saying he'll never stand for an insult like this. Gustav doesn't even blink. He just answers cool as ice that he has zero intention of fighting, then lays it out. For someone as young as Thane to order a former senior knight of the Blood Knights is asking for the impossible. Thane still yanks his blade out and drives it straight into his former tank. Then he sneers at Gustav's credentials, taunting him. Was he planning to bolt again, just like the coward move that got him kicked from the Blood Knights? Gustav shrugs off the taunt and fires back a blunt wake-up call. He tells Thane if he keeps flailing his sword like a spoiled kid, he'll get no mercy and no good outcome, because nobody's going to stay around for long if he keeps acting like that. Thane is seething so hard he can't even string together a comeback, and all he can do is scream in raw frustration while Gustav strides out. Dill cuts in between them to stop the brawl from spiraling out of control. He snaps at Thane, the party leader, to quit it, then turns on the armored knight and tells Gustav to shut up, get out, and never show his face around them again. Gustav won't waste a word. He just huffs a sharp HMPH, gives them a quick goodbye, and strides right out the door. The instant he's gone, Sane snaps, loses control, and violently kicks a piece of furniture while blasting out curses in pure frustration. Dill keeps his cool, stares him down, and says it straight. The dungeon raid was a total disaster. Sure, nobody died, but Elena got smashed hard and won't be able to move for a while. Sane fires back that he knows what's up, but he scrambles to pivot. Maybe the two of them should just handle the future together. Dill cuts him off on the spot, warning that without a frontliner or Elena backing them up, he's not going anywhere. Sane whips around with a razor-sharp glare, snapping, "So you're saying Dill doesn't trust me?" Dill stays calm, shuts it down fast. This isn't about trust at all. He's just calling it like it is. They don't have the physical muscle to pull it off on their own. Alone, Sane waves it off like it's nothing. "I'm fine." Dill shoots back that Sane is still the same coward, unchanged. Sane shrugs off the insult, then boldly declares he'll conquer the dungeon solo and orders Dill to do whatever he wants. Dill shrugs off the solo threat and zooms in on what's real. While Elena lies in bed nursing her injuries, Dill pushes for their next move, recruit new party members. And he throws the real bombshell, saying Sane hasn't even shown up to see Elena. Yeah, right there it digs in. Sane jerks his gaze away, won't even meet his eyes, and snaps, "Shut up." Dill lingers at the door like he's about to drop one last bombshell, then shuts himself up, grumbling it's nothing and telling it to be forgotten. Then he just says he's heading out to see Elena. Sane lunges to get his attention, yelling at Dill to stop and explain what he was about to say, but he doesn't even look back. He snaps that she should just think about what she did, then slams her with a brutal truth as he walks out. If she can't even manage that, she might as well quit pretending to be a hero. Then Dill leaves, and the whole room goes dead silent, with Sane stuck there alone in the empty hallway. His hand clamps around the sword's hilt so tight it starts to rattle, and through clenched teeth he mutters, "Damn it," again and again. Sane slams a hand over his face, completely shattered, and starts spiraling. What the hell is happening and where everything went wrong? Because he can't even process the party crumbling apart, and then the story cuts to the local clinic where Elena is finally recovering. Elena jolts upright in bed, eyes wide, then she gasps as a visitor slips through her door. It's Dill. He's standing in the doorway holding a bouquet of flowers, and he gently asks her how she's feeling. Elena locks eyes with him, reassures him she's okay, and even points out that her injuries have already healed, basically telling him he's worried for nothing. She flashes him a warm smile, clutching the gesture like it's everything. "Thanks for the flowers, and yeah, they're gorgeous." Then Elena leans in and asks what's going on with Sane. Dill doesn't hold back. Sane's drunk, and to make it worse, Gustav just announced he's done with the party and stormed off. Dill adds that Sane was already fired up, swearing he'll charge into the dungeon alone, and Dill's definitely not buying it. Elena's face falls with worry, and she snaps at Dill to go stop him, because right now Sane's the kind of drunk who'll do something reckless and go berserk without thinking. Dill won't meet her eyes. He keeps staring off to the side with a cold look, and when she presses him, he just shrugs and tells her it's not his job. Elena isn't letting him slide. She locks eyes with him and fires a point-blank question. If it's not his job, whose is it then? Dill doesn't snap back right away. He just freezes there, sweating hard, clearly uneasy as her question lands like a ton of bricks. Their talk spirals into the past mistakes, and the moment they kick Lido out crashes back in. Elena scrambles to defend it, saying it was the best choice they had back then, but Dill snaps it right back, reminding her he'd fought against it, and somehow she still ignored every single word he said. Dill cuts her off, yelling no at the top of his lungs, shutting down the debate because at this point it's pointless to argue, too late to say things like that now. Now Elena drops her voice and apologizes, admitting he's right and finally owning up to the fact that they totally messed up. She might be down, but she's not out. Her thoughts latch onto Sane, and she tells Dill she won't accept that anything can't be fixed. She just begs for Sane to snap awake and finally see the real world. Dill slumps in the shadows, utterly fed up, and tells her straight up it's impossible, because to him, Sane is nothing but a kid who got blinded by the S-rank hero title, and there's no saving him. Then Dill finally blurts out the brutal truth. Sane won't hear a word from him, and she shuts him out like he's invisible while she does the same to Elena. Dill realizes the scary part. Sane only listens to Rito. So if anyone can calm the hero down and steer him the right way, it's Rito. Elena, still tucked in bed, desperately agrees and admits it all. The victories, the breakthroughs, everything good that ever happened to them, it was all Rito. She insists he's the reason Sane could become a hero in the first place, and then she pours out her regrets like they're burning holes in her chest. She even says they only managed to climb up to S-rank because of him, and the cruel truth is they didn't realize how critical he was until he was already gone. Now, without Rito, she claims they can't honestly call themselves S-rank anymore. More than reality slams into her, crushing her confidence flat. She clenches her bed sheets and admits she can't chase an adventure like this, telling Dill straight to his face that beating the Demon King is impossible for them right now. Elena tells Dill to hit sane with that brutal message straight to his face, and Dill drops his gaze, jaw tight, shoulders heavy, then nods and promises he'll do it. As the camera yanks back to the outside of the clinic, Dill is left staring, terrified and confused, wondering what in the world is about to happen to their busted-up party next. Now the story jumps to Leto, kicked back and totally relaxed, drink in hand, as he tells the crew that on his end he'd already filled Daya's in on the whole situation earlier. Leto's planted at a massive table with his brand new crew, Irene, Sheath, Reed, and Elios, all leaning in, laughing and trading stories. Irene's not even listening. She blurts that she understands nothing and demands to know who Leto really is, while Elio starts snapping the clues together, rubbing his chin as the words S-rank adventurer hit him like a memory he's heard before. Leto doesn't rush, he just sits there in total silence, calm as can be, cigarette hanging between his fingers. Leto rubs his head with his eyes shut, like he finally gets trapped in this conversation for good, and he knows he's got to confess. Clean, he blurts an apology to the group, saying it wasn't some sneaky plan to hide his identity, it just all spiraled that way. Sheath immediately snaps to his defense, fists clenched, swearing there had to be a real reason. He just grins though, and admits she's totally fine with the explanation now. Now Leto rubs his neck like he's nervous as hell, then finally blurts it out, yeah, he's an S-rank adventurer, well, he used asterisk to be. Hearing that, Sheath's eyes flare with pure excitement, and she scoots closer, demanding to know what party he's with, until Leto cuts her off cold, telling her flat out not to ask. Her heart sinks like her Sheath instantly deflates, and she goes totally crushed as she quietly takes his no, staring down like it hurts. Watching her like that, Leto's guilt hits hard, so he gently pats her head and blurts an apology for shutting her down so brutally. Irene watches the whole exchange like it's background noise, chin propped in her hands, and snaps that she doesn't care about any S-rank drama. Then she yanks the talk right back to the mission, pressing for what that abandoned cemetery request was really about. Commentary, she stares him down and fires the big question, was that former branch chief who got arrested really in cahoots with the demons? Leto lays it out, this guy wasn't chasing anything but cold cash fed straight from the Demon King's followers, and the chief gracefully rigged the system so any probe into that request would crawl by with kid gloves. The moment flashes a shadow of all the dirty deals, and Leto tells Diaz it's his job to dig up the full rot, but one thing's crystal clear, this whole setup was the branch chief's handiwork. Leto breaks it down step by step how they pulled it off, slipping a fake request into the pile with all the real paperwork, so it's almost impossible to catch unless you stare hard enough. Leto breaks down how the scheme works, saying that if the guild swallows these rigged requests, they're basically lining adventurers up and handing them over to the demons. Humans, he keeps laying out the grim truth, saying this trick lets rookie adventurers vanish without a sound, so their fates stay locked away in mystery forever. The Sheath snapped the pieces together. She realized that the undead hunting job they took at that abandoned cemetery was exactly one of those trap requests. Leto shoots back that she's right, then his face crumples with regret as he admits that if he'd known her request was that suspicious and dangerous, he never would have let them take it. Irene barges in, guilty as sin, and begs him to drop it, while Leto keeps going, laying out how back then he'd never once suspected the request was fake, since they'd originally agreed to it through official channels. Then he stops, rewinds his own reasoning, and admits the truth hits like a brick. Once he really thinks it through, the whole thing screams wrong. Nobody just wakes up and demands the purification of a cemetery that's been abandoned for good. Terry says that's when it all clicked for him. Leto explains that the moment he sensed something was off, he shot out to tail Sheath and the others. He tells them he finally caught up right before they hit the cemetery, but turns out he didn't sneak at all. Reed spots him instantly. He starts reading the beams and confirms it. Beams tells him she knew someone was tailing them, but she still can't believe it was Rito. Leto snaps the vibe back, calling out that their search was slipping. They should have spotted the key he left behind the moment it was there, and then Sheath finally clicks, realizing it was him who laid that key on the table for them. Leto finally cracks and admits it. He was the whole time making noise on purpose and hiding the key exactly where they'd overlook it, just so he could shove them straight in the right direction. Reed chimes in with a clarification, noting that she probably wouldn't have noticed him at all if he hadn't physically reacted to Irene's scream earlier. Leto looks pretty embarrassed hearing that, realizing that he, of all people, let his presence slip because he got startled. Shocked, Ilyas takes this hit straight to the heart, while Irene can finally breathe because it wasn't their stalker turning into a ghost. Ilyas snaps them back to the ugly truth. If Rito had been their enemy, they'd have been sitting ducks, and he tells everyone, dead serious, that they all could have died. Leto waves off their worries, brushing it off like it doesn't matter anymore, then casually slips in that almost no one even notices him tailing before he switches gears, because while he tracked them, he was quietly studying how they fought. He kicks off the evaluation with a grin, praising them with a sharp, well done, then nods at how every single one of them landed some solid moves during the chaos. He single-handedly goes straight for his match, then Leto tells her bluntly that her magic was exactly the right call. And instead of charging in like a hero with attack spells, she plants a protective blessing over her allies, and he immediately praises her for the smart judgment. As Leto moves down the line, he sizes the guys up one by one, saying Leo's a solid, passable frontliner, but with Sheath he's torn, calling her a true mixed bag with both big strengths and serious flaws, and it all balances out. Then he whips his focus to the loud one and throws Irene's name into the mix. Right away she snaps back, fully defensive, and fires off a question. What's he trying to say with that tone? But here's the crazy part, Leto's not just saying nice things. He's praising her hard, telling her she's already one step ahead of everyone else, pointing out her sharp bow and magic technique, admitting he kept an eye on how she moves as a frontliner, and flat out confirming she's solidly at the intermediate adventure level. Irene's whole vibe flips in an instant. She lights up with pride, nods along, and tells him he's got an unbelievable eye for talent. Leto smashes his cigarette into the ashtray and admits that, sure, their fight had been going pretty well, until the second he senses demons and a wild magic surge hits, and everything flips. Surge hits, then he whips his head towards Sheath and confirms his gut feeling, asking like, so that was demon magic we just ran into, right? No one even gets a chance to reply because he's already pieced it together. It was a summoning spell. Leto lays it all out. The creature they pulled in was a flame iron, a C-class threat. And yeah, he admits it with a grim nod. For what it was, that monster was ridiculously strong. He tells them straight up they got lucky just to survive, because even as undead it still blasted terrifying heat from its body, and that put close quarters fighting in absolute hell for them. He doesn't dress it up. Any typical rookie adventurer would have gotten wiped out facing something like that. Leto takes another brutal drag and spills the nightmare he ran into during the chaos. 2 options, and both are deadly. Dive in to help the party right away, or cut the summoned demon down immediately. He admits going solo against multiple demons would have been pure suicide, so yeah, when it all came down to it, he barely had a choice. So he took a gamble. He told them he'd bet everything on one thing: the party could fend for themselves against that summoned monster. He tears apart his tactical read of the enemy team, 1 warrior, 1 mage, and his plan snaps into place. Drop the warrior first, then let the party swarm with numbers to crush the mage. Leto sinks back into his seat and finishes his explanation. So that's it. He's going in solo, locking in on wiping out the warrior demon first, while the rest handle themselves. Irene jumps in and says that, yeah, she figured things ended up okay because they actually beat the enemies, but she didn't see it coming that she'd get dragged into the guild's internal disaster like this. Leto stares into the bigger picture, and the real weight crushes him. What happened after that? He knows the Black Blade unit was in it, and he's sure the branch chief is behind the curtain, yanking every thread. Then he admits that thanks to a few old connections, he somehow managed to shut down the immediate disaster. And even though Leto cracked the problem, a tired look crept over his face, because the whole mess still got him spotted by the kind of people you really don't want to meet, especially that glittering branch chief, Henry Arnaud. Sheath's eyes widen with worry as she demands answers, reminding everyone that the guild said they wouldn't touch them or her master. Right, Leto shuts down that optimism fast, snaps to Sheath that you can't trust those words at face value, and makes it crystal clear. They won't hit them directly, but that's the only promise on the table, so get ready, they'll almost certainly go for sneaky, underhanded moves. Dead? Reed looks rattled and blurts what they should do next, and you can feel the mood collapsing. So Leto snaps into action, throws on a bright grin, pats Diaz on the shoulder, and tells everyone to stop sulking, insisting Diaz is basically an adventurer ally anyway. Leto decides it's time to slam the brakes on seriousness. He declares the talk is officially done, roars that everyone should down their drinks, and orders the tavern staff to bring 5 jugs of booze, shouting that they're celebrating the joint request. Then he pounds his chest and insists it's on him, so the whole crew can gorge and drink until they're satisfied. Irene smirks and clocks it. He's got real guts treating all of them like that. Right next to her, Elio stays cool, but his eyes say competition, like, watch me show you how folks from the Vale drink. Then, right before the party kicks off, Elio flips serious for a breath. He calls Lido by his alias, Ritasen, and tells him that before they start drinking, he's got one request. Lido stops mid-sip with his mug in hand, stares back at the warrior, and asks Elio what's running through his mind. Elio cuts straight to the chase and orders Lido to train his sister. Irene then lays it all out with ruthless honesty, admitting he'll never match her talent, saying he's already taught her everything he knows, but if she's going to level up, she needs a better teacher, and that teacher is Lido. Job, Reed backs him up from the side, chiming in that after watching how he handled Sheath and the others, she's sure he's someone they can actually trust, and she begs Lido to teach Irene the same way he taught his own party. The party keeps rolling, but Irene shuts down every bit of her brother's self-doubt. She snaps at Leo, telling him to stop talking like that, and swears she's only the warrior she is now because of him. Then Lido slams the tension with a cold, simple refusal. Sheath jumps in too, fumbling a confession that she still doesn't really know what kind of guy he is, then tries to steer toward her own plea. The conversation loops back and Reed doubles down, telling her she trusts him completely, and insisting his past results prove he's exactly the right teacher for the job. Record this, Irene keeps railing against her brother's humble attitude, but Lido won't budge for a second. His refusal lands like a punch and the whole group reels. Sheath blurts out, "Master, why are you saying no?" And Reed jumps in right behind her, demanding the reason. Lido finally snaps into explanation, dead serious. He turns to Elios and calls out that wording because to Lido it sounds like Elios is offering himself up, acting like he's totally okay being left behind while Irene gets trained. Lido jabs a finger at him, flips the whole conversation, and fires a straight-up question at Elio. What does he really want to do with his own life? Then pushes the sister aside like she's background noise. Elio freezes on the spot, fully shaken by Lido's relentless questions. His words choke in his throat as sweat pours down his face, and when he finally tries to speak, it's pure desperation as he scrambles to explain what's behind his mindset. Elio grips his chest, drops his gaze, and finally admits what really shaped him. He was born with one job, protecting Irene, and ever since he was a kid, that's all they ever drilled into him. Irene watches her brother with worry, but Lido won't let him dodge this with some scripted line. Lido leans in and hits him with a straight-up question, what it actually means for him, personally. And that's the moment Elio snaps. He hammers his hand against his chest, yells his true desire, and declares he wants to become strong, not just for show, but so he can protect Irene forever because he chooses it. Lido flashes a satisfied grin, jabs a finger straight at him, and tells Elios, I finally got you to say it. Then snarls that he'd better never say something as pathetic as just train Irene ever again. Lido makes the call. He tells Elios he'll take care of both of them, him and Irene, then whips around to Sheath and Reed and asks, you good with this plan? Irene jolts at the news that she's been included. Tears spill from sheer relief, and she nods with a soft, steady yes. All the other girls are grinning like crazy. Sheath is already cracking up, and she shoots ahead with the plan. They'll name their team later. Later, the whole room suddenly feels lighter. Elios stands there looking dead set. Irene shoots a playful wink, and Lido jumps in, announcing that right then and there, their party of 4 is officially formed. Back at the tavern, the brand new party wastes zero time. Lido shouts for a toast, and every single one of them slams their huge beer mugs together. Sheath, Reed, Alios, Irene, clink, boom, CHE. Cheer fades as the scene plunges into darkness. One Black Blade operative in a tight black bodysuit stands at attention, then turns and asks her captain what her next mission will be. The captain, this blonde woman perched behind her desk, fires off orders, telling the operative to keep digging for info and to watch and steer that person at the same time, and the operative snaps back, acknowledging her command on the spot. The moment it clicks, the captain snaps into action and starts cooking up battle strategy. Then she zeroes in on his skills because he's deadly with both swordplay and magic, and she figures he'd be the perfect mentor for their fresh recruits, maybe even a fancy title like versatile instructor. From her office window, she thinks, put him in charge, perfect. But there's a catch, this only works if their recruits stay under their thumb, and she can't ignore the nightmare. If he starts building a whole crew of disciples just as strong and independent as he is, then they're in deep trouble. The operative agrees with the captain's read, then drops the key detail. She's convinced the target already clocked her real identity, so that's how he managed to confirm the Black Blade unit was moving in the first place. The captain's eyes narrow as the pieces click. She realizes the operative didn't just get caught, she pointed him at the truth on purpose, didn't she? Still, she admits it threw off the demon's plan, so it worked out. Then she pivots fast, saying that if she'd known he'd figure it out, she never would have exposed the operative like that, but now they can use that link to tighten their monitoring. The operative blurts an apology and the captain tells her she's not actually bothered by that side of her at all. With that, the captain dismisses her, saying it's finally time to start her shift. The operative bows and slips out. Alone in the office, the captain goes dead quiet, staring into the distance as her mind races. Then the real bombshell hits. She's Emilia Alcember, insanely talented even by Black Blade standards, and the mystery operative is none other than Emmy, the waitress from the tavern Leto frequents, so the captain can only think one thing. Since Emilia is still under her roof, she has to figure out how to fully win her over. The moment it's over, she slips out of the captain's office, her voice still hanging in the air as she wrestles with the best way to use Ratomic Laughlin. Then the scene snaps straight to the man. Leto and Sheath are laughing and glowing with high spirits, completely clueless about the schemes being plotted right in front of them. They spill out into the night after the celebration, and it hits hard. Leto trudges along with a passed-out Sheath slung on his back, while Leo carries the same weight for his sister, Irene. Reed stays right between them, the only one sober enough to walk under her own steam. Sheath was totally out of it, breathing slow and steady, while a little drool slipped onto Leto's shoulder. Irene's still not doing any better on a Leo's back. She half whispers in her sleep that she can't drink anymore. As they headed down that quiet street, someone couldn't help but point out the truth. No matter how big she talked earlier, she ended up being pretty lightweight after all. They roll up to an inn and Leto immediately grabs the reins. He promises the group 2 rooms, then slips Irene into Reed's care for the night, all while hinting that he'll snag the other room and handle the Sheath himself. Reed freaks out on the spot, screams at him that he can't possibly do that, then Leto just stands there, stammering, trying to blurt out a confused "WI." Leto just stands there with Sheath riding on his back and question marks practically swarm over his head. Then he blurts out a confused sound, trying to make sense of how she reacted. Reed blares out loud and it's so intense it cuts through everything. She stares at Leto in disbelief and demands if he's really still clueless about the real problem. Leto, sweating, just mutters, clueless about what exactly. Missing the point completely about propriety, he assumes this is just relationship drama and asks Reed if she still can't get along with Irene, saying it didn't look that way earlier when they were drinking. Reed snaps at Leto and screams that he's totally missing the point. Leto just stares back, baffled and innocent, while Reed roars that she can't believe he still hasn't caught the obvious, and Leto fires back, asking what he's even supposed to realize. With Sheath sprawled out on Leto's back, Reed finally snaps, shouting that this whole mess is all about Sheath. Leto still can't wrap his head around it. He shoots a glance at the sleeping adventurer on his shoulder and with pure innocence asks what's wrong with him. Watching Leto barrel forward like a tank, Elios, right there beside him, leans in and asks Reed if this guy's really okay upstairs, and Reed can only blink awkwardly as he admits. Leto's combat skills are undeniable, but when it comes to common sense, yeah, that's a whole different mess. Leto tightens his grip on Sheath, confused about why everyone's freaking out, until he shifts his hold and feels a soft, unmistakable press against his back that absolutely can't be there if Sheath's a guy. He blurts out a startled, confused noise as the truth hits him. Leto goes totally still, then stammers out, wait a second, as his brain finally catches up, while Reed lets out a tired sigh and admits, yeah, he really didn't notice until just now. Reed cuts him off and says it straight, turns out the Sheath is a girl, no doubt about it. Leto's mind goes totally blank, he just stands there staring like the world cut its audio, while the universe swells behind him and his entire reality crashes apart in dead silence. His brain starts slamming the rewind button and suddenly he realizes, man, there were tons of clues he totally missed. To defend himself, he tells himself, when I first saw Sheath, I just assumed she was a boy because of her clothes and that lean, athletic build. Still arguing with his own thoughts, he reasons that even a girl could carve out muscles like that if she spent her whole life hauling heavy work for her father, like blacksmithing. Lito's mind kicks into overdrive, scrambling to make sense of everything. Then he starts dissecting her body in his head, trying to convince himself that, for her age, she's probably just still growing. He keeps digging into the forensic clues, clocking how narrow her shoulders are and how her fingers are way thinner than any boy's, like the truth was screaming in plain sight the whole time. Memories snap into focus. Leto remembers just how shaking with fear Sheath got when he first met Emmy and Reed, and now he finally understands the real reason. Back in her village, there simply weren't many young women. He remembers Sheath saying she'd gotten better at socializing after hanging out with the group, but now it hits Leto, practice or not, Sheath still gets a little nervous every time other young women are around. The weight of his own stupidity finally slams him down. Leto throws a hand over his face, totally defeated, and admits to himself that he messed up big time. He glances back at Sheath, still sprawled fast asleep on his back, and tries to quiet his conscience. Maybe she won't care about the mistake, or, knowing her, maybe she won't even realize how she's being treated. Leto imagines that a normal girl would be frustrated about not being treated like a girl. But for Sheath, he can practically hear her voice declaring that things like gender don't matter for a disciple of the sword. Reed watched Leto's spiral and quickly stepped in with some straight-up, practical advice. She agreed that, with Sheath's personality, it's safer for Leto to keep doing exactly what he's been doing. Reed starts to head off, but then she slams him with one crucial rule. Sure, act normal, but when it actually matters, he better treat Sheath like a real woman. Leto just stands there, staring at his boots, crushed by how dense he's been, and he finally breaks down, calling himself a failure of a mentor, shocked he missed something so painfully obvious for so long. Right then, Leo speaks up during the comfort session, juggling his sleeping sister, telling Leto it's fine, everyone's going to mess up later anyway. Reed nods along, saying that means it's totally okay if Leto messes up too, sometimes. Leo finally cracks and tells Leto he feels something familiar in him now, and seeing Leto spiral over one mistake proves even S-rank adventurers are still just human. Meanwhile, Irene is muttering in her sleep on Leo's back, furious that she's being treated like a monster. Leto clutched the sleeping Sheath and finally let out a breath of relief. He looked genuinely saved by their help, thanked them straight away, and admitted he was only grateful he caught his mistake in time before it could turn truly fatal. The whole crew strides down the silent streets, nodding like, all right, that's it, we're calling it a night. They finally reach their huge multi-story lodging, and it looms silent under the moonlight. In the girls' room, Sheath and Irene are tucked into their beds, and Leo rushes to apologize to Reed. He dumped all the responsibility on her, but now he's promising to leave the girls in her care. Reed doesn't fight it. He accepts the weight and tells Leo to just trust her. Under the night sky, the guys split up outside, then one voice calls, "See you all tomorrow." They trade good nights and head inside to finally crash. The next morning hits Sheath like a punch to the gut. She jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat, screaming sorry to her master for getting so wasted the day before, and then panic slams in hard as she begs herself to remember whether she blurted out anything weird. Leto decides to mess with her hangover panic, slaps on a dead-serious face, and claims she stood up and swore she'd defeat the Demon Lord, only for Sheath to totally lose it, clutch her head in utter shame, and groan about how horrifyingly embarrassing that was. Soon as everyone's done regrouping, the whole squad crowds around a breakfast table, and Leto kicks things off, straight up asking if they're still going with Breath of the White Dragon for the next operation. Irene jumps in, shrugging that they don't care what they're called. Leto nods like it's a done deal, confirming he and his sister are fully satisfied with the name. Leto takes a swig and nods like, got it, and the instant their approval hits, the whole thing is sealed shut. As he chews, he refuses to let the pace drop straight into the next question. So what's the real plan from here? Leto jumps in with the schedule and tells everyone, for now, we train, then we crush requests. Mornings are all about combat training tailored to each of you, and afternoons, they're going to the request board and going hard. He tells them to grab as many jobs as they can, no picky rules, because variety is the whole point. Honestly, he's convinced learning from the field beats him lecturing them on theory every time. She's buried in bread like it's her job, but her eyes are still on him. She swallows, nods along that his logic probably holds, then fires off the real question. So you're saying we're talking monster exterminations? Leto tugs on his gloves and tells her monster hunting is totally fine, but he wants them to throw a wider net, take all kinds of different jobs if they can. He hammers home one key point: go hunting for requests from other guilds, because that's a killer idea. Reed stops mid-sip, stares at him like he just threw her a curveball, and demands what he means when he says other guilds. Leto lays it out for them, rattling off the Merchant Guild, the Mage Guild, and the Blacksmith Guild, telling them to chase the requests that come straight through these big local powerhouses. Leto breaks down why they pick those specific guilds, saying, as your rank climbs, joint operation requests with them will surge, so you'd better forge those ties early. Sheath leans in, listens every word, and nods, confirming she's got the plan. With the plan locked in, Leto slams into their daily schedule, then tells them right now he's going to drill every one of them on how frontliners move. He lays it out like a countdown. Drill, lunch break, then straight into the real requests, and while they scramble to get ready, he'll head to the guild first to grab the jobs. The gang dives into their food, and Irene's eyes immediately widen. This pace is way too much for her, because she blurts that everyone else is basically inhaling their meals while she's still trying to catch up. Leto relents for now, telling her to lay back and take it easy today, but he snaps that she needs to learn how to eat fast, because time is a luxury adventurers don't always get. Just before they wrap up, Leto slips a hand into his jacket and announces he's got something for the whole group. He slams a set of jewelry onto the table, 1 ring and 3 necklaces, each piece flashing a different kind of stone. The girls burst into reaction the second the gifts hit. Irene even clocks the stone and asks if it's aquamarine, while Reed and Sheth just stand there staring, stunned by how gorgeous they look. Then Leto steps in and explains its meaning, revealing it's a good luck charm and a symbol of their apprenticeship, and he throws in the best part. The gem glows with light, which demons hate, so it could save them when things go bad. Irene lifts the necklace toward the light and studies it like she's done it 1,000 times, and admits, shockingly, that this simple charm is actually top-tier quality. Reed slips the gift on right away, cheeks warming fast, and she thanks Rito with a shaky grin. This is the first time she's ever received something like this in her whole life. With a fresh wave of emotion, Sheath takes it to a whole new level, tears pouring as she thanks her master and vows she won't take it off until the day she dies, completely overwhelmed by the gift. Leto can't help teasing her for being a little too dramatic, then shifts his focus to the others and hands a bracelet to Leo, telling him, "This one's yours." Irene's eyes lock onto the item and she blurts, "What is this?" Leo snatches it in a flash, interest blazing, and says he wants a closer look. Then the moment he sees what he's holding, his face changes. That gem in the metal isn't just some pretty stone, it's a red dragon core. Irene jumps in with the backstory, saying that long ago, Vale clan parents handed bracelets like this to young men when they came of age, and Aleos backs her up. This custom wasn't just jewelry, it was a bracelet packed with a core refined from inside a red dragon's body. Leto grins and tells Irene, "You've got a serious grasp of all this," and when Leo gets all emotional about the gift's meaning, he starts to thank Rito properly. Then Leto barrels in, waves off the formalities, and promises he'll hear the full history lesson later. Leto waves it off like it's just a simple gift, don't overthink it, and Leo nods along like, "Yeah, I get it," but deep down he's made it clear he's still going to treasure it. After the gifts are handed out, Leto shouts to the group that it's time to move out. But as they start walking, Irene suddenly freezes, her hand sliding up to the necklace Leto just pressed into her palm, because the moment she lays eyes on that exact gem, it hits her what he's really been saying. That shimmering stone is aquamarine. People swear it's packed with powers that guard women's hearts, which is why men traditionally only gift it to their daughters, wives, or lovers. Irene stares at Leto strolling ahead with Sheath and Reed, and with that stone sitting there like trouble, she shoots a glance at Sheath. She tells herself to back off, treats her the same as always, and then forces herself, no overthinking, to hurry after the group. Leto and Sheath stride outside side by side, and Sheath, packed to the brim with energy, demands to know what training is even on the menu, while Leto cuts in that before they do anything else, he has to check everyone's skills first. They finally reach their destination, a huge building that acts like the town's main hub. The second Leto swings the door open, Emmy the waitress locks eyes with him. She spots him instantly, blurts his name, and excitedly admits she's been waiting for him. Even with that smile glued to her face, Leto feels a lethal aura pouring off her, so he blurts out, "What's wrong?" Emmy keeps the creepy grin locked in place and swears nothing's wrong, but her tone screams the truth is the exact opposite. She rips off the act, jabs her finger at the bulletin board, and snarls that it reeks like stale water, then hits him with the real accusation. By keeping his distance, he's treating them like total strangers, so she demands to know why he didn't say from the start that he was planning something like this. Leto and Sheath just stare at the board, and Sheath blurts out Emmy's words like she's totally lost. The whole room feels electric. The quest board is wall-to-wall with notices, and every single person can't stop staring. Leto catches two adventurers camped nearby, whispering and side-eyeing him while they mutter about the chaos. Then Emmy spins back to face him, pure exhaustion and blame in her eyes, telling him he kept them up all night fixing this mess, or at least that's what it looks like, because she quickly realizes it wasn't him at all, it was the staff he forced to deal with it. Leto's sweat bursts out as the truth hits him and he panics, then he shoots back fast, denying everything, swearing he couldn't possibly have anything to do with it. Sheath spots something weird on the bulletin board, points it out to her master, and looks totally baffled. Because it's a massive flyer for a beginner's hall hosted by the S-rank adventurer Rat-O McLaughlin, Leto's alias, promising secret beginner tips for a 1,000 dime entry fee and telling everyone to head straight to the reception desk. Leto and Sheath lock onto it, frozen in pure horror, then Leto snaps to it and realizes with a jolt exactly who set him up. The whole building rattles as Leto roars at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what the hell is going on. He barrels up to the reception window where Diaz is sitting, screams her name, and demands to know why an unauthorized ad was posted. Diaz stays ice cold while Leto's rage boils over, and she tells him she wanted his help with the newbies, at least with the knowledge, and then casually says she'll pay him for it. She fixes her hair like it's no big deal and tells him she kept her word from earlier, she promised to cooperate, so she's offering up the venue as her part. Leto's not buying any of it. He snaps that he never agreed to this, and right now he's got no time because he's training his own guys starting immediately. Diaz's face tightens, she leans in close, drops her voice, and warns him to keep it secret because people are already whispering that he might have had something to do with that demon incident from the other day. Leto halts the threat dead in his tracks, right where she planned for it to land. Diaz drops the name Murizel, and instantly you can tell she's showing him she sees the link too. Leto just admits he knew she'd catch on eventually. Diaz cuts right to the chase. She calls him Rito and tells him flat out she knows he wants to keep his ties to the demons hidden. As Leto sweats through every second, she lays down the deal. She'll help him with the cover-up, but only if he agrees to be the instructor. She crosses her arms and snaps at him, dead serious, that's just how it is. Leto clicks his tongue, furious that he's been boxed in, and beside him, Sheath just stands there with a giant question mark hovering over her head, completely clueless. Leto tries to draw a hard line. He tells Diaz he's locking in on training his own crew right now, hitting that work every morning, so he can't keep babysitting all the new guys. Diaz stays perfectly calm and sweet. She tells him that's totally fine. Then she grins and says he can stroll in anytime during the afternoon and give his lecture for a little while. Leto grits his teeth, no choice left, and mutters that he's heading out before turning to storm away. Sheath totally misses the blackmail vibe and just lights up, stars practically popping in her eyes as she blurts that it's incredible he's going to be a guild-certified instructor. She keeps glowing with admiration, but Leto just stares at her, stressed, panicking, and sweating like he's barely holding it together after that encounter. Leto decides he needs air, so he waves Sheath off, tells her to drop him for now and go chase her own requests. She marches up to the quest board, humming under her breath while she wrestles with what job to grab, and right beside her, Irene darts her finger across the list, spotting prime quests for her own party. Leto powers on and crashes into Emilia, the Blackblade operative, and when he sees what's going on, he mutters that the whole guild mess somehow spiraled into a massive nightmare. Emmy smiles and straightens him out, telling him it didn't just blow up on its own. Leto snaps that she set him up, and Emmy bats on pure innocence, asking what he even means. He throws his hands up, storms off, and mutters that he's got to get to work. All alone with his thoughts, Leto starts spiraling over the brand new forced gig he's stuck playing at the beginner's hall. He starts talking himself into it, insisting that training fresh adventurers and sharpening their skills early isn't some bad idea, it's exactly what they need, right from the start. He jumps into planning his curriculum, and he decides the very first lesson has to be the basics of weapons and armor. Perched on a bench, a sharp thought hits him about his own student. He realizes Sheath needs real upper body armor, then boom, his train of thought gets wrecked when Sheath shouts "Master" from across the room. She darts up to him, clutching 2 request papers, grinning ear to ear, and blurt out that she's seriously thinking of taking those 2. Sheath stands beside Reed and blares the choices out loud. A warehouse sorting job for the Keys Trading Company, or a goblin extermination in the old sewer ruins. Leto nods like that's perfect, then instantly snaps that she should grab the warehouse quest first. Sheath storms off full of fire, shouting that she's got the plan. Then Irene whips around to Leto, drilling down on the details and demanding to know exactly where they're going to run that combat training. Leto grins and says he knows the perfect place. Then they roll up to the gates of a massive fortified castle. A sharp-looking man in a spotless military uniform steps out to greet them, and the second he spots Leto, he calls him by his alias. Raitao then bursts out, "Long time no see." Leto greets him as Harold, then cracks a joke that the guy never seems to age a day. Then they clasp hands, and Harold tells Rateau that if he'd been back in town, he damn well should have stopped by just to show his face. Harold whips his hand toward the others and demands, "Who are the kids?" Leto steps in right away, kicking off introductions and presenting Sheath like, "Meet my apprentice." Leto strides along and first calls out Reed the sister ***, then he whips the spotlight to ***, Irene ***, and Alios ***. Harold grabs the word apprentice and pounces on it. If Raitao has won, then he's finally turning to their side. Right then, Harold straightens up and formally introduces himself to the trainees. Harold, commander of the training unit for the Kyla Defense Forces, 3rd Garrison. Leto breaks it down for Sheath, telling her Harold is his old party buddy from back in the day, and when Sheath hears the commander once used to adventure with her master, her jaw practically drops. Harold confirms it's true, then tries to talk to Sheath, but immediately freezes, stuck debating whether it should be Sheath-kun or Sheath-chan, stumbling over the name. Sheath just grins and tells him calling her Sheath is totally fine, and for a moment those reunion pleasantries finally calm down because Harold realizes he honestly had no clue Leto had come back to this town. Leto lays it all out for Harold, saying so much has happened lately that somehow he got stuck training the guild's fresh recruits, and when Harold hears it, it suddenly clicks. That's exactly why his old friend showed up at his gate. But Leto doesn't just ask, he traps Harold in his own logic, jabs a finger at the commander, and demands whether he'll really refuse, then reminds Harold that he's the exact person who once pushed for weaving adventurer know-how into the military in the first place. Under the crushing weight of his own policy, Harold caves instantly, throws his hands up, yells he gets it, then mutters that it actually sounds kind of fun, and just like that, he gets hit with a sharp rebuke, probably from Leto, warning him not to say stuff like that out loud at his rank. Once the permission's locked in, Ilyas scans the area, then grills for details, confirming this huge structure is really an educational base for the Kyla army. Leto whips around to the group and admits Ilyas is right, then he warns them this place runs on a whole different set of rules than a normal military base. Harold steps ahead, waving everyone along, and while they're strolling, he leans toward Leto and drops the name Rinton, saying he's been lonely as hell lately, grumbling that his ungrateful apprentice won't come back to visit. Leto snorts at the name, calling Rinton a bonehead, and mutters that he has zero recollection of ever agreeing to be that guy's apprentice. The group strides across the facility grounds, and the moment they come into view, every soldier and trainee snaps to attention, then salutes Harold like he's earned it all. Harold glances at his old friend and suddenly gets all sentimental. He tells Leto he's finally made it, he's achieved S-rank at last, and the whole moment hits him with nostalgia, because back then that was the one huge dream Leto was running after. Leto's face tightens just a notch, he nods and gives a small, quiet yes, then he looks away fast like he's trying to bury the tangled storm of emotions that title just dragged up. The crew finally reaches a towering brick fortress at the base, and Harold strides forward. Then he shoves those heavy double doors wide open so everyone can rush inside. Harold sweeps his arm grandly as they step in, welcoming everyone to the pride of the 3rd Garrison, the all-environment training facility. He leans in and explains that inside this space they've built lifelike simulations, split right down the middle. One side a scorching desert, the other a river that actually moves, and the details are unreal, with huge, rugged rock formations that look totally real even though it's all happening indoors. Sheath spins around in pure awe, marveling that the whole place is incredible, but Irene's eyes narrow, she catches on fast and fires back, "So what's going on here?" as she realizes she can faintly feel magic power seeping from everywhere around them. Leto steps in, fires back the answer, and says it's a reproduction magic spell. By tweaking the magic in the area, they can remake almost any environment they need to train. To prove a point, Leto snaps his fingers and declares he'll show them an example, then he casts Dream Reproduction. Right before their eyes, the bare floor in front of the group instantly morphs into a room with wooden tables and benches popping into place with a blinding magic flash, and the party members just stare in shock. Reed strides up to one of the brand new tables and drags her gloved hand across the surface, then freezes, because the details are identical to the table they always sit at in their regular tavern. Leto spells out the catch, warning that the conjured magic can only stay together for about 3 hours. Then he snaps his hand up and dismisses it with one line, "End of the dream." Harold keeps talking, sweeping his hand across the fake forest around them, and tells everyone they use this wild little simulation to drill their combat training and education. Reed isn't just soaking in the flashy spectacle, she's stuck on the logistics, interrogating it like a scientist, calling out how the reproduction magic clearly breaks today's magic theories, then blurts, "So how on earth are they pumping enough magic power to keep all of this running?" Harold waves off the whole technical deep dive, saying he's not touching the detailed principles right now, and admits this is what happens when a certain necromancer's work gets mixed with their own hard effort. Then Sheath immediately pounces, asking if her master is part of it too. Harold shoots her a grin and tells her it's not just that he's involved, Rideout dreamed up the whole plan himself. Sheath swells with pride, saying that's exactly the kind of move she knew her master would make. Reed tries to slam everything back into place, asking if that means they'll be training right here in the facility, and then pressing whether Harold's going to teach them too. Leto steps in to shut her down, "No, I've got this," and as he starts talking, he spills the name of someone else. But right then, a dark portal tears open in the air, someone yells that the magic power is insane, then a roaring voice bursts from the void, screaming that Raitao finally showed up, and a shadowy figure charges straight out of the darkness. The reaction hits like lightning. Once Irene spots what's going on, she explodes into a scream, yelling at the top of her lungs, "What is that doing here?" The rest of the party is totally thrown. Leo whips around to Reed and demands, "Tell me we seriously just heard that thing talk." Reed shoots back, "Yeah, I heard it too, no question." The giant hits the ground with a brutal thud, blasting dust everywhere. Everyone snaps tense in an instant. Irene, Sheath, Leto, and Harold all brace, and Sheath whips her gaze to Leto, stammering to her master as the whole situation spirals into something far more dangerous. When the dust finally settles, the enemy is right there, and the whole party panics instantly. "It's a skeleton," someone yells, and before the fear even fades, another voice screams, "We've got to take it down right now." The skeleton snaps back, cocky as ever, and when he asks what's going on, he clocks them as adventurers, then scoffs and dares them to think his plans can be stopped by some pups like them. Harold tries to slam the brakes on the fight before it even starts, stuttering like he can finally put a name to the threat, but Leto doesn't hear a word. He tells Harold to drop it and barrels straight in. Leto storms straight at the enemy, but the skeleton doesn't blink. He mouths off right to Leto's face, sneering that the kid's got no muscle. She rockets into the chaos beside her master, screams for all she's worth, and slams her weapon forward with everything she's got. The skeleton slips around her, strikes like it's nothing, taunting her as too slow, then starts grilling her technique, mocking her for yelling out her attack like some idiot who has no idea what stealth even means. He doesn't just talk, he drives a brutal punch straight into her gut, and the Sheath's wind gets smashed out of her as she coughs on impact. Reed lunges in for a follow-up, jabbing her staff forward to snag him off guard, but the skeleton only leans back toward dodge it and mutters something sarcastic about how terrifying that little move was. Now it's Irene's shot. She bursts in, sword raised, and snaps at the loud skeleton, screaming through the chaos. But the skeleton snaps his bare hand out, snatches her blade like it weighs nothing, and then starts schooling her, pointing out that if the first hit of a combo gets shut down, the whole attack falls apart. Irene fights for her weapon, screaming at the enemy to let go. Then, while they're stuck on her, Reed launches into a chant, begging her inner light to blaze and fire a spell. The skeleton flings Irene aside like she's weightless, and she smashes to the ground. Then Reed surges in with her staff, only for the skeleton to dart faster than her eyes can track and vanish from her line of sight. Reed snaps to a standstill, eyes wide and stunned as her attack crashes into nothing but empty air. The skeleton yanks Reed's legs out from under her and snarls that her moves are screamingly obvious. Then it goes right on yelling mid-fight, lecturing her to slap on a holy blessing the second she clocked she was battling the undead. He lands a kick that hurls Reed across the room, but just as he's about to go further, Leto shoots in and tells the skeleton to stop, calmly calling the monster Rinton. The girls look totally lost until the name hits like a punch. The skeleton snaps into stillness, whips his head around a full 180 degrees and roars Leto's old name, Rito, then spits the word bastard. Leto just stands there deadpan, saying long time no see, and pointing out that Rinton hasn't changed one bit, so Rinton instantly fires back, calling Leto his idiot apprentice. Rinton's not finished blowing off steam. He rages that he thought Leto was finally coming back after all that time. Then Leto shows up with a bunch of randoms who aren't even close to ready for a real fight. Leto wastes no time. He cuts straight to the heart of it, calls the girls his own apprentices, lays out the new plan to Rinton, and declares that from now on, the two of them will drill these girls every single morning. Rinton loses his mind, flings his bony hands up, and yells, "Why do I have to do it?" But Leto just smirks and calls his bluff, reminding him he's been itching to train adventurer apprentices anyway. Leto strides up to his old mentor and pitches their plan, admitting they're brand new rookies, but insisting they've got real potential, and Rinton only grunts, glaring like he can't stand the whole setup. Rinton fires a sharp look at Reed and Sheath, picking apart every flaw. Sure, they're still rough around the edges, but the truth is, there's real potential there, and he can tell it's worth nurturing. Harold barrels into the chat and tells Rinton how wild it is that Rito actually takes apprentices. Then he straight up roasts the skeleton, laughing that since the girls are counting on Rinton now, that makes them basically his adorable little grand apprentices. Harold is absolutely loving every second of it, grinning like a maniac with pure energy blasting off him, while Rinton just stands there, dead inside, fed up with Harold's nonstop attitude. Leto gives Renton the green light to go all out, telling him to drill the girls with no mercy. Then Renton instantly lashes back, yelling that he doesn't need anyone telling him how to do his job. The skeleton straightens up, accepts the challenge, and grumbles that he still doesn't really understand this whole grand apprentice deal, but then he makes it crystal clear, he's going to be strict. Rinton turns on his heel and groans, muttering that these apprentices look like the kind who'll crumble the second real pressure hits. The girls are thrown for a loop by this sudden training setup. Sheath demands answers, and Red straight up admits she has no clue what the skeleton even is, while Irene immediately blows up, swearing she'll take him down. Right then Leo cuts in, yanks her back, and warns his sister this isn't just any ordinary skeleton. Leto steps in and clears the whole mess, telling the party that the skeleton isn't some monster at all, it's one of their old friends, a relic pulled from the past. Rinton flips into full instructor mode, roars that he's about to whip the whole group into shape right now, and warns them to brace themselves, because unlike Rito, he runs a strict ship. Sheath just glares at the skeleton, stunned, and blurts, "Okay, why can a skeleton even talk?" Rinton instantly erupts back, claiming it's all pure willpower, and orders her to start calling him Instructor Rinton. Irene barges in, full attitude, calling him Bones, and whining that he's always so loud. Then Rinton snaps, asking what Bones is even supposed to do as an insult, because it doesn't work at all. As the chaos explodes around them, Harold whips around to his old friend and asks Rito if this doesn't feel like a trip down memory lane. Leto nods hard, saying it totally does. Leto shuts his eyes and lets the memories slam back in, dragging him straight into the past. He flashes back to the days when everyone was still young, and he starts calling names like it's a reunion: Harold, the Necromancer, Migheji, and Archer Gora. And yeah, Migheji had a partner too, Rinton. Leto says the four of them teamed up, turned this town into their battleground, and lived as full-on adventurers right here. Back then, they just wouldn't stop sharpening their skills. Every day they sparred hard against Rinton to get stronger. Young Leto sits there lost in thought, remembering how they used to argue. Maybe there's a smarter, more efficient way to train than the same old routine. Leto breaks it down. Turns out it was Miga who finally cracked the code, and she did it by inventing reproduction magic to wipe out their problem. Because of that breakthrough, Rinton's training suddenly became insanely effective at hammering frontline combat skills into the whole team, and Leto swears that with this system, all four of them shot up ranks at a pace no rookie could ever touch. Leto stares back on those early days when everything was just getting started, raw, rough, and brutal, yet somehow they still thought it would never change. Even now, with Migheji and Gora gone without a trace, it feels like he's still trudging forward on that same road deep in his bones. Yeah, he can't deny it, some part of him is still clinging to the dream of those old days. He calls it a bitter dream once he wakes up, but still, he admits this reunion means something real and deep to him. Harold flips back to the memory and decides he's done staying put. He heads out, saying the town's been getting wildly noisy lately. Harold tells Rito that he and Rinton are gonna borrow the training spot for a while, and Rito just gives him the green light. Harold nudges everyone to hit the guild tavern later for a drink, then grins and says he's already cracked a way to wring both cash and secrets out of the guild. With a wild grin, Harold drags up their old hustles, remembering how they used to make and sell things back in the day, and he laughs that Rito was always ridiculously good at that kind of hustle. Rito snaps into defense over his work, cuts Harold off to say it was just stuff, it was a real guidebook and a full instruction manual. Harold needles him and tells him not to go too hard, or the guild will start clocking his every move. Then Rito fires back that Harold should be thankful, because that's the exact stunt they used to scrape their funds together in the first place. Harold's smile drops like a trapdoor, his face goes dead serious, and he leans in to Rito, saying he's getting a terrible feeling about what's happening, so he needs him to be extra careful right now. Rito swears he's got it, they clack fists in a quick bump and Harold grins, "I'll catch you later." Rintin the skeleton isn't built for patience. He bursts his head out of the dark portal and barks at Rito to hurry up and pull up the training menu already. Rito steps in to take control, shouts that he's splitting everyone up, and declares that today he's going to watch Irene and Reed personally, while Elios and Sheath get ordered to train under Rintin. Irene wastes no time and challenges the whole setup on the spot. She yells at the portal, asking how Rintin could have claimed earlier that he was dead and turned into a skeleton. Rintin hears her attitude and doesn't hold back. He snaps, saying she's just a noisy little girl. Rintin shrugs off the attitude and takes the job, then boasts that because he survived the Dragon War, he's gonna hammer the absolute basics of frontline fighting into Leo and Sheath's skulls. Once the other group was sorted, Rito snapped his focus onto the girls and told them it was time to start, because even if they were technically the rear guard, right now they were going all in on close quarters combat training. He wastes no time, he clocks their weak spots on the spot, then stares Irene down and bluntly tells her she's leaning way too hard on that Veil-style fighting. Then he whips around to Reed and he tells her straight up, the second real combat hits, her decision-making collapses completely, just like it did earlier. Irene takes in his feedback with hands on her hips and attitude to spare, then she snaps, dead serious, point blank, what are they supposed to do about it? Rito flashes a peace sign and throws down the gauntlet, telling both of them to charge him together, but only under one rule, no magic, and then he dares them to go all out, holding nothing back. Reed's nerves start to show as she shoots back, so you're saying that even with 2 against 1, this is still a cakewalk for you? Rito just nods, and the moment the ground starts to rumble, he fires up dream reproduction magic to set the whole stage. The training grounds are locked in. Rito drops the rules to the 2 girls. You're not getting out of the recreated area he just built, but if you manage to land even 1 hit on him, you win. Irene is buzzing with excitement and signs on the spot, and Reed, scythe in hand, throws in a sharp warning of his own, telling Rito that if her scythe actually lands, he won't be getting off lightly. Rito just smirks like the blade doesn't even matter, firing her threat back at her with a teasing, "Are you even sure it'll land?" Then waving them on like, "Go on, bring it." The girls snap into formation immediately. Irene steps out in front, Reed follows her cue, Reed yells he's got it, and the 2 of them explode forward with their assault. Irene barrels in first, but Rito starts his lecture before anyone even throws a punch. Then as she charges over the jagged rocky ground, he calls out how brutal uneven terrain can be in a fight. Irene swings her blade, but Rito slips around it like it's nothing, dodging while he finishes his point. "This is way harder than you think." Then Irene keeps hacking, only for every swing to cut straight through empty air. Rito slips past another of Irene's strikes, spotting a crack in her defense while Reed's still caught in the distraction. Then Reed gets hit from the side as she shouts, "I've got the long reach," and swings her massive scythe to nail him. Rito reads every motion like it's nothing. He sidesteps her huge blade, then cuts right into her technique on the spot, saying sure, her reach is long, but her swings are way too wide, so every attack screams its next move before it even lands. Right in the middle of the brawl, he keeps yelling coaching tips at her, telling her she has to weave in a pullback motion into her swing, or she'll never land a real, clean cut. In a blink, he rockets forward, slams his weapon into the scythe's shaft, and smashes her momentum to a stop, then hits her with the brutal truth. Her reach isn't anywhere near as long as she believes. The spar won't let up. Rito keeps firing off lectures to Reed while he snarls her strikes down, hammering the idea that a rock-solid defensive stance is her base, and that once someone steps into her range, she should strike right back. But right away, he throws in a warning, telling her that if she locks herself into defense, she'll miss the exact opening she needs to land a real hit. He drives the message home, telling Reed her mindset has to flip. She can't sit around and wait. She needs to grab the initiative and move first. Reed yells out a confirmation, taking his advice straight to heart. Then she surges forward at once, crashing into him near the rocky walls. Irene spots her opening out of nowhere, rockets back into the fight and lets out a fierce scream, then drives a bold hit straight for Radau while he's still tangled up with Reed. Radau shrugs off the interruption like it's nothing, telling Irene that her boldness is her deadliest weapon, while warning her not to let that confidence go to her head. He slips out of her thrust with zero effort, and her own momentum hurls her straight past him. Then he snaps that a move like that won't work against someone stronger. Irene stumbles forward, totally off her mark, but Rito doesn't even look at her anymore. He roars in approval as he watches Reed pull her move off exactly like he ordered. Reed rips into the opening Irene just made, and she comes crashing in from above with a brutal overhead swing. Radau watches her strike with a satisfied grin like, yep, this is exactly the moment he was aiming for. She lunges in, then before he can breathe, plants the move Rito taught her earlier instead of going for that lazy wide swing. She snaps the side back with a sharp hook, forcing Rito to fight the awkward angle and block it on purpose. The spar screeches to a stop when Reed's weapon jams hard into the rocky ground, metal clanging loud against stone, cutting off the fight instantly. Rito whips his gaze to Reed and declares it's done, asking if she's okay with the result. Reed stares down, face falling as she realizes she's been beaten, then gives a soft, definite nod. Yeah, it's over. She looks totally wiped out. Reed just can't find the words, and all she can feel is this crushing certainty. She's got zero chance of beating him. Rito refuses to let her spiral. He tells her things could look different on flat ground, but he shuts that hope down fast. Real fights never happen in perfect conditions. He hands her a clear plan and says, for now, we're sticking to real-life training like this. Then he smiles and promises that once her skills hit the right level, they'll finally jump into magic training, and she just keeps nodding along. Meanwhile, Irene slumps on the ground with a pout so hard it's almost painful, grumbling to herself that yeah, no matter how annoying it is to hear, Rito's critique lands dead on. Rito reads the shift in her mood and shoots in with reassurance, telling Irene not to stress. He'll tailor their training to smash through her weaknesses. Then, with the tension finally easing, he pushes, all right, let's start reviewing that fight. Over with the other group, the skeleton instructor is calling it quits. He dismisses everyone and orders Sheath and Elios to return tomorrow, and these two are weirdly hyped, yelling their thanks like crazy while practically bowing to him with way too much energy. Reed and Irene lean in from the sidelines, wiped out and staring, because they can't figure out how those guys are somehow pulling all that energy out of thin air. Rito turns back to his team and praises them for a job well done, then barks that they've earned food and rest, because the afternoon session is coming and they've got to be ready. Reed nods like, got it, and heads for the break. After the training ends, the group starts to fracture. Rito whips around to head off one way, while Sheath, Irene, Reed, Elias, and their skeleton instructor head the opposite direction. Sheath snaps her gaze over at Rito the moment she realizes he's not coming with them, then asks what he's got planned, like, isn't he joining them for lunch? Rito tells her he's got other business and that he's heading straight back to the guild to talk through the plans for the upcoming lectures. Sheath nods and says they'll swing back to the guild too right after they finish their request. Rito agrees, then slips in one last bit of advice before he heads out. Goblins might not be a major threat, but they still need to stay on guard. He gives a final nod as he leaves. The story slams into the outside of a massive, fortress-like walled facility under a blazing sky. Turns out the whole crew marched into Key's Trading Company, a huge warehouse maze, to get some work done, only now it's beating them up inside too. Sheath drops onto a crate and asks how everyone's holding out, and Irene, drained, sweaty, and barely standing, groans that they're finished for good because warehouse sorting is brutally exhausting. The whole team is catching their breath. Sheath cracks that manual labor is no joke, while Irene practically slumps onto a bench, groaning that she's wiped out, and Elio just stands there looking oddly fresh, shrugging, that's a good workout. Just then, Wayne, an older man with a steady stride, steps in with a tray piled high with wooden mugs, praises the crew for a job well done, and swings over a round of beers like a victory toast. As soon as Sheath snaps upright, she bows politely to Wayne and blurts out an apology for the mess, while Irene wastes zero time. She's practically vibrating with excitement over the drinks and cheers her thanks loud and clear. Wayne keeps chatting with the crew, telling them straight up that places like his survive because adventurers like them keep rolling in, and then he leans closer with a wink, grinning that for the truly excellent adventurers, keeping a strong friendship is the key to keeping his business thriving. Sheath gets totally blindsided by the praise and she shoots back fast, questioning that excellent label and reminding him they're just E-rank rookies at the end of the day. Wayne flashes a thumbs up, trashing the humble act, and brings up that time they drove off the demon race when the guild tried to hide it by rewriting the report to just a sighting. He leans in and basically dares everyone to admit it. Locals know exactly what happened. The older man finishes his pitch and locks eyes with Leo's Irene and Reed, then tells them, straight up, that seeing how hard they pushed today proves they're the real deal, and the whole group thanks him for those words. As the story slides into the city streets, Wayne's voice hangs in the air, urging them to swing by his shop next time, because every business around here is hunting for loyal customers like them, and Sheath answers that they'll absolutely be back. With the warehouse job finally finished, Sheath snatches the next item on their schedule, goblin hunting. The scene snaps back to Rito back at the guild, barking orders like always, explaining that the goblins have already built a fresh nest, telling the team to cut their numbers down, and then reporting back to the guild ASAP the second it's done. Now they're deep in the dungeon, charging through a gritty stone corridor, then one party member grumbles that Rito's orders feel ice cold. Sheath, still leading the way, shrugs and says she's used to it, because honestly that's exactly the kind of demand rookies get. Sheath flips into leader mode, barks orders to get moving, and hammers home that their attacks have to line up perfectly just like they planned earlier. Then the whole team nods back, ready to go. As they walk, Irene spirals into hard self-reflection over her fighting skills, admitting that she's still not where she wants to be, even picking apart her own moves and cursing that in a past moment, a kick would have been way more efficient than swinging a sword. Irene's companion walks beside her and just nods along, fully agreeing. As they keep walking, the talk about their combat performance keeps rolling. Iron E agrees with the earlier take, but Reed slams herself with a brutal truth. She couldn't switch from her great scythe to her staff as cleanly as she wanted, and if she's being honest, she's wishing she'd hunted down about 50 more enemies to lock the rhythm in. Sheath brushes off all that negativity and cuts in, telling them that, yeah, they were hard on themselves, but both of them were straight up amazing back there. Leo nods right beside her, backing her up and saying they crushed it. With the debrief finished, the whole group heads back to the guild to file their mission report. As they stride down the street toward the guild building, Sheath suddenly clocks something weird, and she yells to the others, asking what's going on with that huge crowd packed up ahead. As they close in, they spot a female guild staffer standing there, facing a roaring crowd of adventurers. She bluntly announces today's lecture is already packed and registration is shut for good. She tries to steady the panic by promising another session tomorrow, but Sheath doesn't even hesitate. She blurts out an apology and shoulder checks through the bystanders to get a clear look, leaving Reed stumbling behind her, wide-eyed and stunned. Inside, the chaos goes nuclear. An enormous crowd of adventurers fills the room, all locked in and listening to the speaker. Sheath keeps staring at the packed guild like it's unreal, because she's never seen this many people here at once. Then she blurts out how wild it is that this is only day one of the program and the turnout is already absolutely insane. Right at the front of the room, the instructor whips around mid-performance, spots his party members standing at the back, and you can see real shock hit his face. He snaps back to it in an instant, shoots them a cool, confident thumbs up, and keeps moving like the instructor never even slowed him down. Sheath totally loses control, her eyes glitter like stars as she gushes over her master for pulling in a crowd that big, while Reed stays grounded, telling everyone to just wait quietly until he's finished, and Leos agrees to hang back. Back in the lecture hall, the lesson is blasting wide open. Rudo stands at the front, roaring through his talk to the packed adventurers, and right there with everyone else, Sheath and her crew have finally sat down to listen. A few days back at the guild headquarters, Sane is in pure rage. He's yelling at the staff to get out of his way as he tries to shove his way through, demanding they hurry and hand over the information about the demons. Two members of the Black Blade unit slam into his path, blocking him cold. The masked woman on the right says Murazel is tied up right now, while her partner barks at Hirasane to turn around and get out. Sane realizes he'll never get past them, snaps his back to the heavy doors and stomps away in a rush. Later, out in the city, Sane unleashes his fury to the open air. He bellows curses at the sky, blasting every single person who's crossed him lately. His mind keeps replaying every betrayal. Bitterness flares as he remembers Elena turning him down. Then Dill's cold, technical excuse crashes back in. that a magician can't run with a party unless he's got a real front line and a cleric. Zane keeps stomping forward alone, spitting an angry rant under his breath about how none of them get how insanely amazing he is, then demands what an S-rank hero is even supposed to be, so furious they'd leave someone like him behind. And just as he's fuming, a voice slides in from behind and agrees, calling him hero to his face. A cloaked stranger lurks in the shadows, and when he finally speaks, he demands to know why he didn't warn Zane sooner, because the guild itself has been infiltrated by demons. Zane catches the figure lurking in the shadows, and the second he sees him, he snaps, calling him a rat right to his face. He glares at the man with pure contempt and snarls that he better not show that disgusting face, yet the hooded figure only lets out a chuckle like the hero hasn't changed a bit. Then he cuts straight to it. There's only one way out, and Zane has to slaughter the demons with his own hands. He keeps right on pitching, telling Zane, if I wipe out the demons and come back crowned as a real hero, then my companions and the guild have no choice but to recognize me again. Zane snaps at the bait the second it's offered, his eyes go sharp, and he demands to know where the demons are. The hooded man smirks under his cowl, and in that beat you realize the enemies are already hiding in the gaddas. Zane smirks with aggressive confidence, practically rubbing it in that he knew all along, and then he snaps that he has to leave right now to take care of it. That figure reels him in and tells him the event will probably blow up within a month, then adds this: sure, a dragon carriage takes you half a month, but a hero like Zane can just slip through a portal like the guy before him. Zane freezes with a nasty eye twitch at the mention, then he snaps, who are you talking about? The figure snaps that he's talking about the man who ditched Zane's party. Right then, Zane bristles at the name Leto and shoots back, demanding to know why he even brought the guy up. The hooded stranger keeps needling Zane, smirking, so you really don't know the news, then drops the shock. Leto, the guy everyone talks about, is in Gaddy's right this second, and now the whispers are flying that he's cooking up something big. Zane's reaction hits instantly, his jaw locks tight, teeth grinding, veins bulging as pure rage storms in and takes over. He totally snaps, screaming Rito's name at the top of his lungs, so hard the whole room practically shakes. After that brutal showdown, the tale rips us right back to the village, 1 whole month later. Leto and his crew kept grinding through training and stacking up requests, and now that their hard-earned rewards are piled high, they finally pull the trigger on upgrades and buy fresh new gear. Inside the shop, Sheath slips into a fresh set of armor, and an off-screen voice blurts out that it looks amazing, only for Sheath to frown and ask if it's not a bit too flashy for someone like her. Reed steps in and fires up Sheath's confidence, telling her, straight up, that she's naturally beautiful and has nothing to fear. Then she notices how her hair's grown out and insists that this whole look makes her femininity shine even brighter. Meanwhile, Luge wrestles the weapons into order. She hands over the axe sword and says she worked on it herself, even though it took longer than she planned, and she's confident the quality is rock solid. Leto thanks her for all the effort. Lita strides into the room with a shield in hand and declares he's wrapped things up on his side too, but as soon as he spots the girls huddled together, he stops dead and demands, "What's wrong?" Back in the armor fitting, Louge breaks down the magic tech details. The chest plate is forged from magic steel and she can tweak the size anytime. She asks Sheath, does it feel tight anywhere? Sheath slaps her hands on the smooth armor over her chest and deadpans, right now, I feel absolutely nothing. We get a fresh look at the group regrouping, Leto standing there loaded up with brand new gear, while the girls wrap up their moment. Sheath turns to Leto with a bright grin, clasps her hands, and asks if that new gear doesn't feel amazing to wear. Leto stands there testing the new setup, gripping his massive shield while he's fresh in that new tunic and armor, and he admits the spear and shield actually feel way lighter than his old gear. But then skepticism kicks in hard, because for the price they paid, it almost feels too good, like it might be cheap for this level of quality. Kirka reassures him it's totally fine, then tells him this job was a perfect learning run for her apprentice, Louge, so she's fine with knocking the price down. She keeps going, saying all those materials weren't just random choices, they were gathered for a blacksmith guild request, and since they didn't have to fork out of pocket for the raw metal, the material cost stayed barely anything. With that news, Sheath bows low to both of them, then blurts out his gratitude to Kirka and Louge for setting everything up. Once the gear's locked in, Reed straightens up and speaks. Now that they're finally properly equipped, they can grab the tougher jobs. Then she points them to the Eastern Forest for their next mission. Reed keeps pushing forward, blunt as a blade, saying she's completely finished with goblins, and Leto just nods along, agreeing the Eastern Forest is the perfect escape plan. After leaving the shop behind, the story jumps ahead and drops us onto the bustling city streets. Looks like Leto is back in full instructor mode. He's clutching a notebook, shutting down today's lecture for good and telling everyone, that's it for now, because tomorrow he's diving into magic with the kind of detail you can't miss. Leto shuts down his lecture, stressing that even the people on the front lines have to understand magic, because monsters out there love using spells, and then he calls it for the day, sending the class away. As the students stream out, the helmeted guy starts wondering if crossbows could be the move, and another kid jumps in insisting they've gotta hit the magic lecture tomorrow. Right then, Sheath spots Leto and blurts, "Master." And Leto snaps around, seeing her coming. Leto spots the shift in their look right away and blurts out that they've got brand new gear. Sheath grins and tells him it was all forged at the blacksmith's shop. Leto nods and blurts out that he remembers her talking about that plan, and the second he clocks what it means, he grins like, this is celebration time, and he whips to the counter, ordering 5 beers for everyone. He leans in for a closer look at Sheath's gear, tells her the circlet fits her perfectly, and then his eyes lock in on the gem set right into it. She freezes in delight at the compliment, then smiles and thanks him, explaining that the interference gem blocks specific physical and magical attacks. Reed jumps in too, showing he's got the same material crafted into earrings for her matching set. Another recruit steps up, proudly brandishing his brand new spear and shield, and says he actually followed the advice, focusing on pure physical protection with his gear. Leto scans the group, nods like, yeah, everyone's equipment's finally on point, and then grins. Now that they're properly loaded, it's time to crank up the difficulty of what they ask for. Sheath huddles with Leto and lays out the party's plan, saying they're itching to tackle the Eastern Forest next, and she warns him they've also been getting requests from Wayne. Leto grins and says it feels like the Keys Trading Company is actually looking out for them. Then he tells everyone, yeah, the tools might cost a lot, but don't gamble on random places. Grab your gear from a reliable shop like this. Reed jumps in and basically says that bond is the reason we've racked up a ton of savings, while she adds, the place is dirt cheap and dinner S on the house. Leto slams the beers onto the table, tells everyone not to slack on saving, because you never know when that gold will suddenly be the difference between winning and losing. Then he lays it out. As they climb ranks, requests hit harder and the costs jump up fast. The girls nod, got it. Leto's tone sharpens. He admits that from what he's seeing, everyone's definitely changing, and even Rinton was caught off guard, especially by Sheath. Then he slaps on a warning. The most dangerous moments come right when everything finally starts to settle, so they better stay humble and not get careless. The girls lean in close, eyes locked on Leto as he warns them they can't dismiss the wild chance that the abandoned graveyard incident could strike again. The chatter fades as they lounge in the tavern, the whole crew huddled together while the other customers buzz all around them. Soon, Leto steps out and Sheath peeks around the corner to pester Ritasen, aren't you going home? While Leto waves her off, saying Diaz snagged him for a little while so he'll catch up with them tomorrow. Leto strides to a private room, swings the door open, and declares, I'm coming in. Inside the guild, Diaz, the secretary, lounges on the sofa, clocks his arrival, and shoots him a grateful nod for covering the lecture. Under a fancy chandelier, Diaz kicks off the debrief and says things should start getting better soon. Then she tells Leto that his tips brought her complaints from a bunch of shops, only to grin and say she's already shut them all down. Leto instantly guesses she means the Merchants Guild, and his face twists. He grumbles that he's been getting nagged by them every single day too. Diaz thanks him for all his hard work, but the way she says it screams thanks and wow. She lets out a heavy sigh and reminds him she told him he could do whatever he wanted, only to admit, yeah, he really went way too far. She raises the real problem. The biggest stores are already hawking weapons and armor stamped with his name, and then, bam, a vision of a smiling shopkeeper hits as Diaz explains they're pushing the gear as the go-to pick from S-rank adventurer Ratomic Laughlin. Leto doesn't look worried for even a second. He's practically grinning as he cradles a little box, telling her it's no big deal because he's finally getting his real royalties, and thanks to that deal his pockets are getting fat fast. And Diaz just stares him down and mutters that he's still the exact same guy he's always been. Leto leans back, crossing his legs, and doubles down. He argues that it's the guild's fault for not doing such simple practical things earlier. Diaz slams the results into place and she admits she can't ignore it. His methods actually worked. Over the last few weeks, she says adventurers are seeing way fewer deaths and disappearances, and the quest completion rate has shot up. But then her expression turns serious behind her glasses. She notes that while the death rate has dropped, there's a new problem. Recently, there have been a series of strange incidents. She drops a disturbing statistic. 10 people have committed self-immolation in just this week. Leto reacts to this, mentioning he's actually heard rumors about that, and agrees that 10 is a surprisingly high number. A charred body sprawls on the ground in a brutal scene, and Diaz steps in to explain what the city guards found. Every case got labeled self-immolation. Then she points out the terrifying twist. Times and locations don't match up, and there are barely any eyewitnesses to guide them. Diaz keeps digging into every detail about the victims, pointing out that their ages and genders are all over the place, so from the outside it looks like they don't share a single thing. Leto senses trouble brewing, so he urges her to keep going before the bad part hits. Diaz rips the unsettling link out of the air. She tells them every victim carried the same brutal wound right in the center of their chest, like something had been ripped out of them in pure rage, and there was one more horrifying detail they all shared. Leto snaps the whole puzzle together on the spot, then cuts off the guessing, because he's sure they all worshipped fire. Turns out he's dead right, because in Gadis, where multiple religions usually coexist in shaky peace, one faith stood out for being ruthlessly controlled: the Blazing Flame sect. This ancient religion had been hunted for ages, branded as full-on heresy, and the reason hits hard: the fire they worship as a god is seen as humanity's sworn enemy, since it's tied to the demon race. Back in the room, Diaz nods and tells everyone Leto nailed the sect. Then she drops a bombshell, linking those creepy cult suicides to a power struggle way bigger than anyone expected, and suddenly the Defense Forces' top brass start hinting they might push an emergency mobilization order. Leto hears that and instantly hates it. He says the whole thing reeks of trouble and calls it the absolute worst-case scenario. The story pivots to reveal the real meaning of this order. If the city's judged to be in crisis, the decree hands the Defense Force the power to drag adventurers into forced conscription and turn them into soldiers. Nope, there's no choice here. If you're in the Adventurers Guild, you're basically forced to accept the draft, and if you try to refuse, you get nailed with permanent exile or worse, straight-up arrest. Diaz jolts Leto with a warning: this city is going up in flames. She explains the enemies she already crushed were only scouts, then Leto cuts her off like, skip the speech, just say what you came to say. She snaps into her official persona, then, like the branch head of the Gadis Adventurers Guild, she steps up and formally asks S-rank adventurer Rado McLaughlin to take on a specific job. She lays the mission on the table in crystal clear words: take out the demons behind the self-immolations terrorizing the city. Leto freezes and stares at the request form they shove into her hands. He stops, weighs the mess in front of him, and realizes he's outmatched with only himself to rely on. Sure, his disciples have leveled up, but this kind of monstrous, world-shaking threat is still way past what they can handle right now. Diaz throws another curveball into the chaos, saying it's unclear whether this hits like good news or bad news, then drops the real bombshell, saying the hero has arrived in the city by himself. Leto goes completely still, reacting in silence the moment someone says the hero's name. He shuts his eyes for a heartbeat, then tells Diaz to get sane in on it too, because for something this dangerous, more reinforcements is always better. Diaz drops the bomb that she's one step ahead. She tells him she knew he'd say that, so she already shipped a guy to hand the hero a request form. Leto slams his name on the paper, grinning as he explains why this city already feels like home now, because his apprentices are safe here, and no way is he letting demons run wild anymore. Diaz tells Leto to name whatever he needs and she'll have it ready in seconds. Leto just stares back and calls her an amazing subordinate. Then he admits he already lined someone up to go, and Diaz nods, saying she won't have to supply anyone else. She orders that her subordinate will deliver the report, while Diaz heads out right now to kick off the investigation. Leto shuts his eyes for a beat and instantly feels the collateral damage his new schedule is causing, so he decides he has to pause his lectures for a while. Diaz crosses her arms and tells Rudo she's counting on him, but internally she's shaking off a really bad feeling about how this is going to go down. Leto heads for the door, acknowledging the mission and telling her to be careful before he leaves. He doesn't waste any time, immediately breaking into a sprint the moment he hits the floor. As he runs, Leto's thoughts go straight to the hero. He's frustrated, calling Sane an idiot in his head and wondering why the guy decided to go off alone. Next, the story drops us onto a lonely lighthouse jutting out along the coast, stark against the empty horizon. Grim, the female demon, stands beside her partner, Reese, The single-horned demon then tells him it's time to start the fire awakening ceremony, and after a shaky stammer, Reese snaps into agreement, confirming he's ready. Grim whips around with a grim glare and tells him the festival has one brutal rule: someone has to bring eyeballs. She lays it all out, exactly what she's hunting for, and says they don't just need someone strong, they need a person who'll get swallowed whole by jealousy, like flames. Back at the lighthouse, Grim grapples with their superior, addressing him as Bajim, trying to nail down the mission rules, while she demands confirmation, asking if the whole plan is simply to carve the humans' eyes in the area. Bajim's voice rips out of the void, and this time he's cutting Reeves down, straightening out a misunderstanding with the male demon, because the eyeballs he talked about, they're not literal at all, he means the real focus of this whole festival. Grim mulls it over, then snaps, "So you're saying she and Reese aren't the real focus?" And right away she nods along with Bajim, accepting the correction as if it was always meant to be that way. The voice keeps hammering his lecture, targeting Reese like he's the only one in the room, but Jim snaps back, "That's not the point at all. The real focus stays with the humans all the way to the very end." Reese leans in with a maniacal grin as Jim lays it all out. He wants humans tearing into each other, trading insults and killing, because the voice finally snaps. After all that chaos, they don't need peace, they need to burn, everything should burn. Grims lights up with this philosophy. She leans in to Bajim and says she finally sees it too, agreeing that burning really is great. Then she murmurs, "Fire forgives all," wearing a calm, haunting smile as she fully falls in line with her master's will. Jim's voice comes in like a stamp of approval, confirming Reese's reaction. That's exactly right. Reese is fully hyped now. He slams the moment into place and yells that it's time to start the fire awakening, promising they'll awaken all of humanity through it. Next, Leto hooks up with Diaz's promised subordinate, only it's Emmy, the waitress, and she's bouncing off the walls, calling him Ritasan and firing off the plan. Start simple, hit the crime scene first, and begin with the basics of investigation. Leto slams her enthusiasm to a stop and fires off. What good would that even do for a random adventurer like you to play detective at a crime scene? Then she pauses, stares him down with deadpan eyes, and asks if he's really the assistant she was assigned. Emmy freezes in a wink and a peace sign, then introduces herself, Emilia, and claims she's the twin sister of the Emmy everyone swears by, the tavern waitress everybody knows. Leto doesn't buy the whole twin sister routine for a second. He straight up calls her out for inventing that backstory on the spot. Emmy doesn't deny it, she just points out that her name is Emilia, so everyone calling her Emmy is still totally fine. She flips the whole script on him on the spot, teasing him for calling her Rudo-san like they've known each other forever. Then she cracks up, calling him bold, and says he's exactly the ladies' man she figured he'd be. Leto's done, her attitude has him thinking, what a headache. He decides to slam the brakes on the vibe and pivots fast. He asks what her clothes are and whether that ultra-formal black and white getup is actually her work uniform. Emmy finally admits it's technically her uniform, but she thinks it's straight up lame, so she only wears it when she wants that dramatic reveal. That black blade had been waiting for someone all along. Leto shoots her a flat look and says he'll report this to Murazel. Emmy pouts and tells him to stop taking everything so seriously. Then Leto abruptly halts mid-step, sensing something off. Without a word, throwing knives erupt from the shadows and streak toward them. Emmy snaps into action, whips her arm out, and hammers the blades aside with bone-chilling precision before they ever land. A hooded assassin slips out of the shadows, clutching even more daggers, and you can tell he's thrilled. She clocked the ambush just like he predicted, exactly how an S-rank Black Blades operative would. Leto yanked out his sword and grumbled that this whole mess was getting old fast. Then he asked Emmy straight up if she'd cover his back, only for her to beam with a cheerful smile and promise, no worries, because she'd betray him and save herself the moment things turned too dangerous. Leto bursts into action, snapping back at her mid-yell that her promise feels anything but comforting. Leto skips every ounce of small talk. He snaps straight into offense, shouting his attack, Gaia Ridge and slashing the moment his blade swings. With a snap of his command, the ground obeys. Jagged rock spikes explode from the pavement, ripping the street open as they lunge to skewer the hooded figure. Leto gets blindsided by how fast the enemy moves, and he realizes the assassin is insanely quick. He whips out of the chaos and lands on the rubble like it weighs nothing. The hooded man bursts forward in a blink, reaching Leto fast, and as he closes in, he spits the truth. The second Leto chose not to run, the battle was already finished. The assassin roars as he tries to unleash his technique, shouting, "Cry gravel," but the moment he strikes, it all backfires. Sharp stone spikes explode from the ground and shred him instead, piercing straight through his own body while Leto escapes. Blood splatters as the assassin groans, realizing he messed up. Then he gasps, "Is Leto an earth mage?" Leto just stands there, totally calm, and confirms earth magic is his specialty since they're fighting on his turf, before taking full control of the situation. Realizing the assassin's way out of his league, he springs back onto a shattered wall and vows he'll gladly carry off that priceless intel on Leto's magic. Leto charges after him, snarling that the moment he tries to leave with it, he's dead. The assassin doesn't even look rattled. This creepy grin crawls over his face as he declares, "They're just puppets and I'm the spider pulling the strings," then smirks, "And honestly, I'm already dead anyway." Leto snaps his tongue and explodes in rage, realizing exactly what the guy is about to pull. It's already over. The assassin throws himself into the blast, detonating in a roaring column of fire that wipes out every last trace and slams a wall of flames down in front of Leto. Leto stands in the wreckage and smoke, locked on the exact spot where the assassin just detonated himself. Emmy comes barreling in, shouting for Rudo to tell her he's okay, while Leto snaps his tongue in pure frustration, because the enemy bylaid the easy way out. Leto blurts out that maybe he screwed up by not squeezing more info out of the guy first, but when he sees the charred remains, he figures it probably wouldn't changed anything. Those creeps were probably reanimated corpses or puppets from the start. Emmy's eyes widen with worry as she points out the chilling truth: if the enemy is striking this directly, they're out of time themselves. She whips around to Leto and demands, "So what's the plan?" Leto wastes no time. He tells her they have to call the defense force for help, because they don't have the manpower to take this on alone. He's certain the demons are lurking somewhere in the city, and tracking them down is the only priority that matters. Then he fires up the whole plan in his head, because even with the Black Blade and top-tier adventurers scouring the area, they've hit a wall and found absolutely nothing so far. He scans the landscape like a hawk. This city is massive and packed with people, so hunting them feels like chasing shadows. Demons should be simple to spot since they stand out, but these ones are totally invisible. Still, he's sure the Blazing Flame sex followers are lining up right here in town. As Leto's mind starts to sour, he clocks the truth about the enemy. Sure, human followers might creep in quietly, but demons don't pull this kind of hiding unless they're lining up something massive. He finally gets it. The danger is already locked in. These demons won't reveal themselves until their plan is fully primed, and the moment they step into the light, it'll be game over before anyone can stop them. Leto touches his chin deep in thought. He realizes this whole situation feels different from the last time. These aren't just random monsters targeting rookie adventurers, this is organized. Leto sat there, lost in thought, looking deadly serious. Then it hit him. This time they weren't facing run-of-the-mill evil, but something way worse, and he could feel in his bones that it was about to get brutally terrible. He keeps digging into the situation, scratching his head over why they went after Gaddis in the first place, and realizing the enemy might not just want to trash the city, they'd be totally fine with it burning as long as their real plan works. And if that's true, then they can't ignore the fact that other countries could be pulled into this too. Leto locks in his plan, jabs a finger at the heavens, and shouts for everyone to move up. Down in the alley, Leto, Sheath, and the cloaked Rinton regroup. Leto admits his head is spinning with too much to handle, and they're missing critical info. Then he points them toward the Defense Corps headquarters right now. Harold barrels in and slams the idea shut, tells them no, and says he's got contacts at the 3rd Garrison instead, and the second they hear it, the whole plan flips on the spot as everyone agrees to run for it. They scramble up onto the rooftops to head there, and Sheath clambers onto the tiled roof grinning like crazy, saying it feels totally adventurer-like, only for Harold to stare and ask if that's really what she thinks. Back on the rooftops, Leto lands hard on a lower roof and keeps blazing toward the garrison. Then he stops for a split second, staring over the townscape as it stretches all the way to the ocean, right before he blurts out, "Please, I'm really hoping nothing bad happens." Meanwhile, we cut to the Elsia Ancient Forest, where a bunch of goblins are sprawled out in a clearing like they own the place. Hiding in the bushes, their watcher spots 6 total and calls out 2 of them as goblin mages. This is Sheath's recon crew. Reed turns to Sheath, the one calling the shots right now, and asks how they're supposed to play it. Sheath clocks the whole situation, tells the crew, "These guys aren't in our target list, but if we end up clashing later, it's going to be a nightmare." And then she goes, "So let's wipe them out right now, get the first strike while we still can." The party locks eyes on their foes, especially the ones clutching staffs, and they immediately agree goblin mages are the real problem. So they hit first, cutting them down before they can fire off a single spell and stealing every ounce of advantage from the surprise attack. Sheath slaps the battle plan down and shouts, "Start with a fire magic spell, then use the opening." In that split-second gap, she and Leos will surge forward, crashing the distance closed while she orders Reed to hold off on support magic and stay locked on backing up Irene. Leos nods hard, gripping his spear. Reed agrees too, and they both know Irene's magic archery will hit hardest in this exact setup. Right before they go for the jump, Irene snaps up a hand and shuts them down, then whispers that she's got one suggestion. Irene suggests they ditch fire and go with ice magic because sure, fire hits hard, but it blasts smoke and noise that screams, "Come find us," and she's not about to draw even more monsters to their doorstep. Sheath finally snaps to it. Everything Irene said about the noise and the smoke hits home, so she admits, "Yeah, you're right," then rushes to apologize to the group, confessing she never even thought that far ahead when she pitched the fire plan. Leo jumps in fast, backing her up and telling Sheath her idea wasn't wrong. She just picked fire because it's usually the most reliable way, and that's why she shouldn't beat herself up. Reed cuts in from the side, saying she's on the same page as Irene. Then, now that they've made the call, Leo swivels to the archer and fires off a question. "Irene, are you ready to pull this off?" Irene doesn't even have to say a word. She flashes a razor-sharp grin that screams, "I've got this." She blurts out her chant on the spot, begging the lone moon to drop and burst into feathers. Then she slams the Ice Elf's spell down. Freezing magic surges straight ahead in a brutal wave. In the clearing, the goblin mages feel something's off, but they realize it way too late. The moment the magic streaks through the air, Leo and Sheath explode from the bushes, charging at full speed straight at the enemies. Irene's aim hits perfectly. Her ice magic snaps the goblins' feet to the ground in an instant, and the two warriors surge forward to meet them. When the cold slams into them, the goblins shriek in pure panic, frozen in place and helpless to cast a single spell. Sheath bursts in first, and it's instant slaughter. She whips her massive axe around with terrifying speed, mowing down immobilized goblins like butter before any of them can even raise a guard. Leos is right beside her, snapping his spear forward with deadly precision. He plunges it straight through a goblin's chest, totally taking advantage of the fact it can't dodge because it's stuck and frozen. It's not only the frontliners doing the job. Reed stays planted as a goblin charges her with a club, and she doesn't even blink. She whips her staff through the air like a scythe, cleanly carving the attacker in half before he ever gets close. Irene flaunts her insane skills, slicing clean through one goblin with a lightning strike, then flipping at full speed straight into the next fight. Even farther back, a goblin mage thrusts its staff up, roars a spell, and scrambles to cast, only for Sheath to already be sprinting straight at it full speed. She slams her massive axe in a thunderous overhead strike, splitting the mage clean in two, and the second the enemy crumples, she exhales hard, finally looking relieved that the fight is over. Sheath jogs back to regroup and demands, "That's everyone?" Leo answers, "Yep, the area's clean." Meanwhile, Irene studies her own fight and admits the truth. Her ice magic can freeze and slow enemies to a crawl, but it can't hit hard enough when it's time to destroy. Reed steps in to calm her down, and she tells him that right how, yeah, Leto told her, hammering out serious damage with ice magic is brutally hard even for people with top-tier talent, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Irene gives a nod and accepts it. With the danger shut down, Leo snaps, urging everyone to keep pushing forward. Sheath checks her map and declares the ruins they're hunting are right up ahead. The party snaps back into formation and hammers onward down the forest path. Then they crash through the trees and boom, there it is, ancient, crumbling stone pillars soaked in sunlight. Sheath jabs a finger straight at the ruins and calls out that they've finally made it. Rita nods, but her eyes instantly latch onto the greenery, spotting specific flowers blooming right around the stone structure. Sheath leans in and confirms they've finally tracked down the fire-absorbing flowers the request demanded, and when someone calls for splitting into two groups to finish faster, the whole team nods and commits. They waste zero time. Sheath and Irene kneel, drop into the grass by the ancient stone pillars, and start harvesting the wild red flowers sprouting around the ruins. While she's working, she leans in, studies one plant, and says, "That's wild, how does a flower even soak up fire?" Reed spills some lore as she picks. She swears she was taught these exact flowers only bloom in spots where a brutal fire disaster happened back then. Sheath demands to know what a fire disaster is even supposed to be, and Reed snaps back that it's really just an old Golden Church legend, one that's been passed down for ages. She keeps going, spinning the tale of the days when demons still lived on the surface, waging brutal wars against humanity's ancestors, until every battlefield ended in total ruin, scorched to nothing. Legend says the land swallowed every last flame and drank the blood too. Then, when it finally let the story breathe again, flowers burst up from the ashes. That's why they're called that. Bright red petals, people swear, owe their color to all the fire and blood they soaked in. Irene says she's never heard that tale before, and Reed nods along, claiming the same kind of legend pops up in other regions too, but even he admits he's not sure how common it really is in Vale. Sheath just freezes, staring at the flower in her palm, replaying the moment it blooms from human blood. Clutching 4 huge bags packed to the brim with flowers, Irene declares they're done, tells everyone they've got enough, and ushers them back until Sheath blurts, "So we're finally out of the forest?" Reed answers with the plan. They've got to swing by the Keys Trading Company first to drop off the delivery. Irene starts to wonder what happens next, but her train of thought dies the instant she spots something up ahead that freezes her in place. The whole atmosphere flips in an instant. Sheath loses it, screaming and demanding, "What the hell is happening?" while the rest of the crew just locks eyes ahead, frozen in pure shock at whatever they're witnessing. Irene doesn't waste a breath. She yells that everything looks bad, and Leo instantly snaps into leader mode, screaming for everyone to move fast. Nobody argues as the whole squad bolts down the path straight for town. Back in the city, everything turns weird fast. An ominous phrase echoes through the air as the giant lighthouse flares to life and the fire wakes up. It's not just some voiceover, people in the streets are screaming it too. Then a man stands alone in a narrow alley, eyes dead blank, chanting the lighthouse and the fire over and over, while up in a stone tower the guild secretary, Diaz, leans to the window and studies the city with a grim stare as the message keeps roaring through the streets. Down on the street, regular folks are getting spooked out of their minds as they stop dead just to stare at a guy wandering around like he's possessed, muttering the same line about the fire awakening, over and over with a blank, trance-like face. More and more people crowd up and stare at the hill, eyes snapping to the tower as the chant booms through the whole town. Suddenly, a woman on the street whips around, points and screams, "Look!" And at the same moment, the mighty lighthouse blows apart, roaring so hard it spews a massive pillar of flames into the sky. That strange phenomenon is crawling through the streets, and the second a man tilts his head up, he hears it. Then a woman beside him snaps and repeats the exact same words like she's lost in a trance. It gets worse fast. One guy clutches a dark, seed-like thing in his fist, chanting again and again, shaking as he slams it against his chest. On the rooftops, Emmy shouted Toledo's name, and when he peered down at the mess exploding below, his face twisted as he snapped in rage, because they were way too slow and they definitely hadn't made it in time to stop whatever's going on. Leto doesn't hesitate. He shouts for Emmy to follow him so they can get eyes on it up close, and she's right on his heels as they sprint across the roof tiles. In the market square, total chaos erupts. People shriek and sprint for their lives, because right out in the open stands a man swallowed by dark, ominous flames. Flames rip across the guy's body as he drops to his knees, groaning through sheer agony. Right nearby, someone else didn't make it, already sprawled face first on the pavement, totally charred, still smoking like a burned-out nightmare. Leto watches the scene with a tight, grim stare and blurts, "Wait, this is that self-immolation incident we've been hearing rumors about, right?" Emmy shoots her head side to side, insisting, "No. This is different, way more brutal and over the top than the other cases." Just as they're about to dig deeper, Burning Man's body erupts, his muscles swell and snap outward so fast his clothes rip apart, tearing off in shreds from his back. In a blink, the man vanishes, snatched away and replaced by a hulking, dark-skinned monster with sharp, pointed ears, and that strange seed is planted dead center in its chest. Then it tears the air apart with a thunderous roar. Emmy spots the beast and instantly realizes everything has gone bad, so Leto launches off the roof straight into the chaos, shouting at Emmy to get the residents to safety while he takes on the monster, and she snaps to it right away. Leto lunges straight into the chaos, chanting a top-tier incantation about a lord that rips open the sky and carves out branches. Then he fires off Chronos, unleashing lightning from above. The lightning crashes into the target, but Leto drops in already, sword in hand, eyes locked, ready to strike again. He won't let the monster breathe. He barrels forward, and just as a white pillar tries to bite, he hurls frostbite and jagged ice crystals explode from the ground, pinning the beast in place. It doesn't stand a chance. The monster smashes the ice instantly, then hammers him with a brutal punch. Leto ducks and weaves, swords snapping out in a fast counter as they lock into a high-speed brawl. The monster snaps its jaws wide and blasts out a scorching torrent of fire. Leto gets shoved back, scrambles aside, and dodges the blazing flames as the beast roars. They finally put some space between themselves, and Leto spots it instantly. The monster's wounds are already knitting back shut. He snaps his tongue, furious that he's got to wrestle with a rebirth power on top of everything else. Leto's jaw drops for a split second, and he can't believe his eyes, turning into a monster like this as a human. It's totally unheard of. As the enemy charges straight at him, he studies every brutal detail, the flaming horns, the warped core jammed in its chest, and even with all that chaos, he's piecing it together. This looks like a human went full transformation and turned into a demon. As the monster swings for another hit, Leto groans that he doesn't want to get trapped in close quarters with this thing, dodges the blow, and snaps off 2 earth spells, Stone Fine, then Cry Gravel. The ground snaps back instantly, sharp stones burst up from below and lance the monster through its chest and shoulders. Leto snaps into action and starts barking orders. He screams at Emmy to rush their situation to both the guild and the defense force, right now. Then he hammers out the battle plan in a frenzy, yelling that the monster's weak spot is the core in its chest, but Emmy better know it also has regeneration. Emmy shoots back an answer without hesitation. She yells that she's sprinting for the lighthouse and fully gets the mission, then warns Leto, "I'll catch up as fast as I can," and makes it crystal clear he's not allowed to die until she does. Emmy snaps a quick goodbye and rockets out of sight, and Leto freezes, then shouts after her to stop saying reckless things and to just move faster. Leto bursts onto the rooftops, sprinting straight for his next objective, and he snarls at the demons in his head, because now it hits him. If they've got the power to turn any human into a monster, then this is straight-up nightmare fuel. As he sprints, he doesn't stop thinking. He hammers the logic into place. If these abominations' power is tied to the original human's strength, then the people with the biggest potential aren't allies at all, they're the deadliest threats right now. It all clicks in his head. Leto realizes they picked the city of Gades for this exact reason. This city is built to house top-tier adventurers with serious power, people who run the outskirts far outside the capital's watch, like an all-you-can-eat buffet of terrifyingly strong hosts. Meanwhile, Sane, the hero getting crushed by bad luck, stumbles into a dead, empty stretch outside, scans the area like a man searching for salvation, and wonders, did I finally land in the right place? He jerks his gaze upward and sees the lighthouse swallowed whole by hellish dark flames, and Sane snaps to it instantly. Those aren't normal fires, they're demon fire. Inside the structure, demons Reese and Grim face a swirling dark portal as Reese shouts to Bajim on the other side, letting him know they've found their target, the eyeball. Sane spots the 2 figures by the lighthouse and immediately bellows at them, while Grim drifts down slowly, baffled by the chaos. Then she waves it off and tells Sane it's okay, because he's still going to be an eyeball anyway. Sane isn't here to talk. He snarls back that he's got 0 plans to chat with demons, then surges forward and charges straight into them. Reese glares back at the angry hero, grins like he's just found gold, and before anyone can blink, Grim barks that Reese needs to drop a flame curtain now. Fireballs start hammering down from the sky, exploding across the ground, and Sane just keeps sprinting, sliding between the blasts as flames swallow the whole area. Sane snaps his tongue in pure annoyance and slashes his sword, slicing right through the fire and smoke, and Reeves, watching every second, can't help but look impressed, blurting out that it's straight-up amazing. Reese strolls toward the fight like it's nothing, while Sane stays razor-sharp and ready for anything. The demon grins and says crashing into someone of this caliber so fast feels downright amazing, even if they knew they'd hit resistance. Ree fires off a comment about just how fast Sane is moving, while Grim floats beside him, yanking dark chains into existence, and she snaps back that sure, he's quick, but his moves are way too predictable and plain. She whips the chains at him, and Sane actually delivers, twisting midair, flipping through the sky, and slipping past every metal link as they crash into the ground a second too late. Sane stops playing and goes full force, unleashing his technique ***, Deathwind Liberation ***. Reese sees the blade lock in with wind power and suddenly realizes it. This is the rumored hero. Sane charges in, orders the demon to die, and drives his sword down. It doesn't work. Reese casually raises an inviolable barrier and stops the massive strike with one finger. Then he smirks at Sane and delivers a sharp lesson. For demons, death isn't the same thing as it is for humans, so Sane should go learn that before talking. Sane snaps his tongue in pure frustration, then steps back furious that his huge attack landed with nothing. Reese mocks him, explaining that he isn't foolish enough to keep his weak point right in the center of his chest where any idiot could hit it. Before Sane can even flinch, dark chains snap tight around his armor and a curse bursts out of him as he realizes he's been trapped. Grim grins like she planned it, sneering that her earlier hit actually hurt, then she stares at him like he's nothing but a toy, calling him eyeball again. She hauls on the chain and Sane locks up on the spot, dead in the water, unable to wriggle free. While Sane thrashes in useless panic, Reese just watches, cool as ice, wondering out loud how much of a flame Sane can become, and saying he can't wait to see what happens. Grim doesn't waste a second. She yanks the chain with brute strength, dragging Sane through the air, straight toward her. As soon as Grim rockets into striking range, she slams her fist straight into his chest, boom, crushing the impact dead into his breastplate. Sane's armor explodes on impact, shattering the second the strike lands. He grimaces through brutal agony as the metal cracks apart and tears free from his body. Sane crumples to the ground, groaning through the pain, and Grim looms over him, smug as ever, as she slaps another label on him, calling him the eyeball once more. Reese stands there with his arms crossed, grinning like he just won, and tells Grim it's finally time to kick off the fire awakening. Reese doesn't hesitate. He shoves a dark, jagged crystal straight into the busted gap of Sane's chest plate. Sane's eyes blow wide with pure terror as it bites into his body, and a brutal scream rips through the air, bouncing around the collapsing tower while the energy explodes. Reese and Grim lean in with twisted grins, totally reveling in the spectacle, while down below, Sane's body has flipped into something monstrous. His skin goes dark, a giant horn punches through his head, and he clutches his face, screaming in pure agony. Soldiers ring the area, totally thrown off. One yells, "What the hell is happening?" while they level their crossbows at the new threat standing amid the rubble. A female soldier whips around to Harold, totally baffled, but Harold slams in before she can even speak. "I'm sorry, but I'll explain it later," because his eyes are locked on the threat. The soldiers rip into him with gunfire, blasting the transformed Sane full of holes until he's basically a human pincushion. Then one soldier screams in terror, demanding what kind of monster this is, because Sane just stands there and shrugs off the arrows skewering his chest and legs. Scenes snap to the next moment. Sheath barrels up to the group, looking like a weight just lifted off her shoulders, and blurts that she finally found them. Sheath stands beside Reed and tells Leto and Mi she's just relieved they made it out safe, while Reed stays still next to her, visibly shaken. She lets out a nervous laugh, scratches her cheek, and blurts that the whole town is a total mess, complete chaos, trying to keep things light even as the destruction closes in. Sheath isn't throwing a full-blown panic. She's demanding straight answers about what's going on and where her master is, so Diaz, the guild secretary, steps in to seize control. Diaz tells Sheath she gets the fear, but she needs her to calm down, then makes the bombshell announcement. An emergency request has gone out to every adventurer in the city. Emmy jumps in right after, explaining that a strange creature has just shown up, and the guild and defense force have already labeled it the Fire Incarnation. Now they're scrambling to exterminate it and evacuate everyone in its path. Emmy jabs a finger upward and snaps that the Port District is the deadliest spot right now, because tons of residents and tourists are still stuck there, and they're so short on helpers that it's critical. Once Sheath hears it, she snaps into action, links the clues together fast, and demands confirmation that they need to rush to the Port District, right now. Emmy's face twists with conflict. She honestly says she'd rather tell Sheath to run, then snaps back that going to the port is the right call and drops a bombshell. Rito's already headed there. Getting serious, Emmy makes a personal plea. She begs to be told that if things turn dangerous, she's got to run because she insists she can't die no matter what, and she reminds everyone that sometimes retreating takes pure courage. Sheath nods and admits it. Her master warned her the very same thing once. Then a flash of Leto's memory hits her, shouting from her mind to head out. Emmy flips back into a bright, bubbly mood, winks at her, waves Sheath out, and tells her she's praying for her success. With support fueling her, Sheath shoots back a bold yes and gets ready to burst out. Down by the coast, a squad of fully geared adventurers charges straight for the ocean, marching right into the one spot everyone else is sprinting away from. At the Port District Lighthouse Plaza, pure mayhem erupted, people shrieking at the top of their lungs, barking orders to everyone to move, and herding the terrified crowd straight away from the danger zone. Ducking against the stampede, Leto, still operating as Rydao, squeezed past panicked civilians and sprinted straight for the heart of the chaos. Leto spots a man in a white tunic clutching some kind of leaf, and the moment he gasps, Leto explodes forward with pure speed, stomping right into his space. Leto drops low and slides in fast, snatching the space shut before the guy even has time to react. The man in white snapped, screaming at Leto to get out of his way as he wildly swung a dagger, his eyes rolling back like he'd gone pure feral. But Leto's too fast. He rockets through the attack in a blur, lands instantly behind the guy, and clamps him in a lock. Leto snaps in with a quick strike and a binding command. Bam! He drops the cultist, and the magic clamps down instantly as the man hits the ground. Leto yanks the leaf right out of the guy's grip, realizes it's the reason everyone's freaking out, and before the chaos can spread, he fires Petrify, turning the leaf to stone and shattering it on the spot. Leto shoves the rubble aside and keeps charging through the park, his eyes narrowing as he spots cultists still lurking nearby. Right over there, the fight is already roaring, an adventuring squad, crossbow archers racking and firing, hammering bolts straight into the horned demon's chest, all to drop him from range. The whole party piles in right behind them. One warrior hammers the air with a massive blade, while the mage blasts magic from the back, everyone swarming the dark figure at once. Meanwhile, Leto reaches the perimeter, stares up at the colossal great lighthouse blasting magical energy into the sky, and confirms what he feared. This is exactly the ground zero of the whole disaster. He rockets toward the tower to stop it, then slams to a halt because something up ahead grabs his attention. In the clearing, he spots a horned figure kneeling in the dirt, still as stone, holding its balance with a huge sword jammed straight into the concrete. Leto's eyes lock onto the weapon itself. The devil's grip clutches a hilt shaped like no other. Recognition slams into him like lightning. He instantly spots the wind blade, Karen's weapon, and when he realizes who's holding it, his blood turns to ice. He can't process what he's seeing. Panic erupts as he yells Sane's name, and right away Leto bursts into a run toward his old ally, asking if he's okay, treating the monster look like it's nothing for one heartbeat. He screeches to a sudden stop beside the kneeling figure. Leto locks eyes with him, sweat pouring off his face, and as the guy blurts out Sane's name in a shaky stammer, confusion spikes, then he demands to know what the hell is wrong with him. Leto's standing right next to Sane, and you can tell the guy's about to break. Sane, the demon that used to be him, just stands there, chest heaving as he gasps like he can't pull enough air. Sane starts battling something inside his own skull, muttering that it's burning, babbling like a delirious man, then demanding what kind of fire this is, dragging up the name of that woman like it's a wound he can't stop touching, before he spirals into a maddened loop. Unbearable, hateful, unbearable, hateful. Then it happens. Sane snaps and explodes forward with a monstrous scream, swinging his sword straight at Leto. Leto barely catches it in time, throwing his weapons up to block the brutal hit. Leto realizes he can't just eat this, so he rockets backward with a tight acrobatic flip, carving out space between him and that giant blade. Sane doesn't back down. He drives his weapon into the ground and blasts a technique called *** Gaia Ridge ***. The shockwave rips up the floor, debris erupts everywhere, and Leto finally hits the ground. The brawl explodes into a high-speed blur. Sane lashes out with demonic power, and Leto snaps his dual blades up to block, gritting his teeth as the impact rattles his arms. Sane's completely gone, pure berserk mode. He lunges forward with another brutal strike, screaming at Leto to just die. Leto barely snatches the blade out of the air with his own sword, swearing through the pain as he fights to stop his former friend's unstoppable force from crushing him. Sane whirls around and unleashes a monstrous shockwave slash, tearing the air open and yanking Leto into relentless motion just to dodge being cut clean in half. While Leto fights for his life, nearby adventurers catch the chaos. Then they see Sane's demon form and instantly panic, shouting about what that monster is and realizing it's something new. Leto hears them and immediately roars at the idiots to shut up, because they've clearly stepped way out of their depth. Sane doesn't slow down for a second. He bellows at an adventurer to get out of his way, and the poor guy barely even gets time to panic before Sane's wild speed slams him within reach. In the blink of an eye, Sane slashes the guy down with pure brutality, and he doesn't hesitate. Blood erupts everywhere. Leto stares as violence tears through everything, sweat pouring down his face. Then it hits him. This isn't bad anymore, it's the absolute worst-case scenario. Turns out transformed Sane is digging into the full power of a blessing called the Wind of Death. and that surge has forged him into the single most dangerous enemy Leto could face right now. Leto spirals back through their past, and man, it wasn't some clean win. It was a brutal team collapse, non-stop fights, clashes over everything, and in the end Leto even got booted from the party. Yet seeing him now, Leto starts to wonder if Sane is really the enemy. He mutters "idiot" under his breath at their old leader. Leto skids to a stop in the rubble, and even with all that weight on his back, he can't bring himself to truly hate Sane. Leto grips his sword, rage burning in his eyes. He's convinced this whole disaster is the demon's fault, and that means there's only one person left who can stop them from rampaging again with nothing but a look and pure determination. Leto vows he's going to save him. He doesn't waste a single second. Leto digs in his boots and rockets straight back into the chaos. Sheath clocks Leto sprinting past and shouts for her master, while Reed blurts Rito's name, shocked out of his mind. Leto erupts in a frustrated roar and charges straight ahead, yelling at Sane to stop, only to watch the transformed hero stare on, ice-cold and totally unresponsive. When Leto realizes how bad this is, he panics and screams at the group to run and get the hell out of there. Sane barrels past their plea and hurls into the attack, screaming that they should die, but Aleos, the shield warrior, snaps his guard up at the last second, then immediately checks that the sheath is still safe. The attacks never stop. Sane rockets into the air for a brutal downward smash, and Aleo snaps his shield up to catch it, but the sheer force makes him grit his teeth and curse. Irene steps in right beside Reed, snarling that she won't let him slip out of this, and when Sane whips his blade around, she slams her sword against his corrupted one, but Sane's power is brutal. He kicks Irene flying like she's nothing, then Sheath tries to strike while he's distracted, swinging her axe for the kill, and Sane zips out of the way so cleanly it's unreal. Sane rockets forward at insane speed, circles Sheath in a flash, and lands right behind her before she can even breathe from that swing. Then Sheath freezes, terror locking her in place. Her sheath is falling apart and the world starts spinning. Her body feels like a brick, and when she tries to lift her arms, they won't move at all, like she's getting robbed of control over her own limbs. Her vision turns to mush, and she feels herself slipping away fast. Right then, a memory slices through the haze. She remembers Leto training her, warning her never to look away from the enemy, because if she keeps her focus through anything, she'll always spot the opening to strike. Sheath fires up the advice she just remembered, snaps out of it in a blink, and when Sane's blade comes crashing down, her eyes lock on and she yanks up her weapon to nail the block. But she doesn't have to face this alone. Leto lunges in, smashing his sword into Sane's to crash the blow with a thunderous strike. Leto shoved the monster back, then snapped into a fighting stance, placing himself right between the enemy and his student. He flicks a proud smirk over his shoulder, then tells Sheath she's really grown, like this is exactly what he expected from his disciple. With his focus snapped back to the corrupted hero, Leto goes stone-cold serious. He shouts Sane's name and declares that he's stepping in to fight him now. Leto plants his feet, roars at the crew to get moving, and tells them to get out, because he's going to face that monster alone. Leos and Reed snap past the order to run and sprint straight for Sheath, shouting to make sure she's alright. Rinma immediately gets to work, chanting an incantation for intermediate healing to patch the Sheath up. In the chaos behind them, Leto gritted his teeth, barely keeping the monsters from overrunning him, while Leo flipped out and screamed, demanding to know what in the world that thing even was. Then he wheeled to Sheath, asking what they should do. Sure, they stood no chance against power like that. She isn't scared anymore. She wipes her face, locks in with total focus, and declares that she's going to back her master. Sane slams down with a brutal burst of dark energy, roaring for them to get out of his way. Leto snaps his own sword up to intercept the blade, but the hit slams him like a freight train. His face tightens with strain as he fights to keep the corrupted hero's power from spilling out. She makes the call and tells the whole crew that running is the smartest move, so she orders them to bail out and report everything to the guild. Leo stares at her like she's lost her mind and demands what she's planning to do on her own. Sheath doesn't even flinch. She's locked in, dead serious. She says she'll back up her master, and she's already reading the enemy's moves like it's written in front of her. Irene loses it, demanding what the hell she's even talking about. Then Sheath admits she knows she's not cut out to lead and still gets trapped giving orders like that. But that doesn't budge her, not even a little. Her face turns stone serious, and she declares that's the whole reason she has to be the one to go. As Sheath watches Leto wrestle with the situation, she lays out her logic like a warning siren, because if nobody cuts off the arguing right here, it'll snowball into a full-on disaster, and her master won't be able to carry it all by himself. Leo's Iron and Reed just stood there, frozen in silence, totally stunned by the rookie's unstoppable resolve. She doesn't wait for anyone's okay, she shoots a quick sorry over her shoulder and blasts right past them, straight into the middle of the fight. Irene's having none of it. She snaps at Sheath, calling him an idiot for trying to ditch them, and makes it crystal clear, they're not running away like this. Leo's is done sitting on the sidelines. He spits out that stalling the enemy was supposed to be his job anyway, and then he snaps, we're jumping in. Reed nods hard and lays it out. If they can shut down even one of the enemy's moves, they might finally carve out a real road to victory. Leo's still acting like the hero, barking at the group to run, but Sane won't hear a word of it. He snaps at them as pathetic little fries for snooping where they never should, then orders them to get lost. She shrugs off every insult, plants her feet, and locks in. Then she slams her weapon up to absorb a brutal blow, teeth clenched as you can practically see the strain on her face while she holds the line. While the Sheath pins the demon in a weapon lock, Leto spots his opening and sprints in from the blind side, dual blades poised to strike as Sane stays locked in distraction. Leto drives his attack straight through, smashing his weapon into the enemy with a bone-crushing impact. Sane snaps into action. He locks his rage onto Leto and screams as he unleashes a brutal, sweeping dark slash. Leto barely manages to react in time, but it's all about speed as the counter hits. Sheath's eyes go wide in terror as the strike lands. She howls for her master, pleading as the attack hits. Then she snaps out of it instantly, because she knows there's zero time to waste, no way she can just stand there worrying about him. She gritted her teeth, pushed herself forward, and swung that huge weapon screaming like a war god, keeping the pressure pinned on their side. Sane darts back to buy himself some space, but the team won't let up. Before he can even breathe, Reed surges forward, her staff blazing as she yells that he won't get away with anything else. Leo steps up like he's bracing for impact. He roars that this time he'll be the one to stop the enemy, then snaps, Sheath, fall back now, so she doesn't get caught in the blast. Reed lunges straight into the chaos to shield them, looses a magical arrow to rip the demon's focus, and screams at the others to fall back. Sane just shrugs off the hit, but Reed spots the truth fast. She yells at the team that slicing attacks won't do a thing to this guy. Sane's getting fed up with their coordination, his patience snapping. He snarls at them to stop pretending they're so smart. Pinpoint spots the weakness. She snaps at Sheath and Leo's that the only way is to line up their shot straight for his chest, right where the core sits. Sheath and Leo's catch the plan and snap into action, clenching their weapons hard as they brace to strike. Sane doesn't hang back. He whips his massive blade downward with bone-jolting speed. The team barely has time to react. Leo gets slammed and takes the hit on his shield, while Sheath scrambles out of the way before she gets crushed. Sane thrusts his sword up, hoarding a raging wave of dark energy for the kill, then roars that every single one of them is going to die. Panic erupts as Reed screams that everything's gone bad, and Alio roars for everyone to crowd behind him so he can eat the blow, but Sheath snaps back that blocking won't cut it because they've got to stop him cold before he swings. Leto catches what Sane is doing and yells at the top of his lungs, calling him an idiot for unleashing something like that smack in the middle of the city. Leto spots it instantly. That's Sane's ultimate, the Dragon Gale Blade, and he knows exactly what it unleashes. A brutal, sky-shredding wave of wind that turns into one devastating blade. Leto realizes that if that hit lands, Sheath and everyone else is finished for good, so he barrels forward in panic, desperation roaring, and slams his hand down to cast Earth Surge, trying to raise a shield before it's too late. A wind blade slams into the earth wall with a thunderous blast, debris rockets through the air, and Sane just watches, smiling with a twisted, manic grin. Inside Sane's mind, the whole scene flips to his point of view. He remembers every sharp sting of it. The smug incompetence, the burning jealousy, the rage, and that crushing frustration of getting crushed by demons. It all tangled together and detonated into flames, torching his heart to the ground. He calls it a transformation into fire that burned his heart down to ashes. Part of him begged to snuff out that pitch-black flame, but it kept devouring him instead. From that moment on, he snapped, ripping through everything in sight like some puppet, jerked around by the fire itself. Right then it hit him. There was no undoing this, no slipping back into humanity ever again. Standing there like fate itself was Sheath, the adventurer who just named Raitao her master. Before he even registered what was happening, his body snapped into a full-on attack stance, but the fight hit him like a truck, way tougher than he'd expected. Then Rito crashed into the fray too, and that built-up frustration detonated inside him, making the black flame in his heart flare up all at once. He snapped and said, "Forget it," wanting to torch the whole place and turn everything to ash, but even with all that rage-packed effort, the strike never landed. Sane snaps completely, loses control, and screams in Lito's face, blaming him for always getting in his way. Even while the rage is ripping through him, Sane feels it, something's off inside. That blazing, consuming fire in his chest starts to lose power. He shrugs off that feeling and keeps yelling, pouring all that rage straight onto Lito. He glares at Lito with pure venom, snarling that he can't stand him for always playing it so cool and perfectly composed. Sensing the shift in Sane's demeanor, Lito's face tightens with worry as he blurts out, asking if he's finally snapped back to his senses. Sane snaps back instantly, yells that he's been fully aware the whole time, and blasts Lito as an idiot. Then he roars that all of them should just die. Lito realizes reasoning won't cut it, so he grips his swords, steels himself, and tells Sheath they've got to figure out a way to take him down. The brawl bursts back to life. Lito slams into Sane, Sparks screaming as their punches collide, and Sheath clutches her blade tight, stalking the exact moment she can strike. She spots her opening and explodes forward, swinging her axe with all her strength and roaring a ferocious battle cry as she lunges to take Sane down. Sheath refuses to blink, eyes blazing with focus as she slams her axe into Sane's sword, pinning him in a brutal deadlock. Sane rockets forward, drops his guard at last, and blurts out the truth. He just wanted to be stronger, but the real sting is that he's been jealous of Lito his whole life because Lito could do anything. With a desperate swing, he hurls a punch through the air, tears pouring down his face as he screams that all he ever wanted was for Lito to notice him. He yells Lito's name like it's his last lifeline. Lito watches him stroll in and, without even blinking, tells Sane to his face that he's a total idiot. Then Lito drives a crushing heavy punch straight into Sane's face, and the impact shuts everything down. The hit connects hard, sending Sane reeling back completely stunned. Sane slams into the ground, completely broken, and drags his head up to Lito, begging him to end his life. He insists he's not fit to be a hero anymore because he's already hurt too many people. Lito just stares him down and growls, "You're an idiot again," like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Then Lito spikes his voice, firing off questions. Does Sane have something to handle? He yells, demanding to know why he showed up in the first place, and pushes him to say it. Crashing onto the ground, he blurts out that he delivers answers every week, then vows he came here to wipe out the demons. Lito looms over him and roars that he's a foolish, reckless idiot, because instead of beating them, the demons turned him into a pawn. Lito jabs a finger straight at Sane and screams that even after everything they've been through, Sane is still a hero. Tears flood Sane's eyes as he finally admits Lito is right, and boom, a memory slams into him, young Sane gripping a toy sword, drowning in hope. Then he tells you the truth. He endured savage training day after day just to become the hero he'd worshipped since childhood. The camera sweeps across the shattered plaza, and Sane admits his actions are beyond unforgivable. Then his mind snaps straight to one brutal question: how does he even make amends? Staring up at the city sky, he blurts out, "Can someone like him really come back and become a real hero again?" Then Sane stared down at his own body, saw the dark corruption crawling across his chest, and snapped that whatever it was blocking his way. Without even a beat, he shoves his fingers straight into his own chest, ripping through the corrupted flesh to claw the rot out. Lito snaps his head to the healer and roars for Reed to blast him with her magic, and Reed says yes right away, but she stalls, all shaky, asking if it's truly okay to save him. Lito flashes her a confident smile and tells her it's okay, then reassures her that sanity isn't their enemy anymore. Reed cracks her staff open, and healing light swarms around Sane's torso, sealing the self-inflicted wound shut. Sane stood tall, the corruption somehow gone, or at least pushed down for now, and told them, "I'm fine," swearing he could still fight like this. Sheath stares at Lito, worry burning in her eyes, and starts to call him Master, but Lito slams the brakes on her words right away, telling her not to get tangled in all that heavy stuff yet, and he vows they'll sort it out the moment everything's done. Sheath nods fast, snaps back to the task, and agrees. Meanwhile, Reese watches the whole clash with a dark, curious hunger, then starts dissecting it out loud, muttering that those wild emotional swings and jealous streaks somehow decide who can truly match with demon cores. Reeves steps forward, eyes wide, genuinely stunned, because he never thought Sane would snap back to his senses and rip the demon core right out of his own body. Then Reeves smirks, saying the hero is really that incredible. Sane spots the demon and shoots a warning to Leto, calling him Raito, then points out that Rise and the female demon are the brains behind all of this. Leto shrugs it off like, at least we don't have to go hunting, and fires Sane up to move out. As they surge forward, Leto whips back to Sheath, telling her he's going to need her in on this too. Sheath doesn't stall for a second, yanks out her weapon with a furious glare, and yells back her confirmation. Leto, Sane, and Sheath square off in the courtyard, staring down Reese, who just stands there like he owns the chaos all around him. Reeves can't stop smiling, laughing at their earlier little drama like it was pure gold. Then his grin snaps into a wild, manic glare as he demands, "So, you ready to play?" And declares that every last one of them looks like the perfect vessel. Diving straight into the fight plan, Sane snaps at Leto that this guy swats away sword strikes with some invisible force, and Leto fires back with his own read. Riz is almost certainly hiding his fire core somewhere else because only a demon would pull a stunt like that. Then Leto turns to the hero and asks point-blank if he can take this battle. Sane looks totally wrecked, sweating hard, soot all over him, and he grimaces as he admits he'd love to say "leave it to me" with confidence, but it's obvious he's running on fumes. Because Sane isn't at full power, he shifts his focus to Sheath, yanks his attention to her, and barks at the short-haired girl to step up to the front lines, because right now they need every single hand they can get. Sheath locks eyes with Leto like she's hunting for permission and blurts "master" again, only for Leto to cut through the moment, shrug off the title, tell her to fight however she wants, and swear he'll be right beside her, ready to back her up. With the plan locked in, the offense kicks off. Shirtless and bruised, they barrel forward, arms pumping, weapons yanked free as they sprint straight for the enemy, ready to clash. She's fully locked in now. She blasts out a loud, confident shout of confirmation, and that last trace of hesitation vanishes for good. As the vanguards surge forward, Irene whips around to Leto and demands what her squad should do next. Leto tells her to stay back and lay down cover fire with him, warning that if they creep too close, the demon could erase the whole party in one brutal swipe. Leto then tasks Irene with a job made for her. Because her eyes are razor sharp, she has to track every demon's move and fire back the moment something feels off. He keeps firing off rapid orders to the squad, telling Reed to lock in on healing and support magic, then hitting Alios with "stand guard," protecting the backline like it's the last line standing. As Leto crouches low, daggers primed in his hands, he fires off his last two warnings. First, telling them straight up, "Don't you dare die." Second, he snaps that everyone better stay alert because there's still one more demon out there that nobody's accounted for yet. Right up front, Sane and Sheath slam Reese with a non-stop storm of attacks, but the demon doesn't even blink. He just laughs, calls the humans interesting, and points out that once they start grouping up like this, they suddenly get way stronger. Reese kicks on his inviolable defense, and a dark energy barrier snaps into place in an instant, tanking the sword strikes from both Sane and Sheath while Reese doesn't even budge. Even though the attack gets shut down, Sane doesn't back off. He snarls at the demon that real party power is all about their perfect coordination. Reeves only scoffs, shooting it down with a dismissive grunt. Sheath snaps forward and carves in with a brutal swing, but her blade bites nothing, just an invisible wall that seals the demon tight. Then Leto drops from above, roaring some over-the-top incantation about falling winds gathering in fury, and with every word it sounds like a gigantic magic blast is about to slam down. He touches down, grins instead of casting a single spell, and tells Reese it was all just a joke. The demon, still braced for impact, stares and mutters that trick was a pretty wild move to yank a feint like that. Sane snatches the split-second opening, then he hammers Reese with a full-force swing of his massive sword, forcing Reese to slam the blow down and block it with one deadly hand. From the sidelines, Sheath just can't believe what she's seeing. Sane clocks Leto's spell as a bluff in an instant, then snaps his moves into perfect sync, and even crazier, he's doing all of this at that level with only one hand. Far back, Irene locks onto the exchange with razor focus, whispers that she spots an opening and decides she's going in herself. Without warning, she rockets past everyone. Sheath, Sane, and Leto snap their heads toward Irene as she slams toward the enemy at blinding speed. She pokes the defenses and the demon's barrier erupts in a violent swirl of energy. In the blink of an eye, she yanks back, already certain it's exactly what she expected, and she has to tell Leto right now. Alio blurts out her name, stunned, as Irene cuts away and sprints back to the group. Leto looks like he's putting the pieces together too, saying, "Yeah, just like I thought." He reveals he'd clocked the real difference. The demon wasn't just dodging attacks, it was actually catching them behind that invisible shield. Sheath drops in close to Leto, ready to back him up, and tells him she'll cover his moves. Leto nods and gives her the green light. As they regroup, Sheath yells at Rito to snap his focus, then fires the vital info she grabbed from Irene's reckless charge. The demon's invisible barrier blocks only physical swords, not magic. Leto grinned as her theory hit dead on. He said it was exactly what he expected. He'd had a hunch the demon was blocking certain attacks with that barrier for a specific reason, but dodging the rest entirely. Now that the plan clicks into place, the two slide back into formation and strike at the opening like they've been waiting for it. The team snaps into position and launches their assault on the spot, swords screaming as they smash the invisible barrier, driving the demon back with real intent this time. A dark voice booms from the portal, shouting that the humans finally cracked the trick, while Reese glares, fuming that this whole mess has turned into a headache. He's done, and with one last move he casts Flame Curtain *** to slam everything shut. Explosions hammer the whole area, and Leto has to yank his attack back, then sprint sideways to dodge the sudden magic blast that scorch him alive. Reese stands unshaken in the middle of the wreckage while the adventurers bolt for safety, and from the darkness a voice just sighs, like this whole mess is nothing but a nuisance. A shadowy voice cuts straight into Reese's head, icy and rude, telling the demon, "You're not exactly the sharpest, but you'll do as a vessel," and with a final "oh well," the thing hurls a technique called Grey Ash Doll. The moment the spell hits, the demon's shape flickers out, then rips into two chained figures, a normal-looking dark-haired guy beside the female demon, both sealed in iron. The Grey Ash Doll spell hits full force, right before Leto and Sheath. Those bound bodies, the man and the demon Grim, get yanked together by heavy chains and turned into raw material for whatever's about to be born. The figures snap into the spell's center, and Leto just stares as the fusion clicks into place. Then he mutters, "No way, this can't be real." From the swirling darkness, a fresh voice bursts out, testing its breath with a gentle, lingering sigh. Just as the darkness lifts, a demon with a sharp, formal suit steps into view. He flexes his brand new body like it's second nature, grinning that it's been forever since he wore this form. Then he shrugs and slices into his predecessor, saying it was a terrible strategy to let greed run wild and let someone go off the rails. He swivels his gaze on the group, wearing a polite but sinister grin, and asks to be introduced, then says his name is Jim Reese. He keeps rolling through his intro, claiming he's ranked 5th in the Fireseed line, boasting that the logical fire world knows his name, and then he can't help but wonder, have they ever even heard of him? Sane doesn't care about the resume. He barrels in on the spot with his sword up, yelling that he has no idea who this guy even is. Jim Reeves doesn't even flinch as the attack crashes in. He just stares down the charging attacker and barks, "What a rude hero." Sane swings his sword down with full force, but it crashes into Bajim's dark chains, shatters on impact, and turns to nothing, and Sane just freezes, roaring that there's no way this can be happening. But Jim Reeves snaps into action in the blink of an eye. He conjures a dark blade and hammers it straight through Sane's stomach, skewering the hero before he even gets the chance to react. Sane gets slammed down by that stabbing wound, thudding hard onto the floor. Then Leto and Sheath snap into action without a second thought, charging in from opposite sides to trap the demon in a brutal pincer attack. They time the strike to the millisecond. She whips her massive axe in from the left, and Leto snaps in from the right with a dagger, trying to trap Jim Reese between both blows. The demon doesn't even blink. He calmly tells them their teamwork is cute, but it won't cut it, and with one swift move he hammers them with his flame hammer spell, blasting dark energy outward to shut them down. Leto gets slammed to the ground, barely hanging on, and he gasps for help while panicking about everyone else. Then Jim Reese just looms over him, sneers at the weak try, and needles him. Does he really have time to worry about other people? And right then, the demon starts chanting another spell name, Maxwell. A brutal vortex of jagged energy blasts out of the spell, slams into Sheath, and sends her flying backward across the room. She has to dig in hard with her heels just to keep from getting fully tossed. Jim Reeves doesn't chase at all. He slams a roaring ring of black fire around himself, forging a hellish wall that cuts him off from the battered adventurers. Sheath is shaking as she glares at the inferno, panic surging inside her. She can't shut it down, and the horrifying truth hits. She has zero clue how she's supposed to save anyone. She darts her eyes around, and it's pure doom. Irene isn't firing a single arrow to hold them back, while Leto and Sane are sprawled on the ground, too down to rise again. She darts through her choices, panicking. She even thinks about smothering the fire with cold air or water, but snaps to the brutal truth. She's got no magic and no handy items to pull out in this place. Then it hits her. She realizes she's wrong, and she screams that she's got something she can use. With a snap, she dives into her pouch, snatches a handful of flowers, and hurls them straight into the dark flames. Jim Reeves stares at the petals drifting down around him, and you can tell he's genuinely impressed. He praises Sheath for making the smart call with that fire-absorbing flower. But the praise doesn't stick for long. He stomps his heel down hard, squashing the petals into the floorboards, and snaps the flowers off like they're just getting in his way. Leto rips into the demon, yelling that it's got to be real cocky to ignore them and keep looking away mid-fight. Sheath shrieks a warning to her master, but the demon rockets forward. Then Jim Reeves whips up a colossal blade of dark fire, smashing the ground and forcing Leto and Sane to scramble back. Sane drops to a distance and studies the demon, no voice, just magic flying, a crushing sword in hand, and stats that are straight up unreal. Then Sane admits the worst part: he still can't find the flame core. Leto won't back down. He clenches his teeth and snaps that they have no choice. Attack. Suddenly, it clicks for Leto. He blares, "I see it now," and yells Sane's name with pure urgency, while Sheath just stands there staring, totally lost, like, wait, what's happening? Leto whips around to the hero and demands, "Can you still pull off wind magic?" Sane nods, "Yeah," but then he shoots back with a tough grin, saying he doubts an attack like that will even land on the demon. Leto's expression turns deadly serious as he leans in and blurts out to Sane, "I've got an idea." But the enemy won't give them a second to talk. Jim Reeves moves like lightning, suddenly appearing right behind Leto and carving a slash across his back. The demon sneers that Leto should have just died before even attempting whatever plan he thought he had. Sane and Sheath both freeze in place, eyes wide with raw shock as Leto eats that massive hit. But the demon isn't finished. Dark energy erupts and whips around with brutal force, slamming into Sane before he even gets a chance to react, and the hero lets out a hard grunt as the black magic crashes into him. Jim Reeves towers over the fallen hero, utterly unmoved, and he slams their resistance as a totally futile effort, while Sane writhes on the ground, groaning through the pain. The demon lifts his weapon again and flashes a chilling smirk. Sane snaps his gaze up from the ground, and panic hits as he realizes there's no dodging this brutal strike. Jim Reeves says it cool and steady. He's done with Sane. Then he hurls a spell called Flame Hammer and smashes the hero with a brutal wave of dark, crushing fire. Sheath screams Sane's name as he slams onto the metal grating, all battered and broken. Then Sane, in pure desperation, yells for her to grab the sword. Sheath stares, utterly lost by the request, but Sane doesn't even slow down. He snarls at her to hurry and just do it. Jim Reeves casually readjusts his suit like he just wrapped up some high-stakes meeting, not stepped into a fight, then says he's already got everything he needs on the magical core, so now it's time to end this for good. Sheath doesn't ask a single more question. She lunges forward and dives straight for the weapon sprawled on the ground. The demon glides down the steps like it's nothing, then whips an intercepting slash straight across her path. But Jim Reeves hoists his chained weapon high, dark energy whipping around him, and he snaps, "Listen, can you hear the burning fire hiding under the ash?" Then he dares them to guess the spell's name, Sky Ash Blaze Flare. Chains slam and rattle in the dark above as a gigantic, intricate magic circle starts to blaze to life, bathing the demon below in eerie light while he steels himself to unleash something absolutely massive. The air starts to thunder with crushing pressure as the magic circle snaps fully to life, and lightning mixed with dark energy lashes around rise, surging harder by the second. Leto isn't fazed by the display. He barrels in, barking urgent orders at Sheath, insisting she doesn't have to crowd the demon at all. She just has to smash that sword with everything she's got, right from where she stands. Sheath fires back instantly. She's got it. She plants her feet, slams her back into the move, and whips the heavy blade through empty air, yet as she swings, a cold, nervous sweat breaks out because she can't shake the truth. Swinging at nothing won't cut it. Leto watches the swing and snaps, "Nope, this is plenty," brushing her worries aside, but Jim Reeves isn't buying it at all. He just stands there unimpressed, basically laughing at their push like their efforts are nothing more than a breeze. Leto strides forward with a cocky grin, dagger poised, and tells the demon he's about to learn a lesson, then reveals his plan to scatter fire-absorbing flower petals, dried by Sheath's flame and his magic, so they're primed to detonate, and when he shouts the command, "Torch," everything ignites. He swears they'll burst perfectly right on cue, and the space right in front of him erupts in a blazing chain of explosions as those hidden petals detonate midair. Jim Reeves stands in the smoky chaos, pissed but totally unscathed, then shouts at Leto, calling him an idiot, and makes it crystal clear: fire attacks don't work on demons. Leto lowers his dagger with zero fear, calm as stone, then admits the fire wasn't meant to wound the demon, and suddenly he snaps, yelling for Sheath to see the real target of his trap. Leto finally catches the opening, tears rip across the demon's shirt, and the flame core is exposed at last, so he yells at Sheath that this is it, their only shot, and they're rushing in right now. Sheath fires back immediately with a loud confirmation, and they both snap their focus onto the target. Reese doesn't just stand there, he spits lowly humans and unleashes a savage dark magic blast called *Flame Hammer ***. Leto and Sheath scramble out of the blast, and Leto yells for Sheath to slam the petals into cover. Reese snaps completely, he screams that they're wretched fools, then watches his attack fail to stop them. Leto barrels in, laughing at the demon, calling out how Rise leans on fire way too hard, and that it's on him for not being able to use anything else in that form. Then Leto slams a spell that petrifies the demon. Magic slams into Reeves and his arm hardens into stone. He freezes in place, wide open for the next strike. She spots the opening, snaps into motion, and throws everything she's got into one brutal, game-changing strike. She slams a brutal strike straight into the demon's exposed core on his stomach. The core explodes from the hit, cracking and splintering everywhere. Reese spits out curses, screaming that this can't be the end for humanity, but his own body is already fading, whispering that they're always ready to come back. The strike lands clean and perfect, magic claws its way in, and Reese's form breaks into glowing light particles, while Leto and Sheath slam onto the tiled roof, still gripping their weapons, not letting up for a second. Sheath freezes for a heartbeat, glances back at the demon's trail, and blurts out, "Did we really take it down?" Leto's wheezing and worn to the bone, but he still forces a grin and tells her, "You absolutely did, great job." Leto starts to wobble on his feet, his vision blurring like it's sinking underwater, and he mutters that this is exactly what he expected from his disciple, yet his body finally gives out. Sheath's scream rips through the air as she watches him topple, and he slams into the roof tiles with a bone-deep thud, utterly drained. Then he's safe, maybe just knowing the fight's done, and Sheath collapses into sobs, crying out that she's so glad. Tears still stream down her face, but she's laughing through them now, like the last bit of fear finally slips out of her body. Reed and Irene race over in the blink of an eye, checking on the pair now that the danger's vanished. They don't ditch Leto on that roof either. This shield-bearer of a warrior hooks one side of him while Sheath grabs the other, and together they haul the battered commander out of the battlefield. With Leto secure, she snaps her focus to the other casualty, studies Rido with a grim face, and demands a status report. Reed looms over Sane, the hero who's been transformed, who lies there shirtless and unconscious, while a brutal, dark wound gapes straight in the middle of his chest. Reed clenches her staff like it's her last lifeline, sweat pouring down her face, and when she looks at Sheath, pure devastation breaks through. She insists there's no point. She lays out the cruel truth: she can't heal him. The cut on Sane's chest fights her magic, and she admits she's only barely keeping the corruption from crawling any farther. Even with Reed's grim prognosis hanging over him, Sane suddenly sits up, clear-headed and alive, and waves off her panic like it's nothing, insisting he's fine and absolutely not dying from this. Before Reed can spiral again, he snaps, "Go check on Rito," and pushes her attention where it matters. She hesitates, gripping her staff tight, then she starts to protest, because she knows the dark wound on his chest is far from fine. Sane slashes in with a reassuring smile, cutting him off and swearing he's totally fine. Then he pivots fast, asks Reed for a favor, and pushes for a word with the girl, confirming her name is Sheath as he demands Reed call her over. The room goes dead quiet. She finally clocks it. No fighting with him in this moment, and maybe she's choosing to respect his demand anyway, even with everything going on. She darts up to the hero while he lies there clutching his holy blade, then nervously looks him in the eyes and blurts out, "Sainson, sorry," as she admits she used his sword without asking first. Sane slumps against the wall, exhausted but steady, then tells Sheath, "You're totally fine," praising her like she just proved something huge, quietly taking it all in as he gives her a real, heartfelt breakdown. Sure, she's still weak in raw power, but she's got the strength that matters most, and Sheath freezes, stunned that a real hero sees it, stammering, not knowing how to answer the compliment. Sane snaps his eyes to the blade in her hands, telling her this sword isn't just wind, it adapts to the wielder's potential, shifting its very nature based on what they're capable of. He blurts out a shockingly personal truth. He's admitted that when it comes to magic, he's completely hopeless, and in the end, wind is the only power he can ever pull from that blade. Sane wastes 0 seconds. He looks Sheath in the eye and tells her he's handing her the sword right now, straight to her. Then he admits he dragged her through all this chaos, so he wants her to finally have it. Sheath completely loses it, screaming that she can't possibly stomach something like that, eyes wild with panic at the thought of holding a hero's weapon. Sane snaps her out of her panic, telling her to get the blade reforged however she wants. Then he blurts that he doesn't need it anymore, but right in the middle of the sentence, his words die as he senses someone else watching nearby. A sharp voice yells, "Hero Sane Zarfa," and Sheath jolts to a stop, eyes wide in shocked disbelief. It's Diaz, the guild's secretary rocking sunglasses, who leans in and tells Sane she's got a whole storm of questions for him, then orders him to come with her, assuring him he'll be able to walk out the moment they're through, but the mood screams seriousness. She refuses to back down. She barrels in front of the injured Sane, throws her arms wide to block Diaz, and screams that Diaz is dead wrong about Sane, fighting to stop him from getting dragged away. Sheath throws out a grim rumor about Diaz's unit like, has anyone ever truly come back after they get hauled to the Information Command Division? Diaz just stands there, ice cold and dead professional. Diaz brushes off the accusation about her unit and snaps at Sheath to stay out of it. Then she turns to the rookie and admits it straight. She did a great job stopping the abominations and crushing the demon tribe, and she tells Sheath those wins will be officially recognized. Diaz keeps pushing the business talk, saying they'll haggle over the reward only after every post-mission step is finished. Then Sheath snaps her sheath shut and screams, "No, that's not how it went." She refuses the credit, swearing Sane and her master were the ones who stopped the rampage and smashed the demons, but Diaz shuts her down cold, flat out telling her she won't listen to a single word about taking credit, because she'll take the facts exactly as reported and steamroll the rookie's claim. Sane strides in, shoves past Sheath, and tells her he hasn't sunk so low that some kid has to shield him. Then, as Sheath whispers his name with worry, he snaps to Diaz, "Just take me away already." Sane steps forward without even a scrap of resistance. Magic chains snap around his torso as he hands himself over to Diaz, and right before he's taken, he spits out a final warning. He tells Sheath to tell Rito that he's not a comrade to him, not even close, and reminds her that Rito is already permanently kicked out of his party. She's left frozen in place, crushed by his cold dismissal, and all she can do is barely whisper Sane's name, eyes torn open with heartbreak. She can only watch as Diaz hauls the bound, sane man down the street and marches away, leaving her trapped in that moment. Irene strides up to the rookie and gently tells Sheath, "Let the medics take a look," reminding her that she got burned during the fight too. The rush finally fades and the feelings crash in hard. She lifts a hand to her face, rubbing her eyes like the whole moment still has her. She finally snaps, tears flood her eyes and spill down as she just stands there, sobbing without restraint. The camera sweeps over broken buildings and choking smoke, and just like that, the Gada's raid finally crashes to a close. The story rips away from the city and drops us into a dim hideout, where Jim Reese is sprawled on the floor, slamming the ground in pure frustration, cursing at the top of his lungs as the humiliating truth burns. Lolef beat him. He drags himself forward, panic tightening as his situation slips into a full-blown crisis, and he forces himself to act. He has to grab a new host right now. Jim stared at his hand as it started to split, and a wave of disgust hit him. This body wasn't a real one at all, just a temporary mash of ash and magic, downright trash compared to the fancy ash doll bodies the nobility flaunts. He reels back to his grand plan, because the whole reason he used the Great Lighthouse was one blazing experiment, transplanting a flame core. He picked gaddies on purpose, snatch up the strongest fighters, warp them into horrifying abominations, and force them to kneel as his allies. But there was a reason way deeper than that, yet it all vanishes now because the whole operation finally crashed and everything ended in total failure. Jim Reeves surges to his feet, rage snapping right back onto the people who destroyed everything. He snaps that the adventurers are in his way and vows to kill them, then swings his thoughts mid-breath. Death is too easy. He decides instead to turn them into a host and trap them in eternal, non-stop pain. Dead, out of nowhere, a voice slices through the air and demands what Jim Reeves is planning to do to those adventurers. Then Jim freezes, eyes bulging with pure shock. Sudden shock hits, he jerks his head up and totally freaks out the moment he recognizes her, shouting, "No way," and demanding to know why she's here. A long-haired horned demon just stands there, her finger pressed to her lips, then casually snaps at him, calling him Bejimchin, and reminds him that father made it crystal clear, don't touch that place yet. Jim's panic spikes should he bolt or not, but he scrambles to save face, saying he was only thinking for the demon lord's sake. Grim shuts him down on the spot, saying it's pointless. She doesn't waste a heartbeat, she drives her hands straight into his chest, tearing him apart from the inside. But Jim drops his gaze in pure shock, stammering out nothing but broken words, while Grim just grins and waves Bejim-chan goodbye. Colossal explosion tears through the whole area, and Bejim gets obliterated completely. Guard steps up and grills Grim, demanding to know, did you really do it? Grim tosses out a vague maybe, then admits the flame core feels totally different than it did before. She figures that blast a moment ago was straight up part of the master plan, set up long before now, and she's basically already decided she'll swing by this place later anyway. Staring up at that giant structure, Grim finally admits things have gone sideways, then catches herself calling it the Great Lighthouse's activation tower, and she can't even wrap her head around how those guys knew about it. But then she grins, admitting those kids absolutely crushed it. She tells Guard they took down the most troublesome fire seed, so now their job's about to get way easier. Guard points out that the others will zero in on this spot for real now, and Grim grimly agrees it's going to be a headache, while Guard adds that things are about to blow up into full-on chaos. Grim looks downright smug amid the chaos, and she points out that with everything going down, the ancient dragons are probably about to storm the main stage, so she can't help but wonder if the Twilight era is finally kicking off. Guard steps in and tells her it's simple, this is the next move they have to make. Grim snaps into agreement like she'd already expected it and says she gets it. Then she declares it's go time for real, straight to Gatta's. Without a word more, the two demons snap around and stride into the glowing light, vanishing from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. A month later, the story jumps ahead to the city. Thanks to the adventurers and the defense teams working together, the Gatta's rebounded almost instantly, and now the place is fully back to normal, buzzing just as lively as it was before the attack. In a hush of a park, Leto and Sheath sink onto a bench, Leto puffing smoke while Sheath stares at the ground, crushed. She finally blurts to her master that she just can't stomach how everything ended. She fiercely lays out her argument, sure, Sane hurt people, but she insists he's been trapped in demons, manipulation the entire time, and that's the line that changes everything for her. Leto takes a brutal drag from his cigarette, then slams her with the cold truth. Logic only works on them because they knew asterisk him, and he hits back with the question. Does she really think the families of the dead adventurers and the defense team would swallow that excuse? Sheath fumbles for words, then forces herself to say it. At least Sane should be remembered for helping drive the demon tribe back. Her voice cracks as she realizes the truth will die with her and Leto, because no one else will ever know what he really was. The narration hammers home how deadly this is, because a demon attack hasn't hit this city in over 100 years, and this isn't some tiny fight. It's a gigantic world-shaking event that sends shockwaves everywhere. In the official records of this legendary event, a brand new hero bursts onto the scene, and the story spotlights the E-rank adventurer party, Breath of the White Dragon, led by none other than Sheath Azrael. The story keeps rolling into the aftermath, and the Adventurers Guild didn't just log it quietly. They blasted the Demon Slayers' names to the whole world for everyone to see. But there's a catch: the report dodges two crucial names, Raivo and the Fallen Hero, like it's trying to hide the whole truth. The guild made a ruthless decision, wipe Sane and his old partner, Rito, out of the story completely. Instead of hiding it the usual way, they cooked up a new cover story, claiming the demon slaying was done single-handedly by nothing but E-rank adventurers. This isn't just gossip that riles up the locals in Gaddis, it lights a spark under adventurers everywhere, all across the globe. It's the exact underdog story everyone's been craving, the kind of true heroic win that makes low-ranking adventurers feel like they can stand tall too. On that park bench, Leto leans in hard, begging Sheath to finally see the bigger picture, because this whole mess is nothing like their last incident, and since she's the one who actually delivered the finishing blow, it's only logical the guild would bury his name and Sane's too. Leto just stares into the distance and then drops the real truth: there are some seriously deep, tangled reasons they had to do it this way. She quietly agrees, but her eyes drop to the sword in her lap and sadness hits her first, Then she tells Leto that even if she takes the fame, she still wants to get the blade back. Leto shuts the whole idea down gently, reminding her that Sane said, clear as day, he was handing that sword to her, so she should respect his words and hold on to it. Leto slams a brutal truth into Sheath's face, saying will never lift that sword again. Sheath drops her gaze, miserable, and whispers that it's all the demon's fault this happened. The narration hits hard with the brutal cost Sane paid. His hero title and his S-rank adventurer status were yanked away, and to make it worse, his whole S-rank party, Holy Wolf Dragon, was forced to fall apart. Turns out Sane was forced to shoulder everything. He covered his teammates by claiming he kicked them out for good, so the punishment only shattered the team instead of wrecking their careers. Back on the bench, Leto snaps into full seriousness with Sheath and tells her the days of pretending she's just some rookie adventurer are done. Now everyone will judge her like a real hero, and that spoiled little sense of justice has to stay buried where nobody can see it. Sheath's face goes pale, sweat bursts out, and she stammers that she's not a hero at all. The scene cuts for a beat to Reed and her cat hanging by a city fountain, and Leto's voice keeps pressing in. Maybe Sheath doesn't feel like a hero, but other people don't see her that way. He admits the pressure feels heavy right now, but promises she'll build the strength to shake it all off eventually. Leto gently rests his hand on Sheath's head, tells her to take the sword straight to the blacksmiths, Takura and Ryuju, and get it tuned to fit her, then admits this is the only way she can still do something for Sane. Sheath swallows hard and nods, quiet but sure she understands. Seeing her gloomy face, Leto snaps, "Don't do that," then tells her she's grown way more than she thinks, urging her to grab this chance and level up even further. Sheath's face tightens with rage, and she flat-out declares she hates demons, and there's no way she'll ever forgive them. Leto nods along with a sigh, saying he used to laugh off enemy of humanity as a wild exaggeration, until this latest incident tore that belief apart for good. Leto starts laying out the dangerous truth behind the incident. This thing is a demon core built to twist people into abominations, and even though he's still got zero progress in cracking it, he makes one thing crystal clear. If it spreads, it'll turn into a nightmare-level threat for all of humanity. The story cuts to a surreal picture of Leto's thoughts. Then he confesses he's been hunting demons ever since that incident, but the more he digs, the murkier the mystery gets. A quick flash of the demon crew, Grim, Guard, and the rest hits your screen, and Leto can't shake the thought. They don't know a thing about where these monsters even came from, or where they're headed now. And then it clicks, humanity has been dangerously blind to what demons really are. Leto locks onto the demon they just ran into, the one in a suit, Bajim, and lays it out. This isn't some weak grunt, it's a hardliner demon burning to wipe humanity off the map. He remembers Bajim boasting about being the 5th rank in the Fire Seed hierarchy, and if he's telling the truth, then they just brought down a real heavyweight. Sheath looks torn, she's nodding along like, yeah, he's right, then hesitates and asks, but can we really call it a defeat when everything went down the way it did? Leto slouched back on the bench, eyes deep in thought, telling everyone not to get too hopeful, because after that battle the demons have gone quiet, and for now, that threat looks like it's finally been knocked out. She's still on edge, staring ahead, and says there've gotta be more monsters like that out there. Then she blurts the question that's been crushing her thoughts. Is the Demon King even stronger than the one they just barely survived? Leto snaps and says it's not just brute strength. Then a demon silhouette crawls into view and he hammers the point. A true leader needs brains, not just an army. With demons running with tech and magic that blow humans out of the water, their leaders must be sharp, trained in intelligence and strategy. Leto raises a cigarette and stares as the smoke curls into the sky, then snaps a warning to Sheath. Don't squeeze your focus so tight. You can't predict when the unknown will crash in out of nowhere, so don't let wild assumptions cloud her eyes. Sheath lowers his gaze, drinking in every word of his advice, then quietly mouths the Demon King's line, still as stone, but you can feel the danger closing in. Leto turns intense with Sheath, telling her that if she truly wants it, one day she'll be the one who brings down that threat, and he can't help but admit to himself that, in the end, they're still stuck halfway down that road. He finishes his thought and declares, then we'll crush the Demon King. She stares at him and asks, why did you? And Leto drops the weight of those expectations on everyone, telling Sheath she's gotta become the hero, then ordering her to take up Sane's sword and carry his will forward. Sheath hesitates at the size of the role, then quietly asks him if he really thinks she can pull it off. Leto fires back with a confident wink and a bright smile, telling her she absolutely can, because she's got a solid mentor watching her back. Soon, the story cuts to the town streets. Reed strides up to Sheath, grinning that he's thrilled she's doing great, while Irene stands right beside her and chimes in with a quick, solid yeah. They rush into the blacksmith and Luge snatches Sheath's weapon, then grins and confirms it's her sword, telling her to trust her with it. Sheath smiles politely and asks Luge to take good care of it. Reed lays out the plan to everyone, saying the mind monsters are dropping materials they can use to level up the sword even more. Then Leo steps forward like, "That's settled," and pushes them to go beat those monsters. Leto hangs back alone, quietly watching the crew fall into place, and a look of total satisfaction settles on his face as everything finally clicks. As they split up, Leto tells her he's heading back to the guild, and Sheath nods, then turns and launches into her mission. Leto finally steps into the guild building, but before he can even catch his breath, someone spots him and shouts his alias, Reed. A bunch of fired-up adventurers crowd around him on the spot, and one blurts out, "Did you quit? You haven't taught in ages." The rest instantly plead, "Let us in, please, take us." Leto looks totally swamped and awkwardly waves them off, mumbling that he'll start teaching again soon. Right then, Harold kicks the door flying and barrels inside, shouting Leto's name. Because of his crew, everything spiraled into a total disaster. Leto just freezes, staring back in pure disbelief as that sudden accusation hits like a punch. Harold breaks down the whole problem. He lets Sheath use that special training facility, and now the other adventurers are storming in, demanding the same access, flooding the place nonstop. Leto throws his hand over his face and groans, instantly realizing this has turned into a total nightmare. They finally drop into a seat to crack the problem, and Harold blurts out a solution, set a few rules, then turn it into real training, with the new guys throwing in right alongside Sheath and her crew. Leto nods like, "Yeah, that's it." Then Leto storms off, sighing hard and muttering about the disaster this is gonna be for him. Now we cut to a harsh, rocky wasteland, and Sheath's crew is out there doing what they came to do. A razor-close shot shows Sheath looming over the monster she just gutted, her dagger clenched tight in her grip after the killing blow. Sheath wipes the sweat off her forehead and demands to know if they've hauled in enough materials yet, and Reed, standing right there with her staff, shoots back that they're fully ready. Set out in the field, Sheath and her male teammate are finishing up fast. Sheath urges them to sprint back to town, and her teammate insists Takura has to inspect the materials they snagged. Sheath grins wide and happily agrees. And the story jumps to the city streets, packed and buzzing as people rush through their day. Turns out Sheath's party, Breath of the White Dragon ***, has blown up into a huge deal, so big that they even set up a special display sign showing off what happened after the battle. Their name is so famous now that shops are hawking merch non-stop. Plush dolls shaped like Reed, Sheath, and even Leto are piled in bins right beside replica weapon displays. As Sheath and Reed stroll down the street, a little girl spots them, rockets forward with her arms stretched out, and lights up like she just met a real-life hero. Sheath, Reed, and their warrior teammates stick together and keep trekking through the town as a whole squad. Sheath floats in and gets lost in her own dreamy thoughts, picturing a scenario with her dad. Then she starts to wonder, what if I were to? In her imagination, she conjures a super cool, edgy Leto smoking a cigarette, striking a pose, and she even hears him deliver that dramatic line, "Ask why I was able to defeat the Demon King." And yeah, Reed's blowing up so hard that she's got her own merchandise now, with a spotless collectible card or portrait of her front and center, proving just how wildly popular the whole team has become. Sheath is still stuck in her thoughts, standing shoulder to shoulder with her teammate, and if anyone dares ask how she got here, she's got an answer locked and loaded. She tells herself it's all thanks to the mentors who carved her path, and as she keeps moving, memories of every soul that shaped her slam past: Skeleton Instructor, Rinton, Commander Harold, and the blacksmiths, Kirk and Louge. Staring at the familiar tavern outside, she can't help thinking of her guiding mentor and the crew she's fought alongside. She clings to that tavern where it all began, the very night Emmy slid drinks to her and Leto, and her journey finally kicked off for real. Right now, she bursts through the door with a massive grin, shouting to her master like it's her moment. Leto spins around, and surprise hits his face the moment he sees her. The whole crew's gathered there, and the warrior teammate stands ready as she grins and announces she's back. Leto's right beside them the whole time, and when she sees them, she knows this is where her bond with her master only gets stronger from here.